Yearbook of Austria, 1920, from official sources. Excerpt. Published by the Ritz Art and Import Company, New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elementary and hygienic situation of the youth. The long war, and more than the war, the consequences of the great struggle, had a pernicious influence on the elementary and sanitary conditions of the youth. The children having been reared during the war are, generally speaking, visibly deficient in bodily strength, tallness, and weight. Rickets have enormously increased and materially contributed to the rise of the juvenile death rate. The Austrian youths have been in recent times often examined by medical men in the course of the general works of charity, especially in view of the distribution of meals, and the returns of these inspections have been minutely registered. The census of nursing mothers and suckling babies is entrusted to the maternity offices. The schoolboys and girls have been repeatedly examined by the official school physicians responsible for the medical supervision of public schools, as well as by physicians appointed by private charitable institutions and by physicians in the service of the numerous foreign organizations for Austria's help. The children above 14 of age have been examined in the higher schools and art and craft schools by the physicians of the educational staff, many of these juveniles also by physicians in foreign services. The mothers, not being able to buy artificial or ready-made foodstuffs, nurse the babies at the breast as long as possible, 6 months, nay 9 or 12 months. The sanitary conditions of these babies is therefore quite satisfactory. But the sanitary condition of the little children from 1 to 6 years of age is extremely bad, almost everything wanting or being too expensive, such a child is in need of after the suckling period. In the open country, conditions are somewhat better, but much the worse in industrial centers, above all in Vienna. In spite of the humanitarian work of the Society of Friends for the Rescue of Little Children, the returns of the medical examinations made in the beginning of the winter 1920 were most unsatisfactory. 85,000 boys and girls were examined. 10% only were returned in the class good, 90% as shattered in their physical strength, 18% of those boys and girls were returned as sick, thereof 5% suffering from chronic diseases, condemned to a lifelong sickness. Also the dwellings of those ill-fed children were visited. 42% of these dwellings are unfit, dark, ill-aerated, damp or crowded, 47% thereof not containing birth accommodation for the children. The number of underfed boys and girls is as equally high in the so-called middle classes, living on fixed salaries or occupied in free vocations, as in the industrial working classes. Even in the classes of commercial and industrial employers, the elementary conditions are not much better. Out of 50,000 children of less of 6 years of age under medical inspection, 33% suffer from rickets, 14% from anemia. The comparatively small figures of tuberculosis is due to the fact that only ambulant children were returned, children in bed not being included in the census. Detailed particulars have been obtained for the elementary conditions of the Vienna school-going youths from 6 to 14 years of age. About 130,000 girls and boys have been examined in Vienna, 90,000 in Lower Austria. In spite of the munificent help from foreign countries, the alimentation of this class of youth is highly deficient. Only 28% of all these boys and girls were classified as good and middling, 72% as bad and very bad. The beneficial influence of foreign help is clearly shown by the fact that girls, largely favored by foreign families and other benefactors, and staying much longer time in foreign countries, have a comparatively very large share in the good and middling classification. 44% of all boys under medical inspection were returned as very bad, against 38% of girls. The classification bad was returned for 33% of boys and 28% of girls, good for 7% of boys and 14% of girls. About 85,000 examined schoolboys and girls were returned very bad, 65,000 bad, against 20,000, 10% good. The classification had been established on the basis of exhaustive and minute measurements and weighing. Medical assistance for the youth. The unhappy state of things appealed to an effective organization of official elementary and medical help for the children. An exhaustive scheme for assistance was drafted. The existing charitable organizations incorporated in the official work, and the private institutions largely provided by the state with victuals, fuel, and money in the measure of available means. In several larger towns, children's assistance boards were founded. In all provinces, a provincial children's assistance board is working. In Vienna, the works of private charity are amalgamated into two great corporations, the League of Voluntary Children's Assistance and the Caritas. The Supreme Board for all matters concerning infantile and children's assistance is incorporated in the Ministry for Social Administration. The inland children's assistance is divided in the following branches. First, food help for nursing mothers and suckling babies. Second, assistance for homes, asylums, and similar institutions for abnormal, crippled, tuberculous, and rickety children. Third, distribution of meals for children, monetary assistance for working expenditure. Fourth, holiday organizations. Fifth, collecting office. All nursing mothers and suckling babies are officially entitled to receive state subsidies. The number of babies assisted by the subsidies in form of foodstuff were 194,034, only in towns and industrial centers, but excluding Vienna. Austria enjoys a very large number of private institutions of every description for assistance to children. In the first instance, the orphanages, orphan asylums, and homes are to be mentioned, numbering in all 120. Furthermore, 50 educational institutions and about 80 infant homes and asylums. For suckling babies and little children, about 200 creches and children's homes, the same number of kindergartens, 200 daytime shelters for school children, 20 apprentices' homes, and 100 evening homes for girls and boys employed in industrial or commercial work. A certain number of holiday institutions, especially for children engaged in business, have been transformed lately in standing country homes. This most beneficial progress was obtainable only by the means of foreign help. Also, disabled and crippled children are provided for by some deaf, dumb, and blind children's homes, lately also by the foundation of a kindergarten and a home for deaf, dumb, blind children. The sanatorium for tuberculous children in Vienna, called Spinnerin am Kreuz, 400 beds, has enjoyed the special care of private benefactors. Thanks to the munificence of the Swedish Red Cross, this institution has lately very effectively developed its activity. Another institution, virtually a daytime home for 100 tuberculous children, yielded similar good results, also thanks to foreign help, Society of Friends, League of American and of Danish Women. In the same manner, the sanatorium of Grimmenstein, 400 beds for children suffering from tuberculous osteomalacia, is kept in working order by the Swedish Red Cross. The Vienna school children have been afforded with a holiday stay in the country. With the help of the Youth Assistance Board and private charity, most of them were enabled to sojourn 6 or 8 weeks in a holiday colony or special homes. A considerable number of children were sheltered by farmers against a slight allowance. In all, about 50,000 Viennese children spent a holiday in Austria. A Christmas collection organized by the Minister of Social Administration and devoted to the assistance of the youth had yielded many millions of kronen. A similar enterprise made by the Society of Friends had also resulted in a very large sum of money. In spite of all these exertions, neither the assistance of the state and the municipality of Vienna nor private charity can possibly triumph over the steadily increasing misery in this battle to provide the strict necessary amount of food and to rescue the youth from sickness and death. But the early succor from abroad, beginning already in autumn 1918 and concentrating all its efforts to the salvation of the youth, was the greatest blessing in this terrible struggle. The effectual work of the foreign committees in favor of the Austrian institutions of assistance for the youth is divided as follows. First, help for the preschool age. Second, help for schoolboys and girls by sending them in foreign country during the holidays, by distribution of meals, clothes, linen, footgear, and victuals. The two last named actions extend the help also to juveniles. Suckling babies and little children, till 6 years of age, are under the special care of the Society of Friends, whose action had begun with the guidance of the director of the State Maternity Office and extended its beneficial influence in ever-increasing proportions. The census of suckling babies and little children is carried through by the maternity offices, having been in existence before the breakdown of the empire, and multiplied since. The total number of such offices stand now at about 350, whereof in Vienna 42, in Lower Austria without Vienna 173. The suckling babies, since lately also the little children, are weighed once in every week in the maternity offices, are maintained under careful medical control, and are provided, against a little contribution by the parents, with certain foodstuffs indispensable for the rearing of a baby, e.g. groat, cocoa, preserved milk, or fresh milk, only for sick babies. There, the babies are also provided with baby's linen and clothes. The British Vienna Emergency Relief Fund had aimed especially the reform of the boarding system for children. To this effect, a large sum of money had been delivered by this fund to grant the boarding persons higher allowances for their pupils. Hospitals habitually sent their convalescent children in boarding houses in the country in order to have at their command any available bed for children wanting immediate medical assistance. But perhaps the most touching example of international solidarity in distress and calamity is the widespread action of boarding Austrian children in foreign countries. During 1919, about 40,000 Austrian children enjoyed foreign hospitality. In the first place, it was Switzerland, having sheltered, fed, and clothed more than 20,000 children, Holland, with almost 10,000. Other countries as Sweden, Denmark, Germany, and Italy with the rest. During 1920, this work of charity developed enormously. In January, February, and July, about 90,000 Austrian children stayed in foreign countries. Total number till today 124,000. Almost all of them in families. Switzerland and Holland go ahead also in 1920, followed by Denmark, Germany, Luxembourg, Sweden, Norway, Italy, Spain, and Romania, Transylvania, finally England, Belgium, and France. The average duration of a child's stay in foreign country was about 3 months, but in many cases, especially in Sweden, Norway, and England, much longer, 6 to 12 months. Many children are urgently invited to a return in the next year. The recently dispatched railway trains contained many children going for the second time to their fosterers. Quite recently, also little children under 6 years of age are sent in foreign countries, and many orphans have been adopted there. In the average, after a stay of 2 months abroad, a sensible increase in weight has been ascertained. The average increase for such a time is about 3 to 4 kilograms, in certain cases till 5 and 6 kilograms. After a stay of 4 to 5 months, certain children had gained 10 to 16 kilograms in weight. But all return home, bodily and mentally restored and invigorated. A great number of foreign fosterers are in the habit of sending regularly food supplies to the departed darlings, or remit them money orders enabling them to buy the necessary victuals. Many of the children are coming back richly provided with linen and clothes. Others are helped by parcels of such articles regularly sent to them. Not only these advantaged children, but many others are provided with victuals, shoes, and clothes by foreign charitable institutions. Above all, the Society of Friends, under the leadership of Dr. Clark, must be mentioned. They take care in the first instance for pregnant and nursing women, for suckling babies and little children. In the second line, the Swiss Committee, the Danish Women's Ring, and the American Help for Children. The dollar parcels containing victuals of the said American Help are distributed to hospitals, asylums, convalescent homes, and similar charitable institutions. Another work, destined to distribute food, had been organized by British initiative. At Christmas, the foreign works distributed large quantities of clothes, shoes, and victuals. Quite recently, the foreign help had shaped in the form of assuming the management of a certain given Austrian institution, exhausted of all monetary means due to the general impoverishment. In this manner, the Swedish Red Cross manages the Vienna Hospital for Tuberculous Children, Spinnerin am Kreuz, the Dutch Children's Committee, the home at Neulengbach for juvenile girls, and, during the summer holidays, the Students' Home at St. Wolfgangsee. The Dutch Huisvestings Committee maintains in Vienna and at Göllersdorf a children's home. A New York German-American Committee for Help manages the convalescents' home for rickety children at Tivoli, near Vienna. Another New York committee, Vienna Milk Relief, inaugurated lately a home in the barracks of the War Hospital Grinzing in Vienna. The schoolboys and girls suffering doubly, being ill-fed and therefore improper to fulfill the claims of the schools, have been particularly helped by the distribution of meals organized by the American Help for Children. This magnificent action, inaugurated 2 years ago in the then existing popular kitchens in Vienna, had been extended in such a manner as to distribute now 300,000 daily rations, representing a monetary value of 4,500,000 kronen a day. Of this figure, 151,000 rations are distributed in Vienna, 45,000 in Lower Austria, 13,000 in Salzburg, 12,000 in Tyrol, 5,000 in Vorarlberg, 36,000 in Styria, and 11,000 in Carinthia. Also apprentices in Vienna, almost 14,000 rations, are now included in this work. The selection is operated by an exhaustive medical examination. Only underfed or suffering children are entitled to enjoy the distributions. Swedish, Norwegian, and Dutch works are concerned in the distribution of meals for about 20,000 juveniles. End of Yearbook of Austria, 1920, from official sources. Excerpt.
Business and Psychology by Hugo Munstenberg, 1863 to 1916. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Business and Psychology. In no direction has man progressed so much in the last 2000 years of civilization as in his commercial endeavors. We are too easily inclined to fancy that mankind has changed and has made progress in every line, but that is certainly an illusion. No buildings have been built in the 20th century so beautiful as those of the old Greeks. No dramas have been written so wonderful as those of their great poets. No philosophy has been thought so significant as that of the great Greek thinkers. And the statues chiseled 2000 years ago are still models for our generation. Our legal life is not superior to that of the old Romans, nor are our state and city politics essentially different from those of olden times. Social intercourse has not changed much. We have the same motives, the same hopes and fears, ambitions and jealousies. Man is the same in his family circle. Man is the same before his God. We are driven by hunger and desire for power, by love and reverence, like untold generations before us. Science in industry. But in the economic life, with its production of goods for practical use, and their transportation and distribution, and the exchange of possessions, the change is indeed a fundamental one. The modern factory and the modern credit system, the modern railway and steamer and cable, are incomparable with the primitive methods of mankind, or with anything which antiquity or medieval times or even recent centuries have produced. It seems as if we could nowhere measure the progress of the civilized human race more directly than in the glorious changes in commerce and industry. Every feature of the market and of production has been influenced by the wonderful inventions and discoveries, and no less by the splendid achievements in new methods of exchange and organization. Harvesting machines have replaced the primitive tools of the past. Electric wires spin a net of communication over the lands of the world, which are united by commerce and industry. Powerful works of human invention dig the mines, and in the factories operations are performed to which the highest scientific work of the physicist and chemist had to show the way. Yes, there seems to be no science in our universities which has not contributed to this victory of the practical desires of man over stubborn nature. The knowledge of mineralogists and botanists and zoologists, of mechanical engineers and electricians, of physiologists and chemists, has been brought into service. The cooperation of the whole world is so complete that we are no longer aware how many hundreds of thousands have to work with the most perfect instruments of modern transportation and factory production to satisfy our needs. If we sit down to a meal and use the plate and the glass, the fork and the spoon and the napkin, and take the sugar and the pepper or what not, we give no thought to those thousandfold processes which were necessary to bring each of those products to the grasp of our hand. We take it for granted that the best machines have worked for us to weave the napkin and refine the sugar. All the knowledge of the century is thus made contributory to the production and distribution of the economic goods of the world, and science is the real foundation on which the business of our time rests, however little the individual business man may be aware of the tremendous amounts of intellectual work which was necessary for every forward step in practical life. He presses the electric button at his desk to call the office boy, or touches a switch to light the room. He uses the telephone or sends a wireless message, and gives no moment's thought to the fact that numberless scholars in their laboratories had to devote their energies to the securing of these simple effects. Psychology in industry. In this situation of our present day, in which everybody in the world of affairs, the captain of industry and the worst paid working man, the banker and his office boy, the merchant and the clerk, knowingly or unknowingly make the fullest use of the results of science, it is a striking contrast to see how pitifully little use is made of that science which deals with the human mind. The science of the human mind, psychology, is today as solid, as scholarly, and as much worked out as a science of physical and chemical nature. And its field is surely no smaller, since the whole world of man's thinking and feeling and doing and remembering and attending and willing is involved. But the progress of economic life has hardly been touched by the stream of knowledge which flows from this psychological source. The psychological expert is hardly heard of, while his older brothers, the electrical expert and the chemical expert, are much sought and respected everywhere. Yet we have only to look around us in the commercial and industrial spheres to discover quickly that after all the human mind plays the greatest role and deserves the most thorough study by everyone who would succeed in business life. It is certainly important to know the machines in the factory, and only when the machines are well cared for and well adjusted to their purpose can the manufacturer hope that his industrial output will be better than that of his rivals. But is the mind of the working man not of equal or rather of higher importance in the work of the factory? How can we expect the best output if we are interested only in the purely technical side of the process, and ignore the great and significant fact that a man with feelings and emotions, with ideas and impulses, with memory and attention, stands behind the machine, and has to serve and has to master it? If his attention flags, if his mental fatigue interferes with his best work, if his interests carry him away, if he has not the right mental power to discriminate what he ought to discriminate, must not the work suffer even more than by an out-of-date machine? The business house may be installed with a splendid equipment. The department store may be a model establishment. The banking house may have its special wires and the best adding machines. Yet success and failure must depend upon the achievements of those who sit at the desk, or who walk the floor, or who stand behind the counter, and these achievements depend ultimately upon the mental powers of the employer and the employee. Their intellect and character, their talent and temperament, are 1,000 times more important and decisive than the splendor of the technical equipment. If the right men are in the right places, and if the work is adjusted to the mental conditions and mental demands, any difficulties can be overcome. On the other hand, if the needs of the mind are neglected, if faulty minds are at work, if the service and output are not adjusted to the desires and feelings of the mind, the results will be deplorable, however well the technical expert may have done his share. The power of the mind in business. All business is ultimately the affair of minds. It starts with minds, it works through minds, it aims to serve minds. By industry and commerce and transportation alike, the demands of minds are to be satisfied. And every step needed for this satisfaction involves the attention, the thought, the ideas, the emotions, the instincts, the impulses of human minds. Is it not absurd to call the best trained specialist for the supervision of those machines, and yet to be satisfied with the most superficial amateurish impressions when it comes to the judgment on that much more important factor in the play, the human mind? The manufacturer takes it for granted that the chemical process by which he dyes his wares must be judged by chemists. But whether the minds of his thousands of employees are in the right attitude, are prepared for the work, and are able to perform it by their inborn make-up, is left to the fancies of the foreman, without ever consulting the psychologist who devotes his studies to such problems of the mind. It is as if a barrier separated the quiet scholarly investigation of the student of the mind from the practical work of those whose success depends upon an understanding of the mind. We can hardly imagine that this would happen in any other field. As soon as the scholars have made their discoveries in the physical laboratory, these are at once carried into the market, new machines are built, and only the latest is welcome. But the faithful study of the mind is left to the psychological scholars, and the market, which is entirely dependent upon the working of the mind, remains untouched by such knowledge. Everything goes on as it did thousands of years ago. Everybody feels sure that he knows enough about the life of the human soul. Everybody behaves as if it were very difficult to understand the physics and chemistry of the commercial products, of the raw material, and of the machines, and as if it were important to gather all possible expert knowledge. But at the same time everybody feels certain that he knows enough about the mind of the customer and the mind of the working man, about the mind of the clerk and the mind of the advertisement reader, about the mind of the manufacturer and the mind of the sales girl. Here too he shows not the slightest interest in drawing on the knowledge of the expert and making the fullest use of the scientific discoveries. This attitude must be fundamentally changed. The last few years have brought a most promising beginning of such a change. Interest in the science of mental life has been awakened in the circles of commerce and industry. Various conditions have favored it, and not a few far-seeing business men and many ambitious young men recognize that the commercial success of the future will depend still more upon the mastery of mind than upon the mastery of matter. Man is more important than the machine, thoughts more valuable than equipment. Personality is the biggest factor in business. How to study business psychology. But it is sure that such better knowledge of the human mind as it enters into the market of the world cannot be supplied by a mere superficial gossiping about the mysteries of the mind. No one will have real technical control of nature who knows about natural science only anecdotes and curious little details. He must enter into a solid study of the natural facts which the scientists of the age have cleared up in their laboratories. It is not in the least different with the science of the mind. Today mere freak stories of queer mental happenings or uncanny reports of mental abnormalities can never be a substitute for a thorough, detailed acquaintance with the laws of mental behavior. The man of affairs who wants to shape events in the sphere of the mind must have the energy to study the psychological science from its foundations. He must not ask at every step whether this bit of information can be of use at his desk, in the office, or in the factory. He must at first make himself acquainted with important facts without always keeping an eye on the practical application. In short, he must study psychology as if he had a pure interest in the understanding of the principles, just as an engineer must learn his mathematics without asking eagerly at every new equation whether he can make use of it in drawing his design. The student of psychology who has the interests of commerce and industry and of personal efficiency at the bottom of his mind must, of course, not be drawn into byways which may lead to other fields of life. But in those chief roads to the understanding of man he must aim toward a thorough knowledge. The essential condition for all this is only that he be convinced that modern psychology is really an exact, careful science, like the sciences of nature, and that this modern psychology has something of real value to offer to the man of practical life. But let us not forget that there is no business psychology outside of the one great psychological science. Business psychology means a psychology in which the chief emphasis is laid on those mental functions which are significant for business life, and in which, so far as possible, the other aspects of psychology are omitted. If anyone were to try to present business psychology without going into the study of the foundations, principles, and laws of psychology in general, he would offer useless and misleading material. The business man would at first feel more at home, because he would hear talk about the matters of his daily concern, but at the end he would stand where he stood at the beginning. He would not see the real deeper connections of the facts, and these alone can help him to go beyond the commonplaces of daily practice. Business psychology is psychology, or it is nothing at all. Hence we shall not be afraid to discuss many points and principles which seem difficult. Only he who has the energy to master the theory can reach a point at which he sees his mental surroundings with a psychologizing eye. As soon as he succeeds in that, he can solve any special problem for himself, and is made independent of any unscientific chance advice. The basic theory is in the end the most practical. Test questions. 1. Has the progress of civilization been uniform in all directions? 2. What has brought about the tremendous development in industrial progress during the last 50 years? 3. Have you ever taken an inventory at the close of the day to see how many inventions and contributions from science served you in your activities of the day? 4. How can psychology contribute to industrial progress? 5. Why has psychology been neglected in practical business affairs? 6. Have you ever observed work where the mechanical equipment seemed to be modern and complete, but where the psychological conditions for the work were most unfavorable? End of Business and Psychology by Hugo Munstenberg.
The Crow in the Pitcher, from Aesop's Fables by Aesop. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by AMB Suite 13. The Crow in the Pitcher. A crow, half dead with thirst, came upon a pitcher which had once been full of water. But when the crow put its beak into the mouth of the pitcher, he found that only very little water was left in it, and that he could not reach far enough down to get at it. He tried, and he tried, but at last he had to give up in despair. Then a thought came to him, and he took a pebble and dropped it into the pitcher. Then he took another pebble and dropped it into the pitcher. Then he took another pebble and dropped that into the pitcher. Then he took another pebble and dropped that into the pitcher. Then he took another pebble and dropped that into the pitcher. Then he took another pebble and dropped that into the pitcher. At last, he saw the water mount up near him, and after casting in a few more pebbles, he was able to quench his thirst and save his life. Little by little does the trick. End of The Crow in the Pitcher, from Aesop's Fables by Aesop.
Chapter 1 from Modern Dancing in the Light of Scripture and Facts by W. W. Gardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Dancing in the Light of Scripture. We remark, 1. That it is purely a worldly amusement based upon a love of worldly pleasure. By worldly amusements and worldly pleasures is meant those amusements and pleasures belonging peculiarly to the unconverted, in contradistinction to the sacred and social enjoyments and pleasures becoming Christians. All that is true and honest and just and pure and lovely and of good repute in this world belongs to the Christian. Religion never was designed to make our innocent pleasures less. On the contrary, it tends to augment, elevate, and purify both our natural and spiritual enjoyments. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace. It imparts real and substantial happiness. But the Bible expressly forbids conformity to the world in its impure and vain amusements and pleasures, and requires in Christians a new and holy life and conversation, conformed to the spirit and teachings of the gospel. As it is written, "Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God." Romans 12:2. Only let your conversation, including conduct, be as becometh the gospel of Christ. Philippians 1:27. As he who hath called you is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation and conduct. 1 Peter 1:15. Now, when professors of religion engage in the giddy dance, or encourage it in others, are they not guilty of violating these plain precepts? The Bible also prohibits the love of the world, including its honors, riches, and sinful pleasures, as it is written, "Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is not of the Father, but of the world." 1 John 2:15 and 16. That dancing is one of the favorite pleasures of the world none will deny, and it is well known that those who habitually indulge in this fascinating amusement become passionately fond of it. Indeed, the passion of the professional gambler for cards is not more insatiate than that of the habitual dancer for this worldly amusement. And this very love of the dance is not only one of the greatest hindrances to Christian enjoyment and progress, but it is one of the greatest obstacles to the salvation of sinners. During a busy pastorate of nearly half a century in cities, towns, and country, the writer has witnessed many sad examples of this fact. Hence it is manifest that all Christians, young and old, are expressly prohibited from either dancing themselves or encouraging it in others, and those professors of religion who persist in this forbidden amusement give painful evidence that the love of the Father is not in them. Accordingly, the Religious Herald of Richmond, Virginia, says, "Social dancing is not only unscriptural, but anti-scriptural. It wars with the very tone and spirit of the Bible. The command, 'Be not conformed to this world,' as clearly forbids it as if it had been said, 'Thou shalt not dance.' For what is conformity to the world if dancing is not?" In Galatians 5:19-21, the Apostle gives a dark catalogue of the works of the flesh, and tells us that those who do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. But let the devotees of dancing know that the Apostle includes in this appalling list of sins that shut men out of the kingdom of heaven, revelings, Greek komos, which means social dancing or festivity with music and dancing. The truth is that this popular amusement is just as unscriptural as any of the other great sins with which reveling is here classed. We remark, too, that modern dancing is evil both in its appearance and in itself. The advocates of dancing admit this fact in the very plea that it is not as bad as some other forms of amusement in which Christians engage. If this be true, it only proves that they should abstain from all such forms of amusement, and especially from dancing, which is admitted to be a bad thing. Christians are required to abstain from all appearance of evil. 1 Thessalonians 5:22, or as revised, to abstain from every form of evil. Whatever is evil in its appearance, or evil in its tendency, or evil in itself, is prohibited in Christians, and all this is confessedly true of dancing. Ungodly friends plead that dancing is a genteel and harmless amusement, and by this means induce young Christians and pleasure-loving professors of religion to participate with them. But at the same time these very friends regard it as highly improper in Christians to dance, and therefore have very little confidence in the piety of those who join them in this worldly amusement, which has the appearance of evil and is admitted to be evil. The prevalent idea that partial conformity to the world in questionable things will recommend our holy religion and win the ungodly to Christ is both dangerous and false. People of the world admire consistency, and they know full well that Christians are required to abstain from all appearance and every form of evil, and to keep themselves unspotted from the world, perfecting holiness in the fear of God. Hence it necessarily diminishes their confidence in the piety of those professors of religion who indulge with them in this vain amusement or excuse it in others. What anxious or dying sinner would think of calling on a dancing professor of religion, much less a dancing preacher, to instruct and pray for him? To such he would say, "Physician, heal thyself." And that which has the appearance of evil, and is confessedly an evil in dancing children, has the same appearance and the same character in those pleasure-loving parents who approve and permit them to engage in the dance. The approval of evil is evil itself, and if modern dancing has the appearance of evil and is a real evil, as is admitted, then the approval of it by parents is sinful. God himself so regards it. Said he, "I will judge or punish the house of Eli forever, for the iniquity which he knoweth, because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained them not." 1 Samuel 3:13. Parents are responsible to God, to religion, and to society for the evil which they might restrain in their children and others, and it is dangerous and sinful to neglect it. The same is true of churches in regard to their dancing members. We remark, 3. That modern dancing obscures the light of Christians and causes their good to be evil spoken of. To all his true disciples Jesus says, "Ye are the light of the world. Therefore let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven." Matthew 5:14 and 16. Christians are here required to let their light shine before men by holy living and good works, and thereby constrain them to glorify our Heavenly Father. They are to be living epistles of Christ, known and read of all men, as he who holds a torch in his hand is distinctly seen by those who are in the dark. So Christians are seen and watched by the ungodly. And men of the world judge of our holy religion, and are influenced far more by what they see in Christians than by what they read and hear from the Word of God. Hence the importance and propriety of our Lord's injunction, "Therefore let your light," etc. But when the disciples of Christ mingle in the giddy dance, or encourage it in others by their presence or otherwise, they necessarily obscure their light, and men of the world are driven from the Saviour, instead of being drawn to him. "Take heed, therefore," says Jesus, "that the light that is in thee be not darkness. For if the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness?" Matthew 6:23 and Luke 11:35. Accordingly, Paul exhorts Christians to be harmless and blameless, the sons of God without rebuke, in the midst of a crooked and perverse nation, among whom ye shine, or shine ye, as lights in the world. Philippians 2:15. Now we ask, are Christians harmless and blameless, the sons of God, without rebuke, in the ballroom or in the dancing party, and do they there shine as lights in the world? Is not their light darkness when they mingle with the gay and the godless in the merry dance? And are they not justly liable to rebuke when they participate in this worldly amusement? And that which obscures the light of Christians when done by themselves unavoidably has the same effect when encouraged in their children or others. Christian parents are required to train up the children in the way they should go, with the promise that even when old they will not depart from it. Proverbs 22:6. But is modern dancing, or even the dancing school, any part of such training? Rather does it not tend to lead children in the way they should not go? Let facts answer these important questions. It is evident, therefore, that modern dancing in all its forms necessarily tends to obscure the light of Christians, and hence should neither be practiced nor encouraged by them. Accordingly, the Religious Herald says, "Social dancing is destructive of the religious influence of those who practice it. One of the great ends for which Christ leaves his people in the world is that they may exert an influence for his cause. Anything that hinders or impairs such an influence should be at once abandoned at all cost. That dancing does this is manifest from the notorious fact that no one has much confidence in the piety of professing Christians who dance. They are the occasion of scoffing, even from those who on convivial gatherings urge them to dance. No one thinks any the less of worldlings for dancing, for nothing better is expected of them. But let one profess religion, and then indulge in this amusement, and he will at once immensely sink in the estimation of all classes. The dancing professor not only exerts no good influence for the cause of Christ, but is a positive injury to it. He causes the way of truth to be evil spoken of. Modern dancing not only obscures the light of Christians, but it also causes their good to be evil spoken of by the world, and thus weakens their influence for doing good. Says Paul, "Let not, then, your good be evil spoken of." Romans 14:16. Yet even dancers themselves speak disparagingly of the piety of those professors of religion who participate with them in the ballroom and the dancing party. It is so glaringly inconsistent with the Christian profession that even the ungodly are forced to condemn it. It is impossible for a dancing Christian to enjoy religion or do good to others. We remark, 4. That modern dancing gives offense to good brethren and sisters, and therefore is a sin against Christ. It is a double sin, giving offense and causing others to offend. Now it is a fearful sin either to offend or cause the least of Christ's disciples to offend. Speaking of this sin, our Lord says, "Whoso shall offend or cause to offend one of these little ones who believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depths of the sea." Matthew 28:6. But it is not only the ignorant and weak who are offended by modern dancing, but the overwhelming majority of the wise and good regard the practice as glaringly inconsistent with the Christian profession and ruinous in its tendency to the souls of men, and hence they are deeply grieved with those pleasure-loving brethren and sisters who either dance themselves or aid and abet it in their children or others. What professor of religion can reasonably expect the divine blessing upon himself and family, who thus knowingly and willingly offends good brethren and sisters, and by example and persuasion causes inexperienced young Christians to offend by dancing? Now, if dancing were a commanded duty, then Christians would be bound to practice and encourage it, even though it might give offense to others, for we must obey God rather than men. But no one will plead this in justification of modern dancing. There is no sin, therefore, in abstaining from the practice, while there is much sin in indulging in it. As it is written, "Give no offense neither to the Jews, nor to the Gentiles, nor to the church of God." 1 Corinthians 10:32. For, adds Paul, "When ye sin so against the brethren, and wound their weak consciences, ye sin against Christ." 1 Corinthians 8:12. The argument of the apostle is this: to give unnecessary offense to brethren and wound their consciences is a sin against Christ. Modern dancing gives just offense to brethren and wounds their consciences. Therefore it is a sin against Christ either to dance or encourage it. Christ regards whatever is done to his people as done to himself, and will so treat it at the judgment. And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Matthew 25:40. Compare verses 41 and 45. To offend or cause one of the weakest of Christ's disciples to offend, therefore, is to offend against him, and he will so treat it. Hence we see that those Christians who either dance themselves or encourage it in others will meet a fearful account at the last day. In the language of the religious herald, we add that social dancing is wounding to the feelings of all the truly pious. What eminent Christian in any denomination is there among the ministry or laity who is not grieved and discouraged when this amusement prevails among professing Christians? Now, does not dancing become sinful if it produces this effect upon so many of the most intelligent, useful, and holy in Zion? Can that professor be a Christian who persists in a practice that gives pain to his pastor and more experienced brethren? If the amusement were sinless, he is bound on scriptural grounds for this reason to renounce it. Read 1 Corinthians 8:13. It is not only a great sin either to offend or cause one of Christ's disciples to offend by dancing yourselves or encouraging it in others, but it is a much greater sin to defile a church of Christ and disturb its peace by this pernicious practice. Accordingly, Paul says to the church at Corinth, "If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. Let no man deceive himself." 1 Corinthians 3:17 and 18. That church member, therefore, who persists in dancing, or aids and abets the sinful practice in others, and therefore defiles a church of Christ and disturbs its fellowship, incurs the just displeasure of God, and will inevitably be destroyed, except he or she repent. Now every intelligent Christian must have doubts as to the propriety of modern dancing, and this alone ought to restrain all from either practicing or encouraging it. It is manifestly a sin to indulge in anything of the propriety of which we have doubts. Accordingly, Paul, in speaking of the propriety of eating things offered in sacrifice to idols, says, "He that doubteth is damned or condemned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin." Romans 14:23. This is a general principle, applicable to promiscuous dancing, and to everything else of the propriety of which we have doubts. No Christian should engage in anything of doubtful propriety. But even if modern dancing were an innocent amusement, as some contend, still it would be the bounden duty of all Christians to abstain from and discourage it, simply because it gives offense to good brethren and sisters. When the question of eating meats that had been offered in sacrifice to idols arose among the early Christians, how nobly and promptly did Paul determine, "If meat make my brother to offend, I will eat no flesh, i.e. offered to idols, while the world standeth, lest I make my brother offend." Romans 14:13-23. Though not in the apostles' estimation wrong in itself, yet like Jesus, Paul pleased not himself by wilful indulgence, lest he should hinder the gospel and offend or cause his brethren to offend. Thus all Christians should act in regard to modern dancing. The principle laid down here by the inspired apostle is of universal application, and extends to everything that needlessly gives offense to good brethren and sisters, and causes others to offend, as dancing most unquestionably does. We remark, 5. That modern dancing is wholly incompatible with every Christian duty. Paul, in addressing Christians, says, "Whether therefore ye eat or drink, or whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God." 1 Corinthians 10:31. Does the Christian dance to the glory of God at the present day? Is the glory of God the object of parents in sending their children to dancing school, or in dressing and encouraging them to participate in the party dance or the public ball? Yet the inspired injunction is, "Whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God." This command covers the whole ground, and includes whatsoever we do. Again, Paul says, "In everything by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God." Philippians 4:6. When Christians desire to dance, do they make known their requests unto God? When parents send their children to the dancing school, or encourage them in dancing by their presence or otherwise, do they by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, make known their requests unto God, and invoke his blessing upon their mirthful efforts? Yet the divine command is, "In everything by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be known unto God." How dare a Christian practice or encourage anything upon which he or she cannot, in faith and hope, with a clear conscience, ask God's blessing? And again, the apostle says to parents, "Provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in the nurture and the admonition of the Lord." Ephesians 6:4. Is modern dancing any part of the nurture and admonition of the Lord? Rather does it not necessarily tend to counteract the good effects of all religious nurture and admonition? And if dancing children be converted, it is in spite of the evil influence of such pleasure-loving and worldly-minded parents, and owing to the blessing of God on the efforts of others. Such children are truly brands plucked out of the fire, and monuments of God's amazing mercy. And still again, Paul says, Let us therefore follow after the things which make for peace, and things whenceby one may edify another. Romans 14:9. Is modern dancing one of the things which make for peace? And does it tend to mutual Christian edification? Let backslidden young Christians, distracted churches, grieved brethren and sisters, and troubled pastors answer these questions. The same is equally true of every divine precept. It is evident that modern dancing in all its forms, and especially the waltz, is wholly incompatible with every Christian duty, and therefore it ought neither to be practiced nor encouraged by any Christian, but should be discountenanced and opposed by all. We remark, 6, that modern dancing is the opposite of the Spirit of Christ and at war with the entire Bible. The Spirit of Christ is known by its fruits, which are love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Galatians 5:22 and 23. And in conversion these fruits are implanted in the hearts by the Holy Spirit. Now, says Paul, if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. Romans 8:9. That is, he is not a Christian. The possession of these holy fruits, therefore, is both an evidence and test of our personal piety. We receive Christ by faith, and says the Apostle, as ye have therefore received Christ Jesus the Lord, so walk ye in him. Colossians 2:6. But what is the spirit of the dance? Is it a fruit of the Holy Spirit? Is it the Spirit of Christ? Rather, is it not a fruit of the flesh and the spirit of the world? It is associated with revelry and wantonness, and is diametrically opposed to the Spirit of Christ. To imbibe the spirit of dancing, therefore, is to quench the Spirit of Christ, and to participate in the dance is to cease to walk in Christ as we received him. The Spirit of Christ and the spirit of dancing cannot dwell together in the same heart. The love of the dance expels the love of Christ from the soul, and it can be regained only by sincere repentance. It is evident, therefore, that modern dancing is opposed to the spirit of the gospel, and is the very opposite of the spirit of the Savior, who was meek and lowly in heart, and who requires the same spirit in all his followers. The spirit of the dance is at war with the spirit of him who is holy and harmless, undefiled, and separate from sinners. And yet we must possess his spirit and follow in his steps, or go down to hell. To all these professors of religion who persist in the corrupt and corrupting dance, and die without repentance, he will say at the last day, Depart from me, ye workers of iniquity, for I never knew you. Matthew 7:21-23, and 25:12. Accordingly, Mrs. Sally Rochester Ford of St. Louis, author of Grace Truman, remarks, it is a significant fact that even the world condemns dancing in Christians. Is it not a forcible reason why young men and young women who have professed to follow Christ should abstain from dancing? How much better it would be for the true interests of the people of God that all dancing Christians and all apologists for dancing give up this practice, which in its spirit is so opposed to the Spirit of Christ. If we apologize for it, or in any way give it our countenance, and by so doing permit or aid in its indulgence by our children or the children of our friends, and they be enticed thereby down to death, what a fearful record we shall have to meet when we come to be judged. See Ford's Christian Repository for September 1877. Such in brief is modern dancing in the light of Scriptures. 1. It is purely a worldly amusement based upon a love of worldly pleasure. 2. It is evil both in its appearance and in itself. 3. It obscures the light of Christians and causes their good to be evil spoken of. 4. It gives offense to good brethren and sisters, and therefore is a sin against Christ. 5. It is wholly incompatible with every Christian duty. And 6. It is the opposite of the Spirit of Christ, and at war with the entire Bible. For these and many other reasons which might be given, Christians particularly should neither dance nor encourage the evil practice, but should oppose and restrain it in others. End of Chapter 1 of Modern Dancing in the Light of Scripture and Facts by W. W. Gardner.
Liberty Equality, Fraternity by Humbert Wolfe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Liberty, Equality, Fraternity. There is a good deal of talk in certain circles, said the Deuce of Spades casually to the Ace of Hearts, as to the need for equality among cards. And how, inquired the Ace amicably, is this equality to be established? There are 3 schools of thought, replied the Deuce readily. The first holds that all cards should rank as deuce, while the second, that all should be aces. I myself have ventured to favor a golden mean of all counting, say S9. There is a great deal in all these theories, replied the Ace, and I think one or other should be immediately adopted. There is, however, one point on which I should like to sound a note of caution. I do not quite see how in the altered circumstances any game is to be played. Oh, we have thought of that, said the Deuce carelessly, and frankly, we do not see the necessity of the game. Then, said the Ace, I have nothing more to say. End of Liberty, Equality, Fraternity by Humbert Wolfe.
Mrs. F's Delight by T.F. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. F's Delight, composed by her husband, T.F. Some men they do delight in hounds, and some in hawks take pleasure. Some do rejoice in war and wounds, and thereby gain great treasure. Some men do love on sea to sail, and some rejoice in riding, but all their judgments do them fail, oh, no such thing as chiding. When in the morn I ope my eyes, to entertain the day, before my husband e'en can rise, I chide him, then I pray. When I at table take my place, whatever be the meat, I first do chide, and then say grace, if so disposed to eat. Too fat, too lean, too hot, too cold, I ever do complain. Too raw, too roast, too young, too old, faults I will find or feign. Let it be flesh, or fowl, or fish, it never shall be said, but I'll find fault with meat or dish, with master or with maid. But when I go to bed at night, I heartily do weep, that I must part with my delight, I cannot scold and sleep. However, this does mitigate, and much abate my sorrow, that though to-night it be too late, I'll early scold to-morrow. End of Mrs. F's Delight by T.F.
Gouverneur Morris, Paris, August 10th, 1792, by Henry Cabot Lodge and Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. The 10th of August, 1792, was one of the most memorable days of the French Revolution. It was the day on which the French monarchy received its death blow, and was accompanied by fighting and bloodshed which filled Paris with terror. In the morning before daybreak the tocsin had sounded, and not long after the mob of Paris, headed by the Marseillaise, 600 men not afraid to die, who had been summoned there by Barbaro, were marching upon the Tuileries. The king, or rather the queen, had at last determined to make a stand and to vend the throne. The Swiss guards were there at the palace, well posted to protect the inner court, and there, too, were the National Guards, who were expected to uphold the government and guard the king. The tide of people poured on through the streets, gathering strength as they went. The Marseillaise, the armed bands, the sections, and a vast floating mob. The crowd grew nearer and nearer, but the squadrons of National Guards, who were to check the advance, did not stir. It was not apparent, indeed, that they made any resistance, and the king and his family at 8 o'clock lost heart and deserted the Tuileries to take refuge with the National Convention. The multitude then passed into the court of the Carousel, unchecked by the National Guards, and were face to face with the Swiss. Deserted by their king, the Swiss knew not how to act, but still stood their ground. There was some parleying, and at last the Marseillaise fired a cannon. Then the Swiss fired. They were disciplined troops, and their fire was effective. There was a heavy slaughter, and the mob recoiled, leaving their cannon, which the Swiss seized. The revolutionists, however, returned to the charge, and the fight raged on both sides, the Swiss holding their ground firmly. Suddenly, from the Legislative Hall, came an order from the king to the Swiss to cease firing. It was their death warrant. Paralyzed by the order, they knew not what to do. The mob poured in, and most of the gallant Swiss were slaughtered where they stood. Others escaped from the Tuileries only to meet their death in the street. The palace was sacked, and the raging mob was in possession of the city. No man's life was safe, least of all those who were known to be friends of the king, who were nobles, or who had any connection with the court. Some of these peoples, whose lives were thus in peril at the hands of the blood-stained and furious mob, had been the allies of the United States, and had fought under Washington in the war for American independence. In their anguish and distress, their thoughts recurred to the country which they had served in its hour of trial, 3,000 miles away. They sought the legation of the United States, and turned to the American minister for protection. Such an exercise of humanity at that moment was not a duty that any man craved. In those terrible days in Paris, the representatives of foreign governments were hardly safer than anyone else. Many of the ambassadors and ministers had already left the country, and others were even then abandoning their posts, which it seemed impossible to hold at such a time. But the American minister stood his ground. Gouverneur Morris was not a man to shrink from what he knew to be his duty. He had been a leading patriot in our Revolution. He had served in the Continental Congress, and with Robert Morris in the difficult work of the Treasury, when all our resources seemed to be at their lowest ebb. In 1788 he had gone abroad on private business, and had been much in Paris, where he had witnessed the beginning of the French Revolution, and had been consulted by men on both sides. In 1790, by Washington's direction, he had gone to London and had consulted the ministry there as to whether they would receive an American minister. Thence he had returned to Paris, and at the beginning of 1792, Washington appointed him Minister of the United States to France. As an American, Morris's sympathies had run strongly in favor of the movement to relieve France from the despotism under which she was sinking, and to give her a better and more liberal government. But as the Revolution progressed, he became outraged and disgusted by the methods employed. He felt a profound contempt for both sides. The inability of those who were conducting the revolution to carry out intelligent plans or maintain order, and the feebleness of the king and his advisers were alike odious to the man with American conceptions of ordered liberty. He was especially revolted by the bloodshed and cruelty, constantly gathering in strength, which were displayed by the revolutionists, and he had gone to the very verge of diplomatic propriety in advising the ministers of the king in regard to the policies to be pursued, and, as he foresaw what was coming, in urging the king himself to leave France. All his efforts and all his advice, like those of other intelligent men who kept their heads during the whirl of the revolution, were alike vain. On August 10th, the gathering storm broke with full force, and the populace rose in arms to sweep away the tottering throne. Then it was that these people, fleeing for their lives, came to the representatives of the country for which many of them had fought, and on both public and private grounds besought the protection of the American minister. Let me tell what happened in the words of an eyewitness, an American gentleman who was in Paris at the time, and who published the following account of his experiences. On the ever memorable 10th of August, after viewing the destruction of the Royal Swiss Guards and the dispersion of the Paris militia by a band of foreign and native incendiaries, the writer thought it his duty to visit the minister, who had not been out of his hotel since the insurrection began, and, as was to be expected, would be anxious to learn what was passing without doors. He was surrounded by the old Count d'Estaing, and about a dozen other persons of distinction of different sexes who had, from their connection with the United States, been his most intimate acquaintances in Paris, and who had taken refuge with him for protection from the bloodhounds which, in the forms of men and women, were prowling in the streets at the time. All was silence here, except that silence was occasionally interrupted by the crying of the women and children. As I retired, the minister took me aside and observed, "I have no doubt, sir, but there are persons on the watch who would find fault with my conduct as minister in receiving and protecting these people. But I call on you to witness the declaration which I now make, and that is that they were not invited to my house, but came of their own accord. Whether my house will be a protection to them or to me, God only knows, but I will not turn them out of it, let what will happen to me." To which he added, "You see, sir, they are all persons to whom our country is more or less indebted, and it would be inhuman to force them into the hands of the assassins, had they no such claim upon me." Nothing can be added to the simple account, and no American can read it or repeat the words of Mr. Morris without feeling, even now, 100 years after the event, a glow of pride that such words were uttered at such a time by the man who represented the United States. After August 10th, when matters in Paris became still worse, Mr. Morris still stayed at his post. Let me give in his own words what he did and his reasons for it. Quote, "The different ambassadors and ministers are all taking their flight, and if I stay, I shall be alone. I mean, however, to stay, unless circumstances should command me away, because, in the admitted case that my letters of credence are to the monarchy and not to the Republic of France, it becomes a matter of indifference whether I remain in this country or go to England during the time which may be needful to obtain your orders, or to produce a settlement of affairs here. Going hence, however, would look like taking part against the late revolution, and I am not only unauthorized in this respect, but I am bound to suppose that if the great majority of the nation adhere to the new form, the United States will approve thereof. Because, in the first place, we have no right to prescribe to this country the government they shall adopt, and next, because the basis of our own Constitution is the indefeasible right of the people to establish it. Among those who are leaving Paris is the Venetian ambassador. He was furnished with passports from the Office of Foreign Affairs, but he was, nevertheless, stopped at the barrier, was conducted to the Hôtel de Ville, was there questioned for hours, and his carriages examined and searched. This violation of the rights of ambassadors could not fail, as you may suppose, to make an impression. It has been broadly hinted to me that the honor of my country and my own require that I should go away. But I am of a different opinion, and rather think that those who give such hints are somewhat influenced by fear. It is true that the position is not without danger, but I presume that when the President did me the honor of naming me to this embassy, it was not for my personal pleasure or safety, but to promote the interests of my country. These, therefore, I shall continue to pursue to the best of my judgment, and as to consequences, they are in the hand of God." End quote. He remained there until his successor arrived. When all others fled, he was faithful, and such conduct should never be forgotten. Mr. Morris not only risked his life, but he took a heavy responsibility and laid himself open to severe attack for having protected defenseless people against the assaults of the mob. But his courageous humanity is something which should ever be remembered and ought always to be characteristic of the men who represent the United States in foreign countries. When we recall the French Revolution, it is cheering to think of that fearless figure of the American minister standing firm and calm in the midst of those awful scenes, with sacked palaces, slaughtered soldiers, and a blood-stained mob about him, regardless of danger to himself, determined to do his duty to his country and to those to whom his country was indebted. End of Gouverneur Morris, Paris, August 10th, 1792, by Henry Cabot Lodge and Theodore Roosevelt.
Hegel's Christianity, by August Strindberg, from Zones of the Spirit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hegel's Christianity. There are two Voltaires, one the mocker at all definite religion, who is revered by the godless; the other the fanatical champion of God, who is ridiculed by the atheists, because he believed in God as naively as a child. Voltaire recovered his reason before he died, as lunatics are wont to do. When he died he was definitely religious and took the sacrament. There are also two Hegels, but they are more complicated than Voltaire, who was as simple as a fountain. Hegel discovered with his logic that what exists has a right to exist. He defends the status quo, society, state, religion with all their corollaries, because they have proceeded from God. Everything is right since it exists. It belongs, he says, to the essence of religion that it should realize itself in several historical religious forms. Of these, however, Christianity is the only one which suitably expresses the essence of religion. In her doctrine of the Trinity, the Christian Church contains the nucleus of all philosophical speculation. For this signifies nothing less than that the eternal God, enthroned in his majesty over the sphere of the finite, condescends and reconciles himself to the finite, becomes man, suffers, dies, and returns to himself as the Holy Spirit. That is well put, but every school child knew it already from Luther's little catechism. For what object, then, is this extraordinary accumulation of several thousand pages of incomprehensible philosophy? To what purpose? Hegel died of cholera in 1831, after traversing many devious ways, as a simple believing Christian, without any philosophy, repeating the penitential psalms. End of Hegel's Christianity, by August Strindberg, from Zones of the Spirit.
The Irish Midwife, by William Carleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of the many remarkable characters that have been formed by the spirit and habits of Irish feeling among the peasantry, there is not one so clear, distinct, and well traced as that of the midwife. We could mention several that are certainly marked with great precision, and that stand out in fine relief to the eye of the spectator, but none at all who in richness of coloring, in boldness of outline, or in firmness and force, can for a moment be compared with the midwife. The fiddler, for instance, lives a life sufficiently graphic and distinct, so does the dancing master, and so also does the matchmaker, but with some abatement of coloring. As for the cosherer, the shanahie, the keener, and the foster nurse, although all mellow-toned and well individualized by the strong power of hereditary usage, yet do they stand dim and shadowy when placed face to face with this great exponent of the national temperament. It is almost impossible to conceive a character of greater self-importance than an Irish midwife, or who exhibits in her whole bearing a more complacent consciousness of her own privileges. The fiddler might be dispensed with, and the dancing master might follow him off the stage. The cosherer, shanahie, keener might all disappear, and the general business of life still go on as before. But not so with her whom we are describing, and this conviction is the very basis of her power, the secret source from which she draws the confidence that bears down every rival claim upon the affections of the people. Before we introduce Rose Mone to our kind readers, we shall briefly relate a few points of character peculiar to the Irish midwife, because they are probably not in general known to a very numerous class of our readers. This is a matter which we are the more anxious to do, because it is undeniable that an acquaintance with many of the old legendary powers with which she was supposed to be invested is fast fading out of the public memory, and unless put into timely record, it is to be feared that in the course of 1 or 2 generations more, they may altogether disappear and be forgotten. One of the least known of the secrets, which old traditionary lore affirmed to have been in possession of the midwife, was the knowledge of how beer might be brewed from heather. The Irish people believe that the Danes understood and practiced this valuable process, and will assure you that the liquor prepared from materials so cheap and abundant was superior in strength and flavor to any ever produced from malt. Nay, they will tell you how it conferred such bodily strength and courage upon those who drank it, that it was to the influence and virtue of this alone that the Danes held such a protracted sway, and won so many victories in Ireland. It was a secret, however, too valuable to be disclosed, especially to enemies, who would lose no time in turning the important consequences of it against the Danes themselves. The consequence was, that from the day the first Danes set foot upon the soil of Ireland, until that upon which they bade it adieu forever, no Irishman was ever able to get possession of it. It came to be known, however, and the knowledge of it is said to be still in the country, but must remain unavailable until the fulfillment of a certain prophecy connected with the liberation of Ireland shall take away the obligation of a most solemn oath, which bounds the original recipient of the secret to this conditional silence. The circumstances are said to have been these. On the evening previous to the final embarkation of the Danes for their own country, the wife of their prince was seized with the pains of childbirth, and there being no midwife among themselves, an Irish one was brought, who, as the enmity between the nations was both strong and bitter, resolutely withheld her services, unless upon the condition of being made acquainted with this invaluable process. The crisis, it seems, being a very trying one, the condition was complied with, but the midwife was solemnly sworn never to communicate it to any but a woman, and never to put it in practice until Ireland should be free, and any 2 of its provinces at peace with each other. The midwife, thinking very naturally that there remained no obstacle to the accomplishment of these conditions but the presence of the Danes themselves, and seeing that they were on the eve of leaving the country forever, imagined herself perfectly safe in entering into the obligation. But it so happened, says the tradition, that although the knowledge of the secret is among the Irish midwives still, yet it never could be applied, and never will, until Ireland shall be in the state required by the terms of her oath. So runs the tradition. There is, however, one species of power with which some of the old midwives were said to be gifted, so exquisitely ludicrous, and yet at the same time so firmly fixed in the belief of many among the people, that we cannot do justice to the character without mentioning so strange an acquisition. It is this, that where a husband happens to be cruel to his wife, or suspects her unjustly, the midwife is able, by some mysterious charm, to inflict upon him, and remove from the wife the sufferings annexed to her confinement, as the penalty mentioned by Holy Writ which is to follow the sex in consequence of the transgression of our mother Eve. Some of our readers may perhaps imagine this to be incredible, but we assure them that it is strictly true. Such a superstition did prevail in Ireland among the humbler classes, and still does, to an extent which would surprise anyone not as well acquainted with old Irish usages and superstitions as we happen to be. The manner in which the midwife got possession of this power is as follows. It sometimes happened that the good people, or dun shi, that is, the fairies, were put to the necessity of having recourse to the aid of the midwife. On one of those occasions, it seems, The good woman discharged her duties so successfully that the fairy matron, in requital for her services and promptitude of attendance, communicated to her the secret, so formidable to all bad husbands. From the period alluded to, say the people, it has, of course, been gladly transmitted from hand to hand, and on many occasions resorted to with fearful but salutary effect. Within our own memory, several instances of its application were pointed out to us, and the very individuals themselves, when closely interrogated, were forced to an assertion that was at least equivalent to an admission. It was nothing but an attack of the colic, which, by the way, was little else than a libel upon that departed malady. Many are the tales told of cases in which midwives were professionally serviceable to the good people, but unless their assistance was repaid by the communication of some secret piece of knowledge, it was better to receive no payment, any other description of remuneration being considered unfortunate. Some of those stories have been well told, and with others of them we may probably amuse our readers upon some future occasion. From this source also was derived another most valuable quality said to be possessed by the Irish midwife, but one which we should suppose the virtue of our fair countrywomen rendered of very infrequent application. This was the power of destroying jealousy between man and wife. We forget whether it was said to be efficacious in cases of guilt, but we should imagine that the contrary would rather hold good, as an Irishman is not exactly that description of husband who would suffer himself to be charmed back into the arms of a polluted wife. This was effected by the knowledge of a certain herb, a decoction of which the parties were to drink 9 successive times, each time before sunrise and after sunset. Of course, the name of the herb was kept a profound secret, but even if it had been known, it could have proved of little value, for the full force of its influence depended on a charm which the midwife had learned among the fairies. Whether it was the anacapsarotes of the Middle Ages or not is difficult to say, but one thing is certain, that not only have midwives, but other persons of both sexes gone about through the country professing to cure jealousy by the juice or decoction of a mysterious herb, which was known only to themselves. It is not unlikely to suppose that this great secret, after all, was nothing more than a perverted application of the waters of jealousy mentioned by Moses, and that it only resembled many other charms practiced in this and other countries, which are generally founded upon certain passages of Scripture. Indeed, there is little doubt that the practice of attempting to cure jealousy by herbs existed elsewhere as well as in Ireland, and one would certainly imagine that Shakespeare, who left nothing connected with the human heart untouched, must have alluded to the very custom we are treating of when he makes Iago, speaking of Othello's jealousy, say, "Look where he comes, not poppy nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou hadst yesterday." Here it is quite evident that the efficacy of the syrups spoken of was to be tried upon the mind only in which the Moor's horrible malady existed. That Shakespeare, in the passage quoted, alluded to this singular custom is, we think, at least extremely probable. We have said that the midwife stood high as a matchmaker, and so unquestionably she did. No woman was better acquainted with charms of all kinds, especially with those that were calculated to aid or throw light upon the progress of love. If, for instance, young persons of either sex felt doubt as to whether their passion was returned, they generally consulted the midwife, who, on hearing a statement of their apprehensions, appointed a day on which she promised to satisfy them. Accordingly, at the time agreed upon, she and the party interested repaired as secretly as might be, and with much mystery, to some lonely place, where she produced a Bible and key, both of which she held in a particular position, that is, the Bible suspended by a string which passed through the key. She then uttered with a grave and solemn face the following verses from the Book of Ruth, which the young person accompanying her was made to repeat slowly and deliberately after her. And Ruth said, "Entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest I will go, and where thou lodgest I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Where thou diest will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part thee and me." If at the conclusion of these words the Bible turned, she affirmed, with the air of a prophetess, not only that the affection of the parties was mutual, but that their courtship would terminate in marriage. If, on the contrary, it remained stationary, the passion existed only on one side, and the parties were not destined for each other. O credulous love! Not to see that the venerable Sibyl could allow the Bible to turn or not, just as she may have previously ascertained from either party whether their attachment was reciprocal or otherwise. We dare say the above charm is seldom resorted to now, and of course this harmless imposition on the lovers will soon cease to be practiced at all. The midwife's aid to lovers, however, did not stop here. If they wished to create a passion in some heart where it had not previously existed, she told them to get a dormouse and reduce it to powder, a pinch of which, if put into the drink of the person beloved, would immediately rivet his or her affections upon the individual by whose hands it was administered. Many anecdotes are told of humorous miscarriages that resulted from a neglect of this condition. One is especially well known, of a young woman who gave the potion through the hands of her grandmother, and the consequence was that the bachelor immediately made love to the old lady instead of the young one, and eventually became grandfather to the latter instead of her husband. Indeed, the administering of philters and the use of charms in Ireland were formerly very frequent, and occasionally attended by results which had not been anticipated. The use especially of cantharides, or French flies, in the hands of the ignorant has often been said to induce madness, and not unfrequently to occasion death. It is not very long since a melancholy case of the latter from this very cause appeared in an Irish newspaper. The midwife was also a great interpreter of dreams, omens, auguries, and signs of all possible sorts, and no youngsters who ever consulted her need be long at a loss for a personal view of the object of their love. They had only to seek in some remote glen or dell for a briar whose top had taken root in the ground. This they were to put under their pillow and sleep upon, and the certain consequence was that the image of the future wife or husband would appear to them in a dream. She was also famous at cup-tossing, and nothing could surpass the shrewd and sapient expression of her face as she sat solemnly peering into the grounds of the tee for the imaginary form of rings and love-letters and carriages, which were necessary to the happy purport of her divination, for she felt great reluctance to foretell calamity. She seldom, however, had recourse to card-cutting, which she looked upon as an unholy practice, the cards, as everyone knows, being the only book on which the devil says his prayers night and morning. Who has not heard of his prayer book? We are now to consider the midwife in the capacity of a woman not only brimful of medicinal knowledge, but possessed of many secrets, which the mere physician or apothecary could never penetrate. As a doctress, she possessed a very high reputation for all complaints incident to children and females, and where herbal skill failed, unlike the mere scientific man of diplomas, she could set physical causes and effects aside, and have recourse at once to the supernatural and miraculous. For instance, there are two complaints by which she is, beyond any other individual, celebrated for managing. That is to say, headache, and another malady which is anonymous, or only known to country folk by what is termed the spool or bone of the breast being down. The first she cures by a very formal and serious process called measuring the head. This is done by a ribbon, which she puts round the cranium, repeating during the admeasurement a certain prayer or charm, from which the operation is to derive its whole efficacy. The measuring is performed twice, in the first instance to show that its sutures are separated by disease, or to speak more plainly, that the bones of the head are absolutely opened, and that as a natural consequence the head must be much larger than when the patient is in a state of health. The circumference of that first admeasurement is marked upon a ribbon, after which she repeats the charm that is to remove the headache and measures the cranium again, in order to show, by a comparison of the two ribbons, that the sutures have been closed, the charm successful, and the headache consequently removed. It is impossible to say how the discrepancy in the measurement is brought about, but be that as it may, the writer of this has frequently seen the operation performed in such a way as to defy the most scrutinizing eye to detect any appearance of imposture, and he is convinced that in the majority of cases there is not the slightest imposture intended. The operator is in truth a dupe to a strong and delusive enthusiasm. When the midwife raises the spool of the breast, the operation is conducted without any assistance from the supernatural. If a boy or girl diminishes in flesh, is troubled with want of rest or of appetite, without being afflicted with any particular disease, either acute or local, the midwife puts her finger under the bone which projects over the pit of the stomach, and immediately feels that the spool of the breast is down. In other words, she informs the parents that the bone is bent inwards and presses upon the heart. The raising of this precisely resembles the operation of cupping. She gets a penny piece, which she places upon the spot affected, the patient having been first laid in a supine posture. After this, she burns a little spirits in a tumbler in order to exhaust the air in it. She then presses it quickly against the part which is under the penny piece, and in a few moments, to the amazement of the lookers-on, it is drawn strongly up and remains so until the heart bone is supposed to be raised in such a manner as that it will not return. The next charm, for which she is remarkable among the people, is that by which a mote is taken out of the eye. The manner of doing this is as follows. A white basin is got, and a jug of the purest water. The midwife repeatedly rinses her mouth with the water until it returns as pure and clear as when she took it in. She then walks to and fro, repeating the words of the charm, her mouth all the time filled with the water. When the charm is finished, she pours the water out of her mouth into the clean basin, and will point out the mote, or whatever it may have been, floating in the water, or lying in the bottom of the vessel. In fact, you could scarcely mention a malady with which the midwife of the old school was not prepared to grapple by the aid of a charm. The toothache, the colic, measles, childbirth, all had their respective charms. The latter especially required one of a very pithy cast. Everyone knows that the power of fairies in Ireland is never so strong nor so earnestly put forth as in the moment of parturition, when they strive by all possible means to secure the newborn infant before it is christened, and leave a changeling in its stead. Invaluable indeed is the midwife who is possessed of a charm to prevent this, and knows how to arrange all the ceremonies that are to be observed upon the occasion without making any mistake, for that would vitiate all. Many a time on such occasions have the ribs of the roof been made to crack, the windows rattled out, the door pushed with violence, and the whole house shaken as if it would tumble about their heads. And all by the fairies, but to no purpose. The charm of the midwife was a rock of defense, the necessary precautions having been taken, and they were ultimately forced to depart in a strong blast of wind, screaming and howling with rage and disappointment as they went. There were also charms for the diseases of cattle, to cure which there exist in Ireland some processes of very distant antiquity. We ourselves have seen elemental fire produced by the friction of two green boughs together, applied as a remedy for the blackleg and murrain. This is evidently of pagan origin, and must have some remote affinity with the old doctrines of Baal, the ancient god of fire whose worship was once so general in Ireland. Of these charms, it may be said that they are all of a religious character, some of them evidently the production of imposture, and others apparently of those who seriously believed in their efficacy. There is one thing peculiar about them, which is that they must be taught to persons of the opposite sex. A man, for instance, cannot teach a charm to a man, nor a woman to a woman, but he may to a woman, as a woman may to a man. If taught or learned in violation of this principle, they possess no virtue. In treating of the Irish midwife, we cannot permit ourselves to overlook the superstition of the lucky caul, which comes so clearly within her province. The caul is a thin membrane, of the consistence of very fine silk, which covers the head of a newborn infant like a cap. It is always the omen of great good fortune to the infant and parents, and in Ireland, when anyone has unexpectedly fallen into the receipt of property, or any other temporal good, it is customary to say that such a person was born with a lucky caul on his head. Why these are considered lucky, it would be a very difficult matter to ascertain. Several instances of good fortune, happening to such as were born with them, might by their coincidences form a basis for the superstition. Just as the fact of 3 men during one severe winter having been found drowned, each with 2 shirts on, generated an opinion, which has now become fixed in general in that parish, that it is unlucky to wear 2 shirts at once. We are not certain whether the caul is in general the perquisite of the midwife. Sometimes we believe it is. At all events, her integrity occasionally yields to the desire of possessing it. In many cases she conceals its existence, in order that she may secretly dispose of it to good advantage, which she frequently does, for it is considered to be the herald of good fortune to those who can get it into their possession. Now let not our English neighbors smile at us for those things until they wash their own hands clear of such practices. At this day a call will bring a good price in the most civilized city in the world, to wit, the good city of London, the British metropolis. Nay, to such lengths has the mania for calls been carried there, that they have been actually advertised for in the Times newspaper. Of a winter evening at the fireside, there can be few more amusing companions than a midwife of the old school. She has the smack of old times and old usages about her, and tastes of that agreeable simplicity of manners which always betokens a harmless and inoffensive heart. Her language is at once easy, copious, and minute, and if a good deal pedantic, the pedantry is rather the traditionary phraseology and antique humor which descends with her profession, than the peculiar property or bias of her individual mind. She affects much mystery, and intimates that she could tell many strange stories of high life, but she is always too honorable to betray the confidence that has been reposed in her good faith and secrecy. In her dress she always consults warmth and comfort, and seldom or never looks to appearance. Flannel and cotton she heaps on herself in abundant folds, and the consequence is, that although subject to all the inclemency of the seasons, both by night and day, she is hardly ever known to be sick. The cottage of the midwife may in general be known by the mounting stone which is beside her door, and which enables her without difficulty or loss of time to get on horseback behind the impatient messenger. The window of her bedroom is also remarkable for its opening on hinges like a door, a thing not usual in the country. This is to enable her to thrust forth her well-flannelled head without any possible delay, in order to inquire the name of the party requiring her aid, the length of the journey before her, and such other particulars as she usually deems necessary. The sleep of the midwife is almost peculiar in its character to herself. No person sleeps more soundly and deeply than she does, unless to a knock at the door or a tap at the window, to both of which it may be said she is ever instinctively awake. We question if a peal of cannon discharged at her house side would disturb her, but give, on the other hand, the slightest possible knock or tap at either her door or window, and ere you could imagine she had time to awaken, the roll of flannel that contains her head is thrust out of the window. Having thus recited everything, so far as we could remember it, connected with the social antiquities of her calling, and detailed some matters not generally known, that may, we trust, be interesting to those who are fond of looking at the springs which often move rustic society, we now close this essay on midwifery, hoping to be able to bring the midwife herself personally on the stage in our next, or at least in an early number. End of The Irish Midwife by William Carleton. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Jerusalem in Islamic Tradition, from A Dictionary of Islam by Thomas Patrick Hughes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jerusalem. Arabic, Beit al-Muqaddas, the Holy House, or Beit al-Maqdis, the House of the Sanctuary. Urushalim, Ilia, id est, Aelia Capitolina. In the Quran, Jerusalem is never mentioned by name, and in the traditions and other Muslim works, it is always called Al-Baytu al-Muqaddas, the Holy House, as referring to the Temple of Jerusalem, or Ilia. The allusions to it in the Quran are as follows. Surah 2:55, where God, after giving the manna and quails, is represented as saying to the children of Israel, "Enter the city and eat therefrom, as plentifully as ye wish." Al-Bidawi, the commentator, says this city was the Beitul Maqdis, Jerusalem, or Ariha, Jericho. Surah 2:261. Like him who passed by a city when it was desolate, and as he walked over its roof said, "How will God revive this after its destruction?" Commentators say Elias or Al-Khidr visited the city of Jerusalem after its destruction by Nebuchadnezzar. Surah 30 opens with a reference to the Persians conquering Syria and taking Jerusalem. In Surah 17:1, Muhammad is represented as having taken his flight from Mecca to Jerusalem. Celebrated be the praises of him who by night took his servant from the Masjidul Haram, the sacred mosque, to the Masjidul Aqsa, the remote mosque, the precinct of which we have blessed. And in Surah 50:40, one of the signs of the approach of the last day will be, "The crier to prayer shall cry from a near place, id est, a place from which all men shall hear." Hossein says this near place is the temple at Jerusalem. A curious account of Jerusalem and its temple, the Masjid al-Aqsa, or distant mosque, so called because it is a distant object of pilgrimage, has been written by Jalaluddin as-Suyuti, one of the commentators on the Quran, known as the Jalalain. It was written in the year 848 after Hijrah, 1444 A.D., and the special object of the book appears to be to exalt the merits of Jerusalem as a place of prayer and pilgrimage. Cross-reference, for an account of the temple, see Masjidul Aqsa. He says Jerusalem is specially honored as being the scene of the repentance of David and Solomon, the place where God sent his angel to Solomon, announced glad tidings to Zacharias and John, showed David a plan of the temple, and put all the beasts of the earth and fowls of the air in subjection to him. It was at Jerusalem that the prophets sacrificed, that Jesus was born and spoke in his cradle, and it was at Jerusalem that Jesus ascended to heaven, and it will be there that he will again descend. Gog and Magog shall subdue every place on the earth but Jerusalem, and it will be there that God Almighty will destroy them. It is in the holy land of Jerusalem that Adam and Abraham and Isaac and Mary are buried. And in the last days there will be a general flight to Jerusalem, and the ark and the Shekinah will be again restored to the temple. There will all mankind be gathered at the resurrection for judgment, and God will enter, surrounded by his angels, into the holy temple when he comes to judge the earth. See Reynolds' translation, page 16. The peculiar reference paid to the sacred rock, al-Sakhra, seems to be one of the many instances of afterthought and addition to Islam since the time of Muhammad. Muawiyah seems to have encouraged it in order to direct the affections and fanaticism of his subjects into a new channel, and to withdraw their exclusive attention from Mecca and al-Madinah, where the rival family of Ali resided. In the same book there is a desultory account of the taking of Jerusalem by the Khalifa Omar. After the conclusion of the Battle of Yarmouk, Hieromax, the whole army of the Muslims marched into the territory of Palestine and Jordan. Then they closely besieged the city. The conquest was attended with difficulty until the arrival of the Khalifa Omar with 4,000 horse. He came upon the holy place on the eastern side and then encircled the city. They fought for a long time, until at last the inhabitants sent a party to the walls with a flag of truce, asking for parley. The patriarch, Sophronius, then demanded the safe conduct of a messenger to Omar. The envoy came without hindrance and requested Omar to make peace and to accept tribute. Jalaluddin gives a copy of the treaty which the Muslims compelled the people of Jerusalem to sign. It reads as follows: "In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate." This is the writing from the Christians of the holy city to Omar ibn al-Khattab, the commander of the faithful. "When you came down upon us, we asked of you a capitulation for ourselves and our possessions, and our children and the people of our religion. And we have stipulated with you that we shall not be polluted by interruption in our places of worship, or whatever chapels or churches or cells or monasteries of monks may be therein, and that no one shall live therein who may have the impress of Muslims by long residence, and that we will not prohibit the Muslims from entering them by night or by day, and that we will open the gates wide to passengers and to travelers, And if any Muslim passing by shall take up his lodging with us 3 nights, we shall give him food, and not entertain in our churches a spy, nor conceal him unknown to the Muslims, and not teach our children the Quran, and not publicly exhibit the associating or Christian religion, and not beg any one to embrace it, and not hinder any one of our relations from entering the Muslim religion, if he will, and that we should honor the Muslims and make much of them, and place them in our assemblies, if any one of them will, and give them the chief seats, and not imitate them in our dress, neither in girdles, nor in the turban, nor the slipper, nor the parting of the hair, and never write in their language, nor call ourselves by their surnames, and that we should never ride upon great saddles, nor suspend our swords by belts, and never accept arms, the bow, sword, and club, nor carry them with us, and that we should never engrave upon our signet rings in the Arabic language, and that we should not sell wine, and that we should shave the front of our heads, and tie up our dress, wherever we may be, and not wear wide girdles at our waist, and that we should never publicly exhibit the cross upon our churches, nor expose our crosses, nor ever inscribe them in the path of the Muslims, nor in their marketplace, and never strike our bells the quick stroke, nor raise our voices over the dead, nor publicly expose the lights, or anything else, in the roads and markets of the Muslims, and never come near them with our dead, and never receive any slave who has drawn upon himself familiarity with Muslims, and never look upon them in their houses. We learn, moreover, from the same authority as follows. When Omar ratified the treaty, he added thereto, and that we will not strike any one of the Muslims. We stipulate this with you for ourselves and the people of our religion, and we accept these terms of capitulation. And if we subsequently violate a point of that which we have stipulated, upon our lives be it, and let there be no faith with us, and may it be allowed you to do to us whatever is lawful against rebellious and revolting subjects. History of Jerusalem by Jalaluddin, Reynolds translation. There were within the city 12,000 Greeks and 50,000 natives, and the Khalifa Omar insisted that all the Greeks depart within 3 days, and that the natives should pay tribute. 5 dinars were imposed upon the rich, 4 upon the middle classes, and 3 upon the lower classes. Very old and very young persons paid nothing. When Omar entered the holy city, his first object was to find the sacred rock, as-Sakhra, the site of the Masjid al-Aqsa, to which Muhammad said he was carried on Buraq on the night of the Mi'raj, cross-reference, Mi'raj, and he therefore requested the Patriarch to direct him to the spot. They first went to the Church of the Resurrection, and the Patriarch said, "This is the Mosque of David." But Omar said, "Thou hast spoken falsely, for the Apostle of God, Muhammad, described the place to me, and it was not like this." They then went to the Church of Zion, and the Patriarch said, "This is the Mosque of David." But Omar said, "Thou hast spoken falsely." And in this manner the Patriarch took Omar to every church in the city. At last they came to a gate, which is now called Babul Muhammad, or the Gate of Muhammad. And clearing away the filth of the steps, they came to a narrow passage, and the Khalifa, creeping on his knees, came to the central sewer. Here, standing up, Omar looked at the rock, al-Sakhra, and then exclaimed, "By him in whose hand is my life, this is the place which the Apostle of God, upon whom be peace and blessing, described to us." Omar then ordered a mosque to be built thereon, and Abdul Malik ibn Marwan built the mosque of the Bayt al-Muqaddas, now known as the Mosque of Omar. He spent upon it the produce of 7 years' tax upon Egypt. He began it in 69 after Hijrah, and finished it in 72 after Hijrah. Some authority quoted by Jalaluddin says the holy city did not cease to be in the hands of the Muslims from its surrender to Omar until the year 491 after Hijrah, when it was taken by the Franks, who killed therein a vast number of Muslims in the space of 7 days. In the Masjidul Aqsa alone, they killed 70,000, and they took from As-Sakhra the vessels of gold and silver and the wealth which was preserved in strong boxes. But, he adds, Saladin, was raised up for the complete deliverance of the holy city, for he was the most renowned of lions, and the very brightness of fire. For a further account of the taking of the city by Saladin, see Reynolds' translation of Jalaluddin's History of the Temple of Jerusalem, page 199. Timeline: a brief outline of the history of Jerusalem from the time of Christ. 33 A.D., the crucifixion, death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus Christ at Jerusalem. 43 A.D., St. Paul's first visit to Jerusalem after his conversion to Christianity. 69 A.D., taken by Titus. 136 A.D., the Emperor Hadrian bestows on the city the name of Aelia Capitolina. This name is used by Jalaluddin in his book of 1444 A.D. 336 A.D., Jerusalem under Christian rule, the Martyrion and the Church of the Resurrection built. 614 A.D., the city is invested and taken by the Persians under Khosrow II. See Quran, Surah 30. 621 A.D., the era of the flight of Muhammad. 628 A.D., the Emperor Heraclius enters Jerusalem in triumph. 637 A.D., the Patriarch Sophronius surrenders the holy city to the Khalifa Omar. Liberty of worship secured to the Christians in churches which already existed, but they are prohibited the erection of new churches. A mosque built on the reputed site of Jacob's vision, now known as the Mosque of Omar, said to be on the site of the temple called by Muslims Masjidul Aqsa, the remote mosque, or As-Sakhra, the rock. 800 A.D., ambassadors sent by the Emperor Charlemagne to distribute alms in the holy city. The Khalifa Harun al-Rashid sends back as a present to the emperor the keys of Calvary and the Holy Sepulchre. 820 A.D., held for a time by the rebel chief Tamum Abu Harab. 969 A.D., falls into the hands of the Fatimite Khalifa Mu'iz. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre burnt. 1035 A.D., the pilgrimage of Robert of Normandy. 1054 A.D., the pilgrimage of Liedbert of Cambrai. 1065 A.D., the pilgrimage of the German bishops. 1077 A.D., Jerusalem pillaged by the army of Malik Shah. 1084 A.D., the Turkoman chief Urtok becomes ruler of the holy city. The Christians suffer. 1098 A.D., the city retaken by the Fatimite Khalifa. 1099 A.D., 40,000 crusaders appear before its walls. The city taken by the crusaders. 10,000 Muslims slain. Godfrey of Bouillon made king. For 80 years the city remained in the hands of the Christians. 1187 A.D., retaken by Saladin, Salahuddin, the Muslim general. 1219 A.D., ceded to the Christians by virtue of a treaty with the Emperor Frederick II. 1239 A.D., taken by the Muslims. 1243 A.D., again ceded to the Christians. 1244 A.D., the Christians defeated at Gaza and Jerusalem occupied by the Muslims. 1277 A.D., nominally annexed to the Kingdom of Sicily. 1517 A.D., becomes part of the empire of the Ottoman Sultan Selim I. 1542 A.D., Sultan Suleiman I builds the present walls. 1832 A.D., Muhammad Ali Pasha of Egypt takes the city. 1840 A.D., restored to the Sultan of Turkey. Cross-reference, As-Sakhra, Masjidul Aqsa. End of Jerusalem in Islamic tradition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Ford at Kabul River by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ford at Kabul River. Kabul towns by Kabul River. Blow the bugle, draw the sword. There I left my mate forever, wet and dripping by the ford. Ford at Kabul River. ford at Kabul River in the dark. There's the river, up and brimming, and there's half a squadron swimming, across the ford at Kabul River in the dark. Kabul town's a blasted place, blow the buckle, draw the sword. 'Struth I shan't forget his face, wet and dripping by the ford. Ford, ford, ford at Kabul River, ford at Kabul River in the dark. Keep the crossing stakes beside you, and they will surely guide you across the ford at Kabul River in the dark. Kabul town is a sun and dust, blow the buckle, draw the sword. I'd as sooner drowned fast, instead of him beside the ford. Ford, ford, ford at Kabul River, ford at Kabul River in the dark. You can hear the horses thrashing, you can hear the men are splashing, across the ford at Kabul River in the dark. Kabul town was ours to take, blow the buckle, draw this sword. I'd hurt Lufty for his sake, him that left me by the ford. Ford, ford, ford at Kabul River, ford at Kabul River in the dark. It's not so bloomin' dry there, ain't you never comin' nigh there, cross the ford at Kabul River in the dark. Kabul town'll go to hell, blow the buckle, draw this sword, for I see him live and well, him the best beside the ford. Ford, ford, ford at Kabul River, ford at Kabul River in the dark. God help 'em if they blunder, for their butts'll put 'em under, by the ford at Kabul River in the dark. Turn your horse from Kabul town, blow the buckle, draw the sword. I'm on half my troopers down, down and drowned by the ford. Ford, ford, ford at Kabul River, ford at Kabul River in the dark. There's the river low and falling, but it ain't no use at calling, cross the ford at Kabul River in the dark. End of Ford at Kabul River by Rudyard Kipling.
Louise by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Louise by Saki. The tea will be quite cold. You'd better ring for some more, said the Dowager Lady Beanford. Susan Lady Beanford was a vigorous old woman who had coquetted with imaginary ill health for the greater part of a lifetime. Clovis Sangrail irreverently declared that she had caught a chill at the coronation of Queen Victoria and had never let it go again. Her sister, Jane Thropplestance, who was some years her junior, was chiefly remarkable for being the most absent-minded woman in Middlesex. "I've really been unusually clever this afternoon," she remarked gaily, as she rang for the tea. "I've called on all the people I meant to call on, and I've done all the shopping that I set out to do. I even remembered to try and match that silk for you at Harrod's. But I had forgotten to bring the pattern with me, so it was no use. I really think that was the only important thing I forgot during the whole afternoon. Quite wonderful for me, isn't it? What have you done with Louise?" asked her sister. "Didn't you take her out with you? You said you were going to." "Good gracious!" exclaimed Jane. "What have I done with Louise? I must have left her somewhere." "But where?" "That's just it. Where have I left her? I can't remember if the Carrywoods were at home, or if I just left cards. If they were at home, I may have left Louise there to play bridge. I'll go and telephone to Lord Carrywood and find out." "Is that you, Lord Carrywood?" she queried over the telephone. It's me, Jane Thropplestance. I want to know, have you seen Louise?
Louise, came the answer. It's been my fate to see it 3 times. At first, I must admit, I wasn't impressed by it. But the music grows on one after a bit. Still, I don't think I want to see it again just at present. Were you going to offer me a seat in your box?
Not the opera, Louise. My niece, Louise Thropplestance. I thought I might have left her at your house.
You left cards on us this afternoon, I understand, but I don't think you left a niece. The footman would have been sure to have mentioned it if you had. Is it going to be a fashion to leave nieces on people as well as cards? I hope not. Some of these houses in Berkeley Square have practically no accommodation for that sort of thing.
She's not at the Carrywoods, announced Jane, returning to her tea. Now I come to think of it, perhaps I left her at the silk counter at Selfridge's. I may have told her to wait there a moment while I went to look at the silks in a better light. And I may easily have forgotten about her when I found I hadn't your pattern with me. In that case, she's still sitting there. She wouldn't move unless she was told to. Louise has no initiative.
You said you tried to match the silk at Harrod's, interjected the Dowager.
Did I? Perhaps it was Harrod's. I really don't remember. It was one of those places where everyone is so kind and sympathetic and devoted that one almost hates to take even a reel of cotton away from such pleasant surroundings.
I think you might have taken Louise away. I don't like the idea of her being there among a lot of strangers. Supposing some unprincipled person was to get into conversation with her? Impossible. Louise has no conversation. I've never discovered a single topic on which she had anything to say beyond, "Do you think so? I dare say you're right." I really thought her reticence about the fall of the Revolt ministry was ridiculous, considering how much her dear mother used to visit Paris.
This bread and butter is cut far too thin. It crumbles away long before you can get it into your mouth. One feels so absurd snapping at one's food in mid-air, like a trout leaping at mayfly.
I am rather surprised, said the Dowager,
that you can sit there making a hearty tea when you've just lost a favorite niece. You talk as if I'd lost her in a churchyard sense, instead of having temporarily mislaid her. I'm sure to remember presently where I left her.
You didn't visit any place of devotion, did you? If you've left her mooning about Westminster Abbey or St. Peter's, Eaton Square, without being able to give any satisfactory reason why she's there, she'll be seized under the Cat and Mouse Act and sent to Reginald McKenna.
That would be extremely awkward, said Jane,
meeting an irresolute piece of bread and butter halfway.
We hardly know the McKennas, and it would be very tiresome having to telephone to some unsympathetic private secretary, describing Louise to him and asking to have her sent back in time for dinner. Fortunately, I didn't go to any place of devotion, though I did get mixed up with a Salvation Army procession. It was quite interesting to be at close quarters with them. They're so absolutely different to what they used to be when I first remember them in the 80s.
They used to go about then, unkempt and dishevelled, in a sort of smiling rage with the world. And now they're spruce and jaunty and flamboyantly decorative, like a geranium bed with religious convictions. Laura Kettleway was going on about them in the lift of the Dover Street Tube the other day, saying what a lot of good work they did, and what a loss it would have been if they had never existed. If they had never existed, I said, Granville Barker would have been certain to have invented something that looked exactly like them. If you say things like that, quite loud, in a tube lift, they always sound like epigrams. I think you ought to do something about Louise, said the Dowager. I'm trying to think whether she was with me when I called on Ada Spelvexit. I rather enjoyed myself there. Ada was trying, as usual, to ram that odious Koryatowski woman down my throat, knowing perfectly well that I detest her. And in an unguarded moment she said, She's leaving her present house and going to Lower Seymour Street. I dare say she will if she stays there long enough, I said. Ada didn't see it for about 3 minutes, and then she was positively uncivil. No, I'm certain I didn't leave Louise there. If you could manage to remember where you did leave her, it would be more to the point than these negative assurances, said Lady Beanford. So far, all we know is that she is not at the Carrywoods, or Ada Spelvexit's, or Westminster Abbey. That narrows the search down a bit, said Jane hopefully. I rather fancy she must have been with me when I went to Mornay's. I know I went to Mornay's because I remember meeting that delightful Malcolm what's-his-name there. You know whom I mean. That's the great advantage of people having unusual first names. You needn't try and remember what their other name is. Of course, I do know 1 or 2 other Malcolms, but none that could possibly be described as delightful. He gave me 2 tickets for the Happy Sunday evenings in Sloane Square. I've probably left them at Mornay's, but still it was awfully kind of him to give them to me. Do you think you left Louise there? I might telephone and ask. Oh, Robert, before you clear the tea things away, I wish you'd ring up Mornay's in Regent Street and ask if I left 2 theatre tickets and 1 niece in their shop this afternoon. A niece, ma'am? Asked the footman. Yes. Miss Louise didn't come home with me, and I'm not sure where I left her. Miss Louise has been upstairs all the afternoon, ma'am, reading to the second kitchen maid, who has the neuralgia. I took up tea to Miss Louise at 4:45, ma'am. Of course. How silly of me. I remember now. I asked her to read the Fairy Queen to poor Emma to try to send her to sleep. I always get someone to read the Fairy Queen to me when I have neuralgia, and it usually sends me to sleep. Louise doesn't seem to have been successful, but one can't say she hasn't tried. I expect after the first hour or so the kitchen maid would rather have been left alone with her neuralgia. But of course Louise wouldn't leave off till someone told her to. Anyhow, you can ring up Mornay's, Robert, and ask whether I left 2 theatre tickets there. Except for your silk, Susan, Those seem to be the only things I've forgotten this afternoon. Quite wonderful for me. End of Louise by Saki. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Men's Manners by Elliot Gregory. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nothing makes one feel so old as to wake up suddenly, as it were, and realize that the conditions of life have changed, and that the standards you knew and accepted in your youth have been raised or lowered. The young men you meet have somehow become uncomfortably polite, offering you armchairs in the club and listening with a shade of deference to your stories. They are of another generation. Their ways are not your ways, nor their ambitions those you had in younger days. One is tempted to look a little closer, to analyze what the change is, in what this subtle difference consists, which you feel between your past and their present. You are surprised and a little angry to discover that, among other things, young men have better manners than were general among the youths of 15 years ago. Anyone over 40 can remember 3 epochs in men's manners. When I was a very young man, there were still going about in society a number of gentlemen belonging to what was reverently called the old school, who had evidently taken Sir Charles Grandison as their model, read Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son with attention, and been brought up to commence letters to their father's honored parent, signing themselves your humble servant and respectful son. There are a few such old gentlemen still to be found in the more conservative clubs, where certain windows are tacitly abandoned to these elegant-mannered fossils. They are quite harmless, unless you happen to find them in a reminiscent mood, when they are apt to be a little tiresome. It takes their rusty mental machinery so long to get working. Washington possesses a particularly fine collection among the retired Army and Navy officers and ex-officials. It is a fact well known that no one drawing a pension ever dies. About 1875, a new generation with new manners began to make its appearance. A number of its members had been educated at English universities, and came home burning to upset old ways and teach their elders how to live. They broke away from the old clubs and started smaller and more exclusive circles among themselves, principally in the country. This was a period of bad manners. True to their English model, they considered it good form to be uncivil, and to make no effort towards the general entertainment when in society. Not to speak more than a word or two during a dinner party to either of one's neighbors was the supreme chic. As a revolt from the twice-told tales of their elders, they held it to be bad form to tell a story, no matter how fresh and amusing it might be. An unfortunate outsider who ventured to tell one in their club was crushed by having his tale received in dead silence. When it was finished, one of the party would ring the bell, and the circle ordered drinks at the expense of the man who had dared to amuse them. How the professional storyteller must have shuddered, he whose story never was ripe until it had been told a couple 100 times, and who would produce a certain tale at a certain course as surely as clockwork. That the storytelling type was a bore, I grant. To be grabbed on entering your club and obliged to listen to Smith's Last, or to have the conversation after dinner monopolized by Jones, and his eternal "Speaking of coffee, I remember once," etc., added an additional hardship to existence. But the opposite pose, which became the fashion among the reformers, was hardly less wearisome. To sit among a group of perfectly mute men, with an occasional word dropping into the silence like a stone in a well, was surely little better. A girl told me she had once sat through an entire cotillion with a youth whose only remark during the evening had been, after absorbed contemplation of the articles in question, "How do you like my socks?" On another occasion my neighbor at table said to me, "I think the man on my right has gone to sleep. He is sitting with his eyes closed." She was mistaken. He was practicing his newly acquired repose of manner and living up to the standard of his set. The model young man of that period had another offensive habit, his pose of never seeing you, which got on the nerves of his elders to a considerable extent. If he came into a drawing-room where you were sitting with a lady, he would shake hands with her and begin a conversation, ignoring your existence, although you may have been his guest at dinner the night before, or he yours. This was also a tenet of his creed borrowed from transatlantic cousins, who, by the by, during the time I speak of, found America, and especially our eastern states, a happy hunting ground, all the clubs, country houses, and society generally opening their doors to the sesame of English nationality. It took our innocent youths a good 10 years to discover that there was no reciprocity in the arrangement. It was only in the next epoch, the list of the 3 referred to, that our men recovered their self-respect and assumed towards foreigners in general the attitude of polite indifference which is their manner to us when abroad. Nothing could have been more provincial and narrow than the ideas of our smart men at that time. They congregated in little cliques, huddling together in public, and cracking personal old jokes, but were speechless with mauvaise honte if thrown among foreigners or into other circles of society. All this is not to be wondered at, considering the amount of their general education and reading. One charming little custom, then greatly in vogue among our jeunesse dorée, was to remain at a ball after the other guests had retired, tipsy, and then break anything that came to hand. It was so amusing to throw china, glass, or valuable plants out of the windows, to strip to the waist and box or bait the tired waiters. I look at the boys growing up around me with sincere admiration. They are so superior to their predecessors in breeding, in civility, in deference to older people, and in 1,000 other little ways that mark high-bred men. The stray Englishman, of no particular standing at home, no longer finds our men eager to entertain him, to put their best hunter at his disposition, to board, lodge, and feed him indefinitely, or make him honorary member of all their clubs. It is a constant source of pleasure to me to watch this younger generation. So plainly do I see in them the influence of their mothers, women I knew as girls, and who were so far ahead of their brothers and husbands in refinement and culture. To have seen these girls marry and bring up their sons so well has been a satisfaction and a compensation for many disillusions. Women's influence will always remain the strongest lever that can be brought to bear in raising the tone of a family. It is impossible not to see about these young men a reflection of what we found so charming in their mothers. One despairs at times of humanity, seeing vulgarity and snobbishness riding triumphantly upward, but where the tone of the younger generation is as high as I have lately found it, there is still much hope for the future. End of Men's Manners by Elliot Gregory. Read by Colleen McMahon.
The Diamond Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The girl was one of those pretty and charming young creatures who sometimes are born, as if by a slip of fate, into a family of clerks. She had no dowry, no expectations, no way of being known, understood, loved, married by any rich and distinguished man. So she let herself be married to a little clerk of the Ministry of Public Instruction. She dressed plainly, because she could not dress well, but she was unhappy, as if she had really fallen from a higher station. Since with women there is neither caste nor rank, for beauty, grace, and charm take the place of family and birth. Natural ingenuity, instinct for what is elegant, a supple mind are their sole hierarchy, and often make of women of the people the equals of the very greatest ladies. Matilda suffered ceaselessly, feeling herself born to enjoy all delicacies and all luxuries. She was distressed at the poverty of her dwelling, at the bareness of the walls, at the shabby chairs, the ugliness of the curtains. All those things, of which another woman of her rank would never even have been conscious, tortured her and made her angry. The sight of the little Breton peasant who did her humble housework aroused in her despairing regrets and bewildering dreams. She thought of silent antechambers hung with oriental tapestry, illumined by tall bronze candelabra, and of 2 great footmen in knee breeches who sleep in the big armchairs, made drowsy by the oppressive heat of the stove. She thought of long reception halls hung with ancient silk, of the dainty cabinets containing priceless curiosities, and of the little coquettish perfumed reception rooms made for chatting at 5 o'clock with intimate friends, with men famous and sought after, whom all women envy, and whose attention they all desire. When she sat down to dinner, before the round table covered with a tablecloth in use 3 days, opposite her husband, who uncovered the soup tureen and declared with a delighted air, "Ah, the good soup! I don't know anything better than that," she thought of dainty dinners, of shining silverware, of tapestry that peopled the walls with ancient personages, and with strange birds flying in the midst of a fairy forest. And she thought of delicious dishes served in marvellous plates, and of the whispered gallantries to which you listen with a sphinx-like smile, while you are eating the pink meat of a trout or the wings of a quail. She had no gowns, no jewels, nothing. And she loved nothing but that. She felt made for that. She would have liked so much to please, to be envied, to be charming, to be sought after. She had a friend, a former schoolmate at the convent, who was rich, and whom she did not like to go to see any more because she felt so sad when she came home. But one evening her husband reached home with a triumphant air, and holding a large envelope in his hand, "There," said he, "there is something for you." She tore the paper quickly and drew out a printed card which bore these words: "The Ministry of Public Instruction and Madame Georges Ramponneau request the honour of Monsieur and Madame Louise's company at the Palace of the Ministry on Monday evening, January 18th. Instead of being delighted, as her husband had hoped, she threw the invitation on the table crossly, muttering, "What do you wish me to do with that?" "Why, my dear, I thought you would be glad. You never go out, and this is such a fine opportunity. I had great trouble to get it. Everyone wants to go. It is very select, and they are not giving many invitations to clerks. The whole official world will be there." She looked at him with an irritated glance and said impatiently, "And what do you wish me to put on my back?" He had not thought of that. He stammered, "Why, the gown you go to the theatre in. It looks very well to me." He stopped, distracted, seeing that his wife was weeping. 2 great tears ran slowly from the corners of her eyes towards the corners of her mouth. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" he answered. By a violent effort she conquered her grief, and replied in a calm voice, while she wiped her wet cheeks, "Nothing. Only I have no gown, and therefore I can't go to this ball. Give your card to some colleague whose wife is better equipped than I am." He was in despair. He resumed, "Come, let us see, Matilde. How much would it cost, a suitable gown, which you could use on other occasions, something very simple?" She reflected several seconds, making her calculations, and wondering also what sum she could ask, without drawing on herself an immediate refusal and a frightened exclamation from the economical clerk. Finally she replied, hesitating, "I don't know exactly, but I think I could manage it with 400 francs. He grew a little pale, because he was laying aside just that amount to buy a gun and treat himself to a little shooting next summer on the plain of Nanterre, with several friends who went to shoot larks there of a Sunday. "But," he said, "very well, I will give you 400 francs, and try to have a pretty gown." The day of the ball drew near, and Madame Loisel seemed sad, uneasy, anxious. Her frock was ready, however. Her husband said to her one evening, "What is the matter? Come, you have seemed very queer these last 3 days." And she answered, "It annoys me not to have a single piece of jewelry, not a single ornament, nothing to put on. I shall look poverty-stricken. I would almost rather not go at all." "You might wear natural flowers," said her husband. "They are very stylish at this time of year. For 10 francs you can get 2 or 3 magnificent roses." She was not convinced. "No, there's nothing more humiliating than to look poor among other women who are rich." "How stupid you are!" her husband cried. "Go look up your friend, Madame Forestier." and ask her to lend you some jewels. You're intimate enough with her to do that." She uttered a cry of joy. "True, I never thought of it." The next day she went to her friend and told her of her distress. Madame Forestier went to a wardrobe with a mirror, took out a large jewel box, brought it back, opened it, and said to Madame Loisel, "Choose, my dear." She saw first some bracelets, then a pearl necklace, then a Venetian gold cross set with precious stones of admirable workmanship. She tried on the ornaments before the mirror, hesitated, and could not make up her mind to part with them, to give them back. She kept asking, "Haven't you any more?" "Why, yes. Look further. I don't know what you like." Suddenly she discovered, in a black satin box, a superb diamond necklace, and her heart throbbed with an immoderate desire. Her hands trembled as she took it. She fastened it round her throat, outside her high-necked waist, and was lost in ecstasy at her reflection in the mirror. Then she asked, hesitating, filled with anxious doubt, "Will you lend me this? Only this?" "Why, yes, certainly." She threw her arms round her friend's neck, kissed her passionately, then fled with her treasure. The night of the ball arrived. Madame Loisel was a great success. She was prettier than any other woman present, elegant, graceful, smiling, and wild with joy. All the men looked at her, asked her a name, sought to be introduced. All the attaches of the cabinet wished to waltz with her. She was remarked by the minister himself. She danced with rapture, with passion, intoxicated by pleasure, forgetting all in the triumph of her beauty, in the glory of her success, in a sort of cloud of happiness comprised of all this homage, admiration, these awakened desires, and of that sense of triumph which is so sweet to woman's heart. She left the ball about 4 o'clock in the morning. Her husband had been sleeping since midnight in a little deserted anteroom with 3 other gentlemen, whose wives were enjoying the ball. He threw over her shoulders the wraps he had brought, the modest wraps of common life, the poverty of which contrasted with the elegance of the ball dress. She felt this, and wished to escape so as to not be remarked by the other women, who were enveloping themselves in costly furs. Loisel held her back, saying, "Wait a bit, you will catch cold outside. I will call a cab." But she did not listen to him, and rapidly descended the stairs. When they reached the street, they could not find a carriage, and began to look for one, shouting after the cabmen passing at a distance. They went toward the Seine in despair, shivering with cold. At last they found on the quay one of those ancient night-cabs, which, as though they were ashamed to show their shabbiness during the day, are never seen round Paris until after dark. It took them to their dwelling in the Rue des Martyrs, and sadly they mounted the stairs to their flat. All was ended for her. As to him, he reflected that he must be at the ministry at 10 o'clock that morning. She removed her wraps before the glass so as to see herself once more in all her glory. But she suddenly uttered a cry. She no longer had the necklace around her neck. "What is the matter with you?" demanded her husband, already half undressed. She turned distractedly toward him. I've lost Madame Forestier's necklace," she cried. He stood up bewildered. "What? How? Impossible!" They looked among the folds of her skirt, of her cloak, in her pockets, everywhere, but did not find it. "You sure you had it on when you left ball?" he asked. "Yes, I felt it in the vestibule of the minister's house." "But if you had lost it in the street, we should have heard it fall. It must be in the cab." "Yes, probably. Did you take his number?" "No. And you? Didn't you notice it?" "No." They looked thunderstruck at each other. At last Loisel put on his clothes. "I shall go back on foot," he said, "over the whole route to see whether I can find it." He went out. She sat waiting on a chair in her ball dress, without strength to go to bed, overwhelmed, without any fire, without a thought. Her husband returned about 7 o'clock. He had found nothing. He went to police headquarters, to the newspaper offices to offer a reward. He went to the cab companies everywhere. In fact, whither he was urged by the least spark of hope. She waited all day, in the same condition of mad fear before this terrible calamity. Louise returned at night with a hollow, pale face. He had discovered nothing. "You must write to your friend," said he, "that you have broken the clasp of her necklace, and that you are having it mended. That will give us time to turn round." She wrote at his dictation. At the end of a week, they had lost all hope. Louise, who had aged 5 years, declared, "We must consider how to replace that ornament." The next day they took the box that had contained it and went to the jeweller, whose name was found within. He consulted his books. "It was not I, madame, who sold that necklace. I must simply have furnished the case." Then they went from jeweller to jeweller, searching for a necklace like the other, trying to recall it, both sick with chagrin and grief. They found in a shop at Palais Royal a string of diamonds that seemed to them exactly like the one they had lost. It was worth 40,000 francs. They could have it for 36. So they begged the jeweller not to sell it for 3 days yet, and they made a bargain that he should buy it back for 34,000 francs in case they should find the lost necklace before the end of February. Louise possessed 18,000 francs, which his father had left him. He would borrow the rest. He did borrow, asking 1,000 francs of one, 500 of another, 5 louis here, 3 louis there. He gave notes, took up ruinous obligations, dealt with usurers and all the race of lenders. He compromised all the rest of his life, risked signing a note without even knowing whether he could meet it, and frightened by the trouble yet to come, by the black misery that was about to fall upon him, by the prospect of all the physical privations and moral tortures that he was to suffer, he went to get the new necklace, laying upon the jeweller's counter 36,000 francs. When Madame Louise took back the necklace, Madame Forestier said to her with a chilly manner, "You should have returned it sooner. I might have needed it." She did not open the case, as her friend had so much feared. If she had detected the substitution, what would she have thought? What would she have said? Would she not have taken Madame Louise for a thief? Thereafter, Madame Louise knew the horrible existence of the needy. She bore her part, however, with sudden heroism. That dreadful debt must be paid. She would pay it. They dismissed their servant. They changed their lodgings. They rented a garret under the roof. She came to know what heavy housework meant, and the odious cares of the kitchen. She washed the dishes, using her dainty fingers and rosy nails on greasy pots and pans. She washed the soiled linen, the shirts, and the dishcloths, which she dried upon a line. She carried the slops down to the street every morning and carried up the water, stopping for breath at every landing. And dressed like a woman of the people, she went to the fruiterer, the grocer, the butcher, a basket on her arm, bargaining, meeting with impertinence, defending her miserable money sou by sou. Every month they had to meet some notes, renew others, obtain more time. Her husband worked evenings, making up a tradesman's accounts, and late at night he often copied manuscript for 5 sous a page. This life lasted 10 years. At the end of 10 years they had paid everything, with the rates of usury and the accumulations of the compound interest. Madame Louise looked old now. She had become the woman of impoverished households, strong and hard and rough. With frowsy hair, skirts askew, and red hands, she talked loud while washing the floor with great swishes of water. But sometimes, when her husband was at the office, she sat down near the window and she thought of that gay evening of long ago, of that ball where she had been so beautiful and so admired. What would have happened if she had not lost that necklace? Who knows? Who knows? How strange and changeful is life! How small a thing is needed to make or ruin us! But one Sunday, having gone to take a walk in the Champs-Élysées to refresh herself after the labors of the week, she suddenly perceived a woman who was leading a child. It was Madame Forestier, still young, still beautiful, still charming. Madame Louise felt moved. Should she speak to her? Yes, certainly. And now that she had paid, she would tell her all about it. Why not? She went up. "Good day, Jean." The other, astonished to be familiarly addressed by this plain goodwife, did not recognize her at all, and stammered, "But, Madame, I do not know. You must have mistaken." "No, I am Matilda Louisel." Her friend uttered a cry. "Oh, my poor Matilda! How you are changed!" "Yes, I've had a pretty hard life since I last saw you, and great poverty, and that because of you." "Of me? How so?" "Do you remember that diamond necklace you lent me to wear at the ministerial ball?" "Yes. Well?" "Well, I lost it." "What do you mean? You brought it back." "I brought you back another exactly like it, and it has taken us 10 years to pay for it. You can understand that it was not easy for us who had nothing. At last it is ended, and I'm very glad." Madame Forestier had stopped. "You say that you bought a necklace of diamonds to replace mine?" "Yes. You never noticed it then. They were very similar." And she smiled with a joy that was at once proud and ingenuous. Madame Forestier, deeply moved, took her hands. "Oh, my poor Matilda! Why, my necklace was paste. It was worth at most only 500 francs. End of The Diamond Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. Read by Garfield de Souza.
The Revolt of the Oyster by Don Marquis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Revolt of the Oyster. Our remote ancestor was probably arboreal. Eminent scientist. From his hut in the treetop, probably arboreal, looked lazily down a broad vista, still strewn with fallen timber as the result of a whirlwind that had once played havoc in that part of the forest, toward the sea. Beyond the beach of hard white sand, the water lay blue and vast and scarcely ruffled by the light morning wind. All the world and his wife were out fishing this fine day. Probably Arboreal could see dozens of people from where he crouched, splashing in the water or moving about the beach, and even hear their cries borne faintly to him on the breeze. They fished, for the most part, with their hands, and when one caught a fish, it was his custom to eat it where he caught it, standing in the sea. In Probably Arboreal's circle, one often bathed and breakfasted simultaneously. If a shark or saurian were too quick for one sometimes was breakfasted upon as one bathed. In the hut next to Probably Arboreal, his neighbor, Slightly Simeon, was having an argument with Mrs. Slightly, as usual. And, as usual, it concerned the proper manner of bringing up the children. Probably listened with the bored distaste of a bachelor. "I will slap his feet every time he picks things up with them," screamed Slightly Simeon's wife, an accredited shrew in her shrill falsetto. "It's natural for a child to use his feet that way," insisted the good-natured Slightly. "And I don't intend to have the boy punished for what's natural." Probably Arboreal grinned. He could fancy the expression on old Sim's face as his friend made this characteristically plebeian plea. "You can understand once for all, Slightly," said that gentleman's wife in a tone of finality, "that I intend to supervise the bringing up of these children, just because your people had neither birth, nor breeding, nor manners." "Mrs. S," broke in Slightly with a warning in his voice, "don't you work around anything caudal now, Mrs. S, or there'll be trouble. You get me?" On one occasion, Mrs. Slightly had twitted her spouse with the fact that his grandfather had a tail 5 inches long. She had never done so again. Slightly Simeon himself, in his moments of excitement, picked things up with his feet, but like many other men of humble origin who have become personages in their maturity, he did not relish having such faults commented upon. "Poor old Sim," mused Probably Arboreal, as he slid down the tree and ambled toward the beach, to be out of range of the family quarrel. "She married him for his property, and now she's sore on him because there isn't more of it." Nevertheless, in spite of the unpleasant effect of the quarrel, Probably found his mind dwelling upon matrimony that morning. A girl with bright red hair, into which she had tastefully braided a number of green parrot feathers, hit him coquettishly between the shoulder blades with a handful of wet sand and gravel as he went into the water. Ordinarily, he would either have taken no notice at all of her, or else would have broken her wrist in a slow, dignified, manly sort of way. But this morning, he grabbed her tenderly by the hair and sentimentally ducked her. When she was nearly drowned, he released her. She came out of the water squealing with rage like a wild cat and bit him on the shoulder. "Parrot feathers," he said to her, with an unwonted softness in his eyes, as he clutched her by the throat and squeezed. "Beware how you trifle with a man's affections. Some day I may take you seriously." He let the girl squirm loose, and she scrambled out upon the beach and threw shells and jagged pieces of flint at him, with an affectation of coyness. He chased her, caught her by the hair again, and scored the wet skin on her arms with a sharp stone, until she screamed with the pain, and as he did it he hummed an old love tune, for today there was an April gladness in his heart. Probably Arboreal!" He spun around to face the girl's father, Crooked Nose, who was contentedly munching a mullet. "Probably," said Crooked Nose, "you are flirting with my daughter." "Father," breathed the girl, ashamed of her parents' tactlessness, "how can you say that?" "I want to know," said Crooked Nose, as sternly as a man can who is masticating mullet, "whether your intentions are serious and honorable." "Oh, father!" said Parrot Feathers again. And putting her hands in front of her face to hide her blushes, she ran off. Nevertheless, she paused when a dozen feet away and threw a piece of driftwood at Probably Arboreal. It hit him on the shin, and as he rubbed the spot, watching her disappear into the forest, he murmured aloud, "Now, I wonder what she means by that." "Means," said Crooked Nose. "Don't be an ass, Probably. Don't pretend to me you don't know what the child means. You made her love you. You have exercised your arts of fascination on an innocent young girl, and now you have the nerve to wonder what she means. What'll you give me for her?" "See here, Crooked Nose," said Probably, "don't bluster with me." His finer sensibilities were outraged. He did not intend to be coerced into matrimony by any father, even though he were pleased with that father's daughter. "I'm not buying any wives today, Crooked Nose." "You have hurt her market value," said Crooked Nose, dropping his domineering air and affecting a willingness to reason. "Those marks on her arms will not come off for weeks. And what man wants to marry a scarred-up woman unless he has made the scars himself?" "Crooked Nose," said Probably Arboreal, angry at the whole world because what might have been a youthful romance had been given such a sordid turn by this disgusting father. "If you don't go away, I will scar every daughter you've got in your part of the woods. Do you get me?" "I wish you'd look them over," said Crooked Nose. "You might do worse than marry all of them." "I'll marry none of them," said Probably in a rage, and turned to go into the sea again. A heavy boulder hurtled past his head. He whirled about and discovered Crooked Nose in the act of recovering his balance after having flung it. He caught the old man halfway between the beach and the edge of the forest. The clan, including Crooked Nose's 4 daughters, gathered around in a ring to watch the fight. It was not much of a combat. When it was over, and the girls took hold of what remained of their late parent to drag him into the woods, Probably Arboreal stepped up to Parrot Feathers and laid his hand upon her arm. "Feathers," he said, "now that there can be no question of coercion, Will you and your sisters marry me?" She turned toward him with a sobered face. Grief had turned her from a girl into a woman. "Probably," she said, "you are only making this offer out of generosity. It is not love that prompts it. I cannot accept. As for my sisters, they must speak for themselves." "You are angry with me, Feathers?" The girl turned sadly away. Probably watched the funeral cortege winding into the woods, and then went moodily back to the ocean. Now that she had refused him, he desired her above all things. But how to win her? He saw clearly that it could be no question of brute force. It had gone beyond that. If he used force with her, it must infallibly remind her of the unfortunate affair with her father. Some heroic action might attract her to him again. Probably resolved to be a hero at the very earliest opportunity. In the meantime, he would breakfast. Breakfast had already been long delayed, and it was as true then, far back in the dim dawn of time, as it is now, that he who does not breakfast at some time during the day must go hungry to bed at night. Once more, probably Arboreal stepped into the ocean, stepped in without any premonition that he was to be a hero indeed, that he was chosen by fate, by destiny, by the presiding genius of this planet, by whatever force or intelligence you will, to champion the cause of all mankind in a crucial struggle for human supremacy. He waded into the water up to his waist, and bent forward with his arms beneath the surface, patiently waiting. It was thus that our remote ancestors fished. Fish ran larger in those days, as a rule. In the deeper waters, they were monstrous. The smaller fish, therefore, sought the shallows, where the big ones, greedy cannibals, could not follow them. A man seldom stood in the sea, as probably Arboreal was doing, more than 10 minutes without a fish brushing against him, either accidentally or because the fish thought the man was something good to eat. As soon as a fish touched him, the man would grab for it. If he were clumsy and missed too many fish, he starved to death. Experts survived because they were expert. By a natural process of weeding out the awkward, it had come about that men were marvelously adept. A bear who stands by the edge of a river watching for salmon at the time of the year when they run upstream to spawn, and scoops them from the water with a deft twitch of his paws, was not more quick or skillful than probably Arboreal. Suddenly he pitched forward, struggling. He gave a gurgling shout, and his head disappeared beneath the water. When it came up again, he twisted toward the shore with lashing arms and something like panic on his face, and shouted, "Oh, oh, oh!" he cried. "Something has me by the foot!" 20 or 30 men and women who heard the cry stopped fishing and straightened up to look at him. "Help! Help!" he shouted again. "It is pulling me out to sea!" A knock-kneed old veteran with long, intelligent-looking mobile toes broke from the surf and scurried to the safety of the beach, raising the cry, "A god! A god! A water god has caught probably Arboreal!" "More likely a devil!" cried Slightly Simeon, who had followed probably to the water. And all his neighbors plunged to land and left probably Arboreal to his fate, whatever his fate was to be. But since spectacles are always interesting, they sat down comfortably on the beach to see how long it would be before probably Arboreal disappeared. Gods and devils, sharks and octopi were forever grabbing one of their number and making off to deep water with him to devour him at their leisure. If the thing that dragged the man were seen, if it showed itself to be a shark or an octopus it was. If it were unseen, it got the credit of being a god or a devil. "Help me!" begged probably Arboreal, who was now holding his own, although he was not able to pull himself into shallower water. "It is not a god or a devil. It doesn't feel like one. And it isn't a shark because it hasn't any teeth. It is an animal like a cleft stick, and my foot is in the cleft." But they did not help him. Instead, Big Mouth, a seer and vers libre poet of the day, smitten suddenly with an idea, raised a chant, and presently all the others joined in. The chant went like this: "Probably he killed Crooked Nose. He killed him with his fists. And Crooked Nose, he sent his ghost to sea to catch his slayer by the foot. The ghost of Crooked Nose will drown his slayer. Drown, drown, drown his slayer. The ghost of Crooked Nose will drown his slayer. Drown his slayer in the sea." "You're a liar, Big Mouth," spluttered Probably Arboreal, hopping on one foot and thrashing the water with his arms. "It is not a ghost. It is an animal." But the chant kept up, growing louder and louder. "The ghost of Crooked Nose will drown his slayer. Drown, drown, drown his slayer. Drown his slayer in the sea." Out of the woods came running more and more people at the noise of the chant. And as they caught what was going on, they took up the burden of it until hundreds and thousands of them were singing it. But with a mighty turn and struggle, Probably Arboreal went under again, as to his head and body. His feet for an instant swished into the air, and everyone but Probably Arboreal himself saw what was hanging on to one of them. It was neither ghost, shark, god, nor devil. It was a monstrous oyster. A bull oyster, evidently. All oysters were much larger in those days than they are now, but this oyster was a giant, a mastodon, a mammoth among oysters, even for those days. "It is an oyster! An oyster! An oyster!" cried the crowd, as Probably Arboreal's head and shoulders came out of the water again. Big Mouth, the poet, naturally chagrined, and hating to yield up his dramatic idea, tried to raise another chant. "The ghost of Crooked Nose went into an oyster. The oyster caught his slayer by the foot to drown, drown, drown him in the sea." But it didn't work. The world had seen that oyster and had recognized it for an oyster. "Oyster! Oyster! Oyster!" cried the crowd sternly at Big Mouth. The bard tried to persevere, but Slightly Simeon, feeling the crowd with him, advanced menacingly and said, "See here, Big Mouth, we know a ghost when we see one, and we know an oyster. Yon animal is an oyster. You sing that it is an oyster, or shut up." "Ghost, ghost, ghost," chanted Big Mouth tentatively. But he got no farther. Slightly Simeon killed him with a club, and the matter was settled. Literary criticism was direct, straightforward, and effective in those days. "But ho, ye gods of the water, what an oyster!" cried Mrs. Slightly Simeon. And as the thought took them all, a silence fell over the multitude. They looked at the struggling man in a new community of idea. Oysters they had seen before, but never an oyster like this. Oysters they knew not as food, but they had always regarded them as rather ineffectual and harmless creatures. Yet this bold oyster was actually giving battle, and on equal terms, to a man. Were oysters henceforth to be added to the number of man's enemies? Were oysters about to attempt to conquer mankind? This oyster, was he the champion of the sea, sent up out of its depths to grapple with mankind for supremacy? Dimly, vaguely, as they watched the man attempt to pull the oyster ashore, and the oyster attempt to pull the man out to sea, some sense of the importance of this struggle was felt by mankind. Over forest, beach, and ocean hung the sense of momentous things. A haze passed across the face of the bright morning sun. The breeze died down. It was as if all nature held her breath at this struggle. And if mankind upon the land was interested, the sea was no less concerned. For, of a sudden, and as if by preconcerted signal, 100,000 oysters poked their heads above the surface of the waters and turned their eyes. They had small, fiery, opalescent eyes in those days, upon the combat. At this appearance, Mankind drew back with a gasp, but no word was uttered. The visible universe, perturbed earth and bending heavens alike, was tense and dumb. On their part, the oysters made no attempt to go to the assistance of their champion, nor did mankind leap to the rescue of probably arboreal. Tacitly, each side, in a spirit of fair play, agreed not to interfere, agreed to leave the combat to the champions, agreed to abide by the issue. But while they were stirred and held by the sense of tremendous things impending, neither men nor oysters could be expected to understand definitely what almost infinite things depended upon this battle. There were no Darwins then. Evolution had not yet evolved the individual able to catch her at it. But she was on her way. This very struggle was one of the crucial moments in the history of evolution. There have always been these critical periods when the two highest species in the world were about equal in intelligence, and it was touch and go as to which would survive and carry on the torch, and which species would lose the lead and become subservient. There have always been exact instants when the spirit of progress hesitated as between the forms of life, doubtful as to which one to make its representative. Briefly, if the oyster conquered the man, more and more oysters, emboldened by this success, would prey upon men. Man, in the course of a few 100,000 years, would become the creature of the oyster's slave and food. Then the highest type of life on the planet would dwell in the sea. The civilization, which was not yet, would be a marine growth when it did come. The intellectual and spiritual and physical supremacy held by the biped would pass over to the bivalve. Thought could not frame this concept then. Neither shellfish nor tree dweller uttered it. But both species felt it. They watched probably arboreal and the oyster with a strangling emotion, with a quivering intentness that was nonetheless poignant because there was no Huxley or Spencer present to interpret it for them. They thrilled and sweat and shivered with the shaken universe, and the red sun through its haze peered down unwinking like the vast bloodshot eye of life. An hour had passed by in silence except for the sound of the battle. More and more men and more oysters had gathered about the scene of the struggle. The strain was telling on both champions. Probably arboreal had succeeded in dragging the beast some 10 feet nearer the shore, but the exertion had told upon him. He was growing tired. He was breathing with difficulty. He had swallowed a great deal of salt water. He, too, was dimly conscious of the importance of this frightful combat. He felt himself the representative of the human race. He was desperate but cool. He saved his breath. He opposed to the brute force of the oyster the cunning of a man. But he was growing weaker. He felt it. If only those for whom he was fighting would fling him some word of encouragement. He was too proud to ask it, but he felt bitterly that he was not supported, for he could not realize what emotion had smitten dumb his fellow men. He had got to the place where a word of spiritual comfort and encouragement would have meant as much as 50 pounds of weight in his favor. He had, in fact, arrived at the psychological moment. There were no professing psychologists then, but there was psychology, and it worked itself up into moments even as it does today. Probably Arboreal's head went under the water. Tears and salt ocean mingled nauseatingly in his mouth. "I am lost," he gurgled. But at that instant, a shout went up, the shrill, high cry of a woman. Even in his agony, he recognized that voice, the voice of Parrot Feathers. With a splendid rally, he turned his face toward the shore. She was struggling through the crowd, fighting her way to the front rank with the fury of a wildcat. She had just buried her father, and the earth was still dark and damp upon her hands. But the magnificent creature had only one thought now. She thought only of her lover, her heroic lover. In her nobility of soul, she had been able to rise above the pettiness of spirit which another woman might have felt. She knew no pique or spite. Her lover was in trouble, and her place was nigh him. So she flung a false maidenly modesty to the winds, and acknowledged him, and cheered him on, careless of what the assembled world might think. She arrived at the psychological moment. "Probably, probably," she cried. "Don't give up, don't give up, for my sake." For her sake. The words were like fire in the veins of the struggling hero. He made another bursting effort and gained a yard. But the rally had weakened him. The next instant his head went under the water once more. Would it ever appear again? There was a long, long moment while all mankind strangled and gasped in sympathetic unison. And then our hero's dripping head did emerge. It had hit a stone under water, and it was bleeding, but it emerged. One eye was nearly closed. "Watch him! Watch him!" shouted Parrot Feathers. "Don't let him do that again! When he has you underwater, he whacks your eye with his tail! He's trying to blind you!" And indeed, these seemed to be the desperate Oyster's tactics. If he could once destroy our hero's sight, the end would soon come. "Probably! Do you hear me?" He nodded his head. He was beyond speech. "Take a long breath and dive! Do you get me? Dive! Dive at your own feet! Grab your feet in your hands and roll underwater in a bunch! Roll toward the beach!" It was a desperate maneuver, especially for a man who had already been underwater so much that morning. But the situation was critical and called for the taking of big chances. It would either succeed or fail. And death was no surer if it failed than if he waited. Probably Arboreal ceased to think. He yielded up his reasoning powers to the noble and courageous woman on the sand. He dived and grabbed his feet and rolled. "Again! Again!" she cried. "Another long breath and roll again!" Her bosom heaved as if she were actually breathing for him. To Probably Arboreal, now all but drowned and almost impervious to feeling, it also seemed as if he were breathing with her lungs. And yet he hardly dared to dive and roll again. He struggled in the water and stared at her stupidly. She sent her unusual and electric personality thrilling into him across the intervening distance. She held him with her eyes and filled him with her spirit. "Roll!" she commanded. "Probably! Roll!" And under the lash of her courage, he rolled again. 3 more times he rolled, and then, unconscious but still breathing, he was in her arms. As he reached the land, 500,000 oysters sank into the sea in the silence of defeat and despair, while from the beaches rose a mighty shout. The sun, as if it gestured, flung the mists from its face and beamed benignly. "Back! Back! Give him air!" cried Parrot Feathers, as she addressed herself to the task of removing the oyster from his foot. The giant beast was dying, and its jaws were locked in the rigor of its suffering. There was no way to remove it gently. Parrot Feathers laid her unconscious hero's foot upon one rock and broke the oyster loose with another. Incidentally, she smashed Probably Arboreal's toe. He sat up in pained surprise. Unthinkingly, as you or I would put a hurt finger into our mouths, he put his crushed toe into his mouth. At that period of man's history, the trick was not difficult. And then a beatific smile spread over his face. Man had tasted the oyster. In half an hour, mankind was plunging into the waves, searching for oysters. The oyster's doom was sealed. His monstrous pretension that he belonged in the van of evolutionary progress was killed forever. He had been tasted and found food. He would never again battle for supremacy. Meekly he yielded to his fate. He is food to this day. Parrot Feathers and Probably Arboreal were married after breakfast. On the toes of their first child were 10 cunning, diminutive oyster shells. Mankind, up to that time, had had sharp toenails like the claws of birds. But the flat, shell-like toenails, the symbols of man's triumph over and trampling down of the oyster, were inherited from the children of this happy couple. They persist to this day. End of The Revolt of the Oyster by Don Marquis. Read by Theoden Humphrey.
Wamsley's Automatic Pastor by Frank Crane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. "Yes, sir," said the short, chunky man as he leaned back against the gorgeous upholstery of his seat in the smoking compartment of the sleeping car. "Yes, sir. I knew you were a preacher the minute I laid eyes on you. You don't wear your collar buttoned behind or a black thingamabob over your shirt front, nor Presbyterian whiskers, nor a little gold cross on a black string watch chain. Them's the usual marks I know, and you ain't got any of 'em. But I knew you just the same. You can't fool J.P. Wamsley. You see, there's a particular air about a man that's accustomed to handle any particular line of goods. You can tell 'em all if you just notice, any of 'em. What goods counter, lawyer, doctor, traveling man, politician, railroad, every one of 'em's got his sign out, and it don't take a Sherlock Holmes to read it, neither. It's the same way with them gospel goods. You'll excuse me, but when I saw you come in here and light a cigar, with an air of, 'I will now give you a correct imitation of a human being,' I said to myself, 'There's one of my gospel friends. Murder will out, as the feller says.' Experience, did you say? I must have had considerable experience. Well, I guess yes. Didn't you never hear my invention, Wamsley's Automatic Pastor, Self-Feeding Preacher, and Lightning Collar? Say, that was the hottest scheme ever. I'll tell you about it. You see, it's this way. I'm not a church member myself. Believe in it, and all that sort of thing. I'm for religious strong, and when it comes to paying, I'm right there with the goods. My wife is a member, and a good one. In fact, she's so blame good that we average up pretty well. Well, one day they elected me to the board of trustees of the church. Because I was the heaviest payer, I suppose. I kicked some, not being anxious to pose as a pious individual, owing to a certain brethren in the town who had a little confidential information on J.P. and might be inclined to get funny. But they insisted, allowing that me being the most prominent and successful merchant in the town, and similar I ought to line up and help out the cause and so on. So I finally gave in. I went to 2 or 3 of their meetings, and say honest, they was the fiercest things ever." The minister smiled knowingly. "Yarn, I see. Ain't those official meetings of the church the limit? Gee, once I went, a cold winter night, waded through snow hip deep to a giraffe, and sat there for 2 hours while they discussed whether they'd fix the pastor's back fence or not. Price $6. I didn't say anything, being sort of new, but I made up my mind that the next time I'd turn loose on 'em, if it was the last thing I did. I says to my wife when I get home, 'Em,' says I, 'if getting religion gives a man softening of the brain, like I see it working on them men there tonight, I'm afraid I ain't on praying ground and interceding terms, as the feller says. The men in that bunch tonight was worth over $800,000, and they took $11 and a half's worth of my time chewing the rag over fixing the parson's fence. I'm going to bed," says I, "and if I shouldn't wake up in the morning, if you should miss Petty in the morning, you may know this vital powers was exhausted by the hilarious proceedings of this evening. But I must get along to my story about my automatic pastor. One day the preacher resigned. Life probably hectored out of him by a lot of cheapskates whose notion of holding office in church consisted of cutting down expenses and finding fault with the preacher because he didn't draw in sinners enough to fill the pews and pay their bill for 'em. When it came time to selecting a committee to get a new pastor, I blurted right in. Had an idea, so me to the front, leading trumps and banging my cards down hard on the table. Excuse my again festive reference to playing cards, but what I mean is that I thought the fullness of time had arrived, and I was a hollerin' for J.P. Wamsley. Well, sir, it was right then and there I invented my automatic pastor, continuous revolving handshaker, and circular jolly-hander. I brung it up before the official brethren one night and explained its modus operandi. I had a wax figure made by the same firm that supplies me the mannequins for my show windows, and it was a peach, if I do say it myself. Tall, handsome figure, benevolent face, elegant smile that won't come off, as the feller says, Chauncey Depew spinach in front of each ear. It was a sure Lulu. "Now," I says to 'em, "gentlemen, speaking of pastors, I got one here I want to recommend. It has one advantage anyhow, it won't cost you a cent. I'll make you a present of it, and also chip in, as heretofore, toward operating expenses. That cart old Jake Hicks, worth $100,000 and stingier than all get out, he leaned over and listened, same as if he were taking 'em right off the bat. He's a retired farmer. If you find me a closer boy than a retired farmer moved to town, you can have the best plug hat in my store. You observe," says I, "that he has the leading qualifications of all and comes a heap cheaper than most. He is swivel-mounted, that is, the torso, so to speak, is pinioned onto the legs so that the upper part of the body can revolve. This enables him to rotate freely without busting his pants, the vest being unconnected with the trousers. Now you stand this here, whom we will call John Henry, at the door of the church as the congregation enters, having previously wound him up, and there he stays, turning round and giving the glad hand and cheery smile, and so doth his changing power display as the unwed sun from day to day, as the feller says. Nobody neglected, all pleased. You remember the last pastor wasn't sociable enough, and there was considerable complaint because he didn't hike right down after the benediction and jolly the folk as they passed out. We'll have a wire running the length of the meeting house, with a gentle slant from the pulpit to the front door, and as soon as the meeting's over, up goes John Henry and slides down to the front exit, and there he stands, gyrating and handing out pleasant greeting to all. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to beat the band. Now, as for preaching," I continue, "you see, all you have to do is to raise up the coat-tails and insert a record on the phonograph concealed here in the back of the chest, with a speaking tube running up to the mouth. John Henry, being a regular minister, he can get the Homiletic Review at $1.50 a year. We can subscribe for that, get the up-to-date sermons by the most distinguished divines, get some gent that's afflicted with elocution to say 'em into a record, and on Sunday our friend and pastor here will reel 'em off fine. You press the button, he does the rest, as the feller says." "How about calling on the members?" inquires Andy Robinson. "Easy," says I. "Hire a buggy of Brother Jinks here, who keeps livery stable at $1 per p.m. Get a nigger to chauffeur the pastor at 50 cents per same. There you are. Let the boy be provided with an assortment of records to suit the people, pleasant and sad, conciliatory and gay, encouraging or reproving, and so forth. The coon drives up, puts in a cartridge, sets the pastor at the door, and when the family gets through with him, they sets him out again. There are, say, about 300 calling days in a year.
He can easy make 15 calls a day on an average, equals 4,500 calls a year at $450. Of course, there's the records, but that won't cost over $50 at the outside. You can shave 'em off and use 'em over again, you know. But there's the personality of the pastor, somebody speaks up. It's what attracts folks and fills the pews. Personality shucks, says I. Haven't we had personality enough? For every man it attracts, it repels too. Your last preacher was one of the best fellows that ever struck this town. He was a plumb brick and had lots of horse sense to boot. He could preach too, like a house afire. But you kicked him out because he wasn't sociable enough. You ask it an impossibility. No man can be a student and get up the rattling sermons he did, and put in his time trotting around calling on the sisters. Now, let's apply business sense to this problem. That's the way I run my store. Find out what the people want and give it to 'em is my motto. Now, people ain't coming to church unless there's something to draw 'em. We've tried preaching, and it won't draw. They say they want sociability, so let's give it to 'em strong. They want attention paid to 'em. You turn my friend here loose in the community, and he'll make each and every man, woman, and child think they're in it less'n a month. If everybody gets disgruntled, you sick John Henry here on 'em, and you'll have 'em come right back a-running and a-paying the pew rent in advance. Then, I continued, that ain't all. There's another idea I propose to go along with the pastor as sort of a sideline. That's trading stamps. Simple, ain't it? Wonder why you never thought of it yourselves, don't you? That's the way with all bright ideas. People drink soda water all their lives, and along comes a genius and here's the fizz, and goes and invents a Westinghouse break. Same as Newton and the apple and Columbus and the egg. All you have to do is to give 'em trading stamps for attendance. Then your church fills right up, and John Henry keeps 'em happy. Stamps can be redeemed in any store. So many stamps get, say, a parlor lamp or a masterpiece of Italian art in a gilt frame. So many more draws a steam cooker or an oil stove. So many more and you have a bicycle or a hair mattress or whatnot. And so on up to where a hatful of 'em gets an automobile. I tell you, when a family has a whatnot in their eye, they ain't going to let a little rain keep 'em home from church. And if they're all really too sick to go, they'll hire a substitute. And I opine these here stamps will have a powerful alleviating effect on Sunday sickness. And then, I went on, waxing eloquent and leaning the pastor against the wall so I could put one hand on my coat and gesture with the other and make it more impressive. And then, I says, just think of them other churches. We won't do a thing to them. The Baptist preacher thinks he's a whiz 'cause he makes 600 calls a year. You just wait till the nigger gets to hauling John Henry around town and loading up with rapid-fire conversations. That Baptist gent will look like 30 cents. That's what he'll look like. He'll think he's Rojesvinsky, and the Japanese fleet's after him. And the Campbellites think they done it when they got the new pastor with a voice like a bull of Bashan coming downhill. Just wait till we load a few of them extra-sized records with megaphone attachments into our pastor and get him up to 250 words a minute. And then where is Mr. Campbellite, as the fellow says. Besides, brethren, this pastor, having no family, won't need to get his back fence fixed. In fact, he won't need the parsonage. We can rent it, and the proceeds will go towards operating expenses. What we need to do, I says in conclusion, is to get in line, get up to date, give the people what they want. We have no way of judging the future but by the past, as the feller says. We know they ain't no human being can measure up to our requirements, so let's take a fall out of science and have enterprise and business sense. J.P. Wamsley reached for a match. "Did they accept your offer?" asked his companion. "I'm anxious to know how your plan worked. It has many points in its favor, I confess." "No," replied J.P. Wamsley, as he meditatively puffed his cigar and seemed to be lovingly reviewing the past. "No, they didn't. I'm kind of sorry, too. I'd like to have seen the thing tried myself, but," he added with a slow and solemn wink, They passed a unanimous resolution calling back the old pastor at an increased salary. I should say then that your invention was a success. Well, I didn't lose out on it anyhow. I got John Henry rigged up with a new bunch of whiskers, and posing in my show window was DeWitt signing the peace treaty in an elegant suit of all wool at $11.50. End of Wamsley's Automatic Preacher by Frank Crane.
The Quilt That Jack Built by Annie Fellows Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. The Quilt That Jack Built. "Johnny make a quilt?" repeated Rob Marshall, with a shout of laughter. "I'd as soon expect to see a wild buffalo knitting mittens." "But you're not to speak of it outside the family, Rob," his mother hastened to say. "And you must not tease the little fellow. You older children have ways of earning pocket money. Rhoda with her painting, and you with your bent iron work. But Johnny hasn't had a cent of income all fall. You know when your father explained what a hard winter this would be, and said we must economize in every way possible, Johnny offered to give up the little amount I allowed him every week for chores. He has been doing his work ever since without pay. Now he is wild to buy Todd Walter's rifle. He can get it for only $3, and I want him to have it if possible. He has cheerfully gone without so many things this fall. He followed me around the house all morning, begging me to think of some way in which he could earn the money, until, in desperation, I suggested that he piece a quilt for me at a cent a block. To my great surprise, he consented eagerly. He usually scorns anything that looks like girls' work. And Mother will have to do without the new bonnet that she had counted on getting with the turkey money that always comes in just before Christmas in order to pay for it," said Rhoda to her brother. "I think it's a shame. She needs it too badly to give it up for that child's whim." "No, daughter," answered Mrs. Marshall gently. "In a country neighborhood like this it matters little whether I wear my clothes 1 year or 7. And it is not a mere whim with Johnny. He wants that rifle more than he ever wanted anything in his life before. I think the quilt money would be a good investment. The work will teach him patience and neatness, and above all keep him quiet in the evenings. Since your father has been so worried over his business, he needs all the relaxation possible at home. He enjoys reading aloud in the evenings, and Johnny's fidgeting annoys him. A 10-year-old boy is all wriggle and racket without something to occupy him." She did not say it aloud, but as she cut out the gay patchwork, she thought with a warm glow of heart of another reason for the investment. The quilt would be such a precious reminder of Johnny's boyhood some day, when he had put away childish things. Every stitch would be dear to her because of the little stubby fingers that worked so patiently to set them, despite the needle pricks and knotted thread. That evening, with every curtain drawn tight, so that no prying outsider might see and tell, and ready to run at the first sign of an approaching visitor, Johnny sat down on the hearth-rug, tailor fashion, to begin the quilt. A slate full of calculations had shown him that, by making 5 blocks every evening, and 15 every Saturday, he could finish by Christmas. Todd would wait until then for his money. 350 blocks would give him enough for the rifle, and $50 besides for ammunition. "Well, Johnny," said Mr. Marshall teasingly, "I suppose your mother signed a contract for this. There's many a slip, you know. What would you do if the turkeys died before Christmas and she couldn't pay you?" "Huh! No danger of Mother's not keeping her word," answered Johnny with a confident wag of his head. "She said she'd pay me, not only the day but the very hour they were done. Didn't you, Mother?" "Yes, son," was the smiling answer, as she put the first block into his hands, and the quilt was begun. Not only the quilt, but a series of quiet evenings long to be remembered by the Marshall family. The picture of Johnny bending over his patchwork, his serious little face puckered into an anxious frown, as he tugged at the thread with awkward fingers, is one of the ways they love best to think of him. They still laugh heartily over the time when he rolled under the sofa, work-basket and all, to escape the eyes of a gossipy neighbor, who had knocked unexpectedly at the side door, and who stayed so long that he fell asleep and snored loudly. The following Saturday morning, Mrs. Marshall, going out to the barn for a hatchet, heard voices on the other side of the partition. Peeping through a crack, she saw a sight that confounded her. Every boy in the neighborhood seemed to be there, and every one was making patchwork. One boy was dangling his feet over the manger, several were perched on a ladder, and one was sitting cross-legged on a huge pumpkin. Johnny was going around as Grand Inquisitor from one to another. If a seam was puckered, he gave the unlucky seamstress what they called a hickey, a tremendous thump on the head with his thumb and middle finger. If the stitches were big and uneven, he gave 2 hickeys and a pinch, and one boy got half a dozen, because Johnny said his dirty hands made the thread gray. Mrs. Marshall gathered that it was some sort of secret society, and that they had signed an oath in their own blood not to tell. Johnny is at the bottom of it, she thought, laughing as she went back to the house. He has set the other boys to sewing in order to forestall them. Now they cannot tease him should they hear of his private quilt piecing. Another week went by of peaceful, uninterrupted evenings, and every night at bedtime Johnny counted out his tale of finished blocks with a sigh of relief. On the second Saturday evening he disappeared immediately after supper. It was nearly an hour later when he came tumbling excitedly into the house. "Look, Mother! Look, everybody!" he exclaimed. "It's all done. Here are the 350 blocks all in one pile. Now I'm ready for my money, Mother." "Why, Johnny!" gasped Mrs. Marshall in astonishment. "It isn't possible you have done them all in 2 short weeks." "Here they are," answered Johnny, smiling broadly. "Todd got in a hurry for his money, and I was so everlasting tired of the old patchwork that I had to think of some plan, so I farmed out 200 of the blocks at 1/4 cent apiece. I got up a sort of secret society, and we sewed after school and on Saturdays in the barn. The boys are waiting around the corner for their money now. There's 10 of 'em, and I owe each one a nickel, so give me part of the money in small change, please, Mother. Todd's there, too, 'cause I told him that you said you'd pay the very hour they were done." He dropped the bundle in her lap and hopped up and down, holding one foot in his hand. "Now the rifle's mine," he sang. "I can look the whole world in the face, for I owe not any man." He was quoting from the memory exercises at school. His eager face clouded a little at his mother's ominous silence. He shifted uneasily from one foot to another, wondering why she did not speak. At last she said, slowly, "But I had expected to pay you out of the turkey money, and I can't get that before Christmas. I hadn't an idea you could finish before then. And oh, Johnny," she added sadly, "I thought it would be all your own work. What do I care for a quilt made by Tom, Dick, and Harry? I consented to spend so much money on it because I thought it would give you employment for 6 or 7 weeks at least, and that we would all set such store by a quilt that you had made with your own little fingers, every stitch of it." Johnny wriggled uncomfortably. It had been purely a business arrangement with him. He could not understand his mother's sentiment. There was another disagreeable pause. Mrs. Marshall gazed into the fire with such a disappointed look in her eyes that Johnny felt the tears coming into his own. Then his father and Rob and Rhoda, seeing the humor of the situation, began to laugh. "Oh, what a joke!" gasped Rhoda finally, holding her sides. "Who on? I'd like to know!" demanded Johnny savagely, and threw himself full length on the rug. "I don't know what to do," he sobbed, his face buried in his arms, and his feet waving wildly back and forth above his prostrate body. "I don't know what to do. The boys are out there waiting for me around the corner, expecting me to bring the money right away. I told them sure I'd bring it, that you promised, the very hour. I didn't know it made any difference to you who finished 'em, just so they was done." "It was a misunderstanding, Johnny," said his mother, rising slowly. "But I'll keep my promise, of course." She went upstairs, and in a few minutes came back with a $5 gold piece that she had taken out of a little box of keepsakes. They all knew its history. "Oh, Mother, not that!" cried Rhoda. "Not the gold piece that Grandfather gave you because he was so proud of your leading the school a whole year, both in scholarship and deportment." "Yes, he gave it to me on my 10th birthday, just a little while before he died. It was the last thing he ever gave me, and I have kept it for 30 years as one of my most precious possessions." She was rubbing the little coin until it shone like new, with the bit of chamois skin in which it had been folded. "But dear as it is to me, It is not so dear as the keeping of my word. Here, Johnny, take it down to the corner, and ask Mr. Dawkins to change it for you." Mr. Marshall listened with a pained contraction of the brows. "Couldn't you wait until the latter part of next week, Abby?" he asked. "I think I could get the money for you by that time, and I hate to have you part with the little keepsake you have treasured so long." Mrs. Marshall shook her head. "No, Robert," she answered, "for that would make Johnny break his word too. You know he promised the boys, and we couldn't afford that, could we, son? We must keep our word at any cost." She slipped the money into his hand, kissed him, and bade him hurry home again, and Johnny, rushing back to his impatient creditors, felt that it was something very solemn indeed which had just taken place. Johnny's little room at the head of the stairs was heated by the hall stove, so that the door stood open all day long. When the new quilt was folded across the foot of his bed, it was the first thing that caught the eye of everyone passing up the stairs. Rob made up a verse about it, which he sang so often to tease Johnny that the first note was enough to make the child bristle up for a fight. "This is the patchwork all forlorn, made by the boys in Marshall's barn. The dog and the cat and even the rat had a hand in that, a hand in the quilt that Jack built." "You needn't make fun of it," said Rhoda one day. "It has held me to my word more than once. Yesterday, for instance, I would have broken my promise to poor little Miss Sarah Grimes to help her entertain her old ladies, and would have accepted Harry Dilling's invitation, which came later, to go sleighing. But that quilt would not let me. It showed me Mother as she stood there with her precious little gold piece, saying we must keep our word at any cost. After that I couldn't disappoint poor old Miss Sarah." "I know," answered Rob softly, looking up from his algebra. "It served me the same way. It lies there like the exponent of a higher power, the exponent of Mother's standards and ideals, that she expects us to raise ourselves up to." Mr. Marshall made a similar confession one day, and it seemed that Johnny alone was the only member of the family who had no sentiment in regard to the quilt, except perhaps a feeling of gratitude. It had brought him the rifle. He snuggled down under it on cold winter nights, tumbled out from under it on cold winter mornings, and went his happy-go-lucky way, regardless of what it might have said to him if he had had ears to hear. Then, when worn and faded by many washings, it outgrew its usefulness as he outgrew his boyhood, one spring morning his mother packed it carefully away, in folds of old linen and lavender. It was towards the middle of John Marshall's freshman year at college. The boy, all wriggle and racket, was a strong, athletic young fellow now, still with the same propensities of his restless boyhood. His overflowing animal spirits made him a jolly companion, and he found himself popular from the start. There was no need now for petty economies in the Marshall homestead. Business had been prosperous since that one hard winter, when Johnny made patchwork to pay for his gun, and he found himself now with as liberal an allowance as anyone in his class. "I'm in for having a royal good time," he wrote to Rhoda, who was homekeeper now, for it had been 2 years since her mother's death, and Rhoda had done her best to fill the vacant place to them all. "And you needn't preach to me, sis," he wrote. "I'm all right, and I'm not going to get into the trouble which you cheerfully predict. I shall not get into any scrapes that I can't skin out of. But a fellow would be a fool who didn't squeeze as much fun as possible out of his college life." As he was finishing this letter, 3 students, who were foremost in all the fun going, came tumbling unceremoniously into his room. "Say, you there, Marshall," cried the first one. "Hustle up and get ready for a lark tonight. You know that sophomore Wilson, the long-faced fellow the boys call Squills? He's rooming in the old Baptist parsonage away out on the edge of town. It's vacant now, and they're glad to let him have a room free for the sake of somebody to guard the premises. We've found that he will be out tonight, sitting up with a sick frat, so we've planned to borrow the parsonage in his absence to give a swell dinner. Tingley and Jones will visit several hen roosts in our behalf, and we'll roast the fowls in the parsonage stove. If you'll just set up the champagne, Jackie, my boy, we'll be yours forever, little darling, and we'll gamble on the green of the defunct parson's study table till morning doth appear." He took out a new deck of cards as he spoke, and slapped significantly on his overcoat pocket, bulging with packages of cigarettes. "What if Squills should come back unexpectedly?" asked Johnny. "Oh, that's all arranged. We'll toss him up in a blanket until he hasn't breath enough left to squeal on us. Suppose you bring along a blanket if you have one to spare," suggested the wild senior, whose notice always flattered the susceptible freshman. In case Squills does turn up before schedule time, it would be a good thing to have one handy. "All right, I'll be ready. When do you start?" "At 10 o'clock," was the answer. "We'll come by for you." And the three conspirators tramped down the long corridor, shoulder to shoulder, to the whistled tune of John Brown's Body. John sat down at his table, frowning over his lessons for the next day. For nearly an hour he tried to work, first at his Latin, and then on the theme that he was expected to hand in directly after chapel. But his thoughts were on the coming lark. "Oh, bother!" he exclaimed at last, tossing the books into a disorderly heap, and tearing his theme in two. "What difference will it make 50 years from now if I'm not prepared tomorrow? I guess I'll get that blanket while I think about it." At the beginning of the cold weather, he had written home for some extra blankets, and Rhoda had sent the box immediately. It had been standing in the closet several days, waiting for him to find time to unpack it. A sofa pillow made of his class colors came tumbling out as he removed the lid, and wondering what other extras his sister might have put in the box, he turned it upside down on the bed to investigate. 2 fine, soft blankets came first, then an eiderdown comfort, and then something wrapped in a square of time-yellowed linen, and smelling faintly of lavender. "What under the canopy?" he muttered, beginning to unfold it. "Well, I'll be jiggered," he exclaimed, as the familiar squares of faded patchwork met his eye. "It's that old quilt I made for Mother." He had forgotten its existence, but now, as he spread it out full length, smiling at the well-known object, it seemed only yesterday that he had been at work upon it. Rob's old teasing rhyme came back to him. "This is the patchwork all forlorn, made by the boys in Marshall's barn." It was funny, he thought, the way I farmed out those 200 blocks to the other boys. Why, here's a piece of one of those little striped waists I used to wear, and there's a piece of Rob's checked shirt, and Rhoda's apron. I wouldn't have imagined that I could have recognized them after all these years, but they look as natural as life. And this, his finger was resting on a square of dotted blue calico. My mother wore this. My, the times I've hung on to that dress, following her around the house, bothering her to stop and cover a ball, or make me a marble bag, or untangle my fishing lines. And she always stopped so patiently. He was back in the sunny old kitchen, with its spicy smell of gingerbread and pies, hot from the Saturday baking. Outside the snow clung to the trees, but the wintry sun shining through the shelf of yellow chrysanthemums by the window made dancing summer shadows on the clean white floor. He was looking at the quilt through blurred eyes now. How many, many nights she had spread it over him, and tucked him snugly in, and softly kissed his eyelids down before she carried away the lamp. It came over him all in a swift rush, with a sudden cold sense of desolation, that she could never do that again, never any more. The light had been taken away, never to be brought back. Big fellow as he was, he dropped on his knees by the bed, and buried his face in the old quilt, with a long, quivering sob. He had been occupied with so many things in the new experiences of his college life that he had not missed her for the last few months. But the sight of the old quilt brought her so plainly before him that the longing to have her back was almost intolerable. Several blocks away, a crowd of students crossing the campus in the moonlight started a rollicking chorus. It floated blithely up to him on the wintry night air. The fellows will be here in a minute, he thought. What would she say if she knew? I'd promised her that I would never, never touch a drop of liquor or a deck of cards, and here I am, getting ready for a night of drinking and gambling and carousing. But I've gone too far to back out now. How they'd hoot and laugh if they knew. He got up and began to fold the quilt, preparatory to putting it back in the box. The old scenes still kept crowding upon him. He saw himself lying on the hearthrug, the night the boys were waiting for him around the corner, and he was crying out, "But you promised me! You promised me!" And there was his mother, with the bit of a gold piece in her hand, the precious little keepsake that she had treasured for 30 years, saying in answer to her husband's remonstrance, "No, Robert, that would make Johnny break his promise too, and we couldn't afford that, could we, son? We must keep our word at any cost." It stood out fair and fine now, the memory of her unswerving truthfulness, her fidelity to duty. If the commonplace deeds of those early days had seemed of little moment to his childish eyes in passing, he saw them at their full value now. He recognized the high purpose with which she had pieced her little days together, now that he could look at the whole beautiful pattern of her finished life. How sacredly she had always kept her word to him, the slightest promise always inviolate. Ah, the little gold coin was the very least of all her sacrifices. He was about to say, "No, they shall not all be in vain," when he heard the fellows on the walk outside. A cold perspiration broke out on his forehead as he considered the consequences should he refuse to go with them. Strong as he was, he had a fear of ridicule. To be laughed at, to be ostracized by the set he admired, was more than he could endure. Like many another brave fellow, fearless in every respect but one, he was an arrant coward before that one overpowering fear of being laughed at. He gathered the quilt in his arms, debating whether he should hide it hastily in the closet, or come out boldly before them all with its whole homely little story. The fellows were tramping down the hall now. Oh, what should he do? Go or not? It meant to break with them for all time if he refused now. There was an instant more of indecision as the footsteps halted at the threshold. But when the door burst open, he had squared his shoulders to meet whatever might come, and was whispering between his set teeth, "At any cost, mother. I'll keep my promise at any cost." End of The Quilt That Jack Built by Annie Fellows Johnston.
Rocky Mountain Cookery by Anna Virginia Miller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Many a housewife with the reputation of being an excellent cook in the East has come to Colorado only to find that there is a wide difference between cooking at sea level or at a slight elevation and at an altitude of a mile or more above sea level, and that many of the recipes which had won for her fame in the old home would not work and must be made over to suit the conditions. Perchance she does not know why her cakes are not light, her muffins fall, and her biscuit looks so unsightly, until some chance acquaintance comes to the rescue and relates her own experience, mixing it with a little sisterly advice and a few prescriptions for the newcomer to digest at leisure. The writer had much the same experience when she was called to Denver as a demonstration lecturer, only, in her case, it was necessary to have every dish come out absolutely perfect, for a large store of patience cannot be expected from the public. When they attend a public demonstration, they wish to see the finished article and not listen to apologies of what it should have been. A thorough knowledge of the chemistry of foods is of great assistance to one under these circumstances. Every recipe prescribing flour must be rewritten and tested before it can be launched safely before an audience of critical housewives. Not a cookbook can be found for this altitude. Perhaps no one has been brave enough to undertake the task of writing one, and so each woman has been left to her own resources, to recompose the recipes given in her favorite cookbook, but prepared for a different locality. A few suggestions, it is hoped, will aid those who are at bay in adapting recipes which they used to term perfect. When eggs are called for, use all your conscience will allow, and then shut your eyes and use one or two more. Someone says, "This is very extravagant. I cannot afford to use so many eggs." But one can make it up in a measure in shortening and baking powder, and often in sugar. But remember, if the health of your family be valued, one cannot afford to be miserly with eggs. For food here will not be light and easy of digestion unless plenty of eggs are used. And the eggs must be beaten, too, with long and tedious beating, for it takes a much longer time to beat eggs in this high altitude until they become thick and lemon-colored. Perchance the thought will occur to you to use a larger amount of baking powder in place of an egg or two, but put that thought from you. Only disappointment awaits the experiment, as baking powder must be used more sparingly than formerly. From 1/4 to 1/2 less shortening will be all that is required for cake recipes, the percentage of reduction depending upon the richness of the recipe to be followed. A very rich cake should not be attempted, and, in a moderately rich cake, it will be found much safer to depend upon eggs as far as possible, and not pin the faith on a large amount of even the best of butter to make the cake rich. Sugar must be used with caution in all recipes calling for flour. Usually in a cake recipe calling for 1 cup of sugar, about 3/4 a cup will be found quite enough, but the amount varies with the proportions of other ingredients. More flour will be required for a given amount of liquid, or, if one prefer to use the same quantity of flour as formerly, diminish the quantity of liquid. Muffins and cakes, to hold their own in the oven, must be made very stiff. The time in baking will be found to be longer. Consequently, the fuel bill is apt to be increased. Water boils at a very low temperature. Therefore, articles that are to be boiled must be cooked much longer. For instance, an egg will boil to the stage termed soft in 5 minutes. At the sea level this same egg would have been in like condition in 3 minutes. Beans must be boiled for hours. One cook, who had a reputation for the delicious beans she served à la Boston, replied when asked her secret, they were cooked a week. Beans must be soaked overnight, boiled the next day, and on the 3rd day baked. For instance, they will be ready to serve on Saturday evening for supper if one adheres to the true Bostonian fashion, provided they be started on Thursday, or better still on Wednesday, thus giving 2 days for the baking. However, if fuel is an item to be considered, it will be found much more economical to buy beans at the baker's, as they are baked in such large quantities, and the cost is much less than if the task be undertaken at home. The following recipes have been thoroughly tested and will be found to contain the correct proportions for use in Denver or any other place of similar altitude. Level measurements have been used. Mountain Muffins. Mix and sift 2 1/2 cups of flour, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, 1/2 a teaspoonful of salt, and 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Add 3/4 a cup of milk, 2 eggs, beaten until thick and lemon colored, and 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Bake in gem pans in a moderate oven 25 minutes. Rocky Ginger Cakes. To 1/2 a cup of Puerto Rico molasses, add 1/2 a cup of sour milk, 1 egg, well beaten, and 3/4 a cup of sugar. Mix and sift 2 cups of flour, 1/2 a teaspoonful of soda, 1 teaspoonful of ginger, 1 teaspoonful of cinnamon, and 1/4 a teaspoonful of clove. Combine mixtures and bake in gem pans in a slow oven. Rocky Mountain Sponge. Make a syrup of 3/4 a cup of sugar and 3 tablespoonfuls of water by cooking together 10 minutes. Cool and pour gradually over the yolks of 3 eggs, which have been beaten until thick and lemon colored, beating all the time and continuing the beating 15 minutes. Add 1 1/8 cups of flour, 1 teaspoonful of lemon juice, and the whites of 3 eggs beaten until stiff and dry. Bake in a loaf in a moderate oven 3/4 of an hour. Orange Cake. Cream 3 tablespoonfuls of butter and add 1/2 a cup of sugar. Beat 2 eggs until thick and lemon colored and add 1/4 a cup of sugar. Combine mixtures. Mix and sift 1 1/2 cups of flour. Add 1 teaspoonful of baking powder and add to the first mixture alternately with 1/2 a cup of milk. Flavor with 1/2 a teaspoonful of orange extract. Bake in gem pans and frost with golden frosting. For this, take the yolks of 2 eggs, beat slightly, add sugar until thick enough to spread, and flavor with orange extract. The cake mixture may be baked in layer cake pans and put together with orange filling. This is made by cooking together, in a double boiler, 1/2 a cup of sugar, 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, the juice of 1 orange, the grated rind of 1/2 an orange, 1 teaspoonful of lemon juice, 1 egg slightly beaten, and 1 teaspoonful of butter. Some of the filling may be saved for the top of the cake, or, if a more elaborate cake be desired, frost the top with egg frosting and place sections of orange on top for a garnish. Mountain Snow Cake. Cream 1/3 a cup of butter and add, gradually, 3/4 a cup of sugar. Mix and sift 2 cups of flour with 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, and add to the first mixture, alternately, with 1/2 a cup of milk. Beat the whites of 4 eggs until stiff and dry, and add to the cake, together with 1/2 a teaspoonful of almond extract. Bake in layer cake pans, and put together with 2 cups of heavy cream, sweetened with 1/4 a cup of sugar and flavored with 1/2 a teaspoonful of vanilla. Steamed Pudding. Cream 1/2 a cup of butter and add, gradually, 3/4 a cup of sugar. Mix and sift together 3 1/2 cups of flour, 3 1/2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, and 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt. Beat 3 eggs until thick and lemon colored, and add 1/2 a cup of milk. Combine mixtures and add 1 1/2 cups of fruit. Turn into small buttered molds and steam 2 1/4 hours. The fruit may be omitted when it will be necessary to add more milk. For the sauce mix 2 tablespoons of cornstarch and 1 cup of sugar. Add gradually 2 cups of fruit juice, stirring constantly. Let boil 5 minutes, remove from the fire, and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. End of Rocky Mountain Cookery by Anna Virginia Miller. Read by Betty B.
How to Become a Successful Singer by Madame Clara Butt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The question of how to sing a song involves touching upon a variety of points that might not at first sight be associated with the subject. 4 distinct factors play prominent parts in the singing of any song, however simple. These are the voice, the singer, the master, and the song. Of these, of course, the voice is of primary importance, for unless an individual possesses in some degree the gift of song, it is impossible for him or her to become a singer. In very many cases, needless to say, correct training, by showing how the vocal organs can be used to the best advantage, may achieve some sort of result. But the voice so produced is often of an artificial character which can never approach the purely natural voice. It is, I believe, held by a great many people that only those can sing who possess a throat and vocal organs suitable for the production of the voice. But my own views on the subject do not coincide with this idea at all. My point of view is that if you are meant to be a singer, you will sing. God sent his singers upon earth, etc. One often hears of operations upon the throat being performed with the object of improving the voice, but here again I find myself in entire disagreement. I think that if one is born with a deformity of the throat and has always sung easily with it, any attempt to interfere with or alter that deformity may end in destroying the power of song altogether. When I was at the Royal College of Music, I was constantly being urged to have my tonsils cut. For a long time I held out against it, but at last consented. However, while I was actually seated in the operating chair, the doctor asked me to sing the vowel sound E on a high note, and remarked upon the way my tonsils contracted while I sang. All at once I recalled the case of a girl I knew, with a true soprano voice, who had lost the ability to sing in tune after her tonsils had been cut. Might it not be the same in my own case? This decided me in an instant. I refused to let the operation be performed, and from that day to this have never allowed my throat to be interfered with surgically in any way. Yet I have had every sort of throat that a singer would wish to avoid without my voice being affected in the least. I started life, almost, with diphtheria. have suffered from adenoids, and have experienced several attacks of quinsy. Among myself and my 3 sisters, all of us being singers, my throat is the worst of the lot, and not in the least like a singer's throat. The sister whose voice most nearly resembles mine is the one whose throat is most like mine, and the sister who has a throat and vocal organs which are ideal from an anatomical point of view possesses a soprano voice which, though particularly sweet, is not strong. One thing that I think exercises an enormous amount of influence upon the quality of voices is climate. Review the climatic conditions of the various countries, and you cannot help remarking upon the number of natural voices that are met with in Italy and in Australia, in both of which countries the climate is unusually fine. I believe that the brilliance of the Australian climate must be reckoned with very seriously in accounting for the peculiar brilliance which is a characteristic of Australian singing voices, while that Italy is a country of singers is well known to everybody. At the same time, climatic conditions do not seem to affect the speaking voice, which I imagine is more a question of language. I have always thought that the English-speaking voice is the best of any. There is none of that nasal, sonorous accent about it which, for instance, makes the speaking voice of the ordinary Italian so unpleasant. I was never so struck with this quality in Italian-speaking voices as upon one occasion when staying at a hotel in Venice, where there was a café almost beneath our windows. Even the beauties of Venice hardly compensated for the nerve-wracking nasal chatter that continually floated up to us from below. It goes without saying that the voice needs a great deal of training and care if it is to be brought to the best development, and one of the first faults that must be cured is in the taking and use of the breath. This must be done in an entirely different way from that usually employed when speaking. It would be impossible for me to deal fully in such an article as this with the question of how to take breath. And as it is one of the first lessons that a singing master should teach, I will confine myself here to saying that the main difference lies in the fact that, when speaking, the breath is usually taken from the chest, but that when singing it must be controlled by the abdominal muscles. When singing, the muscles of the throat must be relaxed and not contracted. Self-consciousness often does more to mar a good voice than anything else, since it leads to the contraction of the muscles. Have you ever noticed how pleasantly some people sing or hum to themselves when they imagine they are not overheard, compared with the indifferent or even unpleasant manner in which they perform publicly? Here we have a direct example of the result of self-consciousness. Never mind your audience. Allow the song to carry you away so that you sing easily and naturally. To acquire perfect control over the throat muscles so that they may be relaxed at will is one of the most difficult points in voice training, and one of the most common mistakes made in this respect is in over-practice. The muscles of the throat are among the most delicate of the whole body, and I am convinced that it is a fatal error to overtax them, especially during the early training of the voice, by too much practice. Personally, my training was very gradual, and the greatest care was taken not to impose too much strain upon my throat at first. I am confident that a number of short practices of 10 or 15 minutes duration, with intervals of rest between, are better than a few long periods, since the throat is thus less liable to become tired. Every expert in physical development will tell you that for the proper development of any set of muscles, a gradual exercise that does not involve overexertion is the best, and I would particularly emphasize the importance of this where the throat is concerned. Another point in connection with the voice which is too often overlooked is the question of general health. My gardener sometimes complains that the flowers do not come to perfection owing to the poorness of the soil. The simile is a very good one. The vocal organs are like delicate flowers, capable of the best development when the soil in which they are planted, the body, is in perfect condition. It must be the object of all singers, therefore, to take the greatest care of their health. Over-exercise of the body generally should also be avoided, just as much as over-exercising the throat. It is easier to sing when the rest of the body has not been overtired. General exercise, though essential to health, can be overdone just as much as vocal exercise. These remarks apply particularly to the student. It is while the voice is being formed, more than after it has been formed, that it is likely to be affected by such considerations as those just mentioned. The mind plays a prominent part where the voice is concerned. Worry, unhappiness, and mental strain of every description may lower the whole tone of the body, and, by lessening the inclination to sing, making singing more difficult. Unfortunately, one cannot take mental worries in small doses, but must put up with them as they come, and I only mention this to impress upon my readers the more forcibly how important the general health of mind and body is where the voice is concerned. After all, the effect of mental or bodily strain upon the voice depends entirely upon the individual. Personally, whatever may be the state of my mind or my body, I am able to sing in a sort of subconscious state. It would hardly be possible to hit upon a more striking illustration of what can be done when one is in a subconscious condition than what I am about to relate. At one time or another, I have had to have operations performed, for appendicitis, for instance, which have necessitated my being put under ether. On every single occasion, I have sung in full voice while under the influence of the anesthetic. This was most remarkable, perhaps, on the occasion when I was being operated upon for the appendicitis. For then the abdominal muscles, which control one's breathing, must naturally have been interfered with. The fact is that trouble, worry, and ill health have no effect upon the voice. The voice is always there. It is only the power of using it that may be impaired. As I have already pointed out, it is in the early stages of vocal training that the effects of ill health, mental worry, or overwork are most likely to be felt. When the voice has been properly trained and the vocal organs fully developed, they are less likely to suffer by the rest of the body being out of tune, and it is therefore of particular importance for beginners to bear my remarks in mind. Here is another point which beginners should take to heart and follow as far as they are able. Try to avoid over-anxiety. Students often make the mistake, through over-anxiety, of overworking their voices just before a concert, with the result that they are not at their best when on the platform. It is a good plan to rest both the body and the voice before singing in public. I should like to emphasize the importance of this very fully. Young singers seem to lose sight, half the time, of the fact that they should be at their very best when on the platform. Personally, I always keep, and have always kept, this clearly before my mind. It is the greatest possible mistake to waste your efforts at the last moment in private. Rest before you sing in public, in order that when you go on to the platform, you may give your audience, who after all have paid to be entertained, of your best. Remember that while polishing is highly desirable, there is such a thing as over-polishing, and this, instead of improving, only wears out. I am a great believer in the quiet study of a song without the aid of a piano. Not only does this avoid tiring the voice, but it enables the singer to fully grasp all the beauty and the meaning of the words and the music, and so to enter into the spirit of the subject when upon the platform. When on tour, I frequently adopt this method of studying. It enables one to be doing something useful when in the train or elsewhere, when actual practice is undesirable or impracticable. The resting of the voice before singing in public applies not only to vocal exercises, but to all kinds of overexertion of the throat, even those who are aware of the danger and who are careful to refrain from singing practice just before an appearance in public, very frequently forget that speaking may tire the voice every whit as much as singing. It is most important not to do too much talking for some hours before a public appearance is made. In this way, the throat will be thoroughly rested. In singing, as in everything else, experience teaches, better than any amount of instruction, what an individual is capable of, and how the full power and merit of the voice may best be acquired and preserved. When students have found their feet sufficiently to understand the best way to manage their voices, they will be able to regulate their practice according to what leads to the best results in each individual case. Some may be best suited by morning practice, others by afternoon practice. Personally, I put in most of my practice between the hours of 11 and 1 each morning. The next factor to be considered is the singer. Temperament, individuality, force, dramatic ability, perseverance, industry, keenness, and ambition all play a part in the making of a successful singer and in the singing of a song successfully. It is in the earlier stages of the singer's career that some of these qualities are most necessary, for many years of hard and constant study have sometimes to be faced. It is during this time that perseverance, industry, keenness, and ambition, if they are possessed, will help the student on so enormously. Indeed, while ambition and keenness will do most perhaps in the early stages, industry and perseverance are required all the time, for it is impossible to reach a stage where there is nothing left to learn. Singing is but one branch of art, and a singer can learn something from every other branch. From the actor may be gleaned hints for dramatic effect. From the painter may be acquired an appreciation of breadth and color. From the orator may be picked up many useful hints as regards enunciation, modulation, and emphasis, while the writer may inspire those beautiful thoughts which, taking root in the singer's mind, help towards the mental health which is as important to the perfect voice as physical fitness. It will be seen, therefore, that one may never have done studying, for there are constantly new actors, new speakers, new painters, or new writers from whom something may be learnt. While in painting and literature alone there are great masterpieces to such number that no one singer could ever hope to study them all. It must be remembered also that what satisfied the public 10 years ago does not satisfy them now, and as a singer must keep pace with every advancement that is made, there is constant study to be done. The first thing the possessor of a voice looks out for is naturally someone to train it, and this brings us to the question of the master. It is not my intention to give advice as to the selection of master or masters. Indeed, it would be impossible to do so, partly because there are so many masters between whom it would be invidious to make comparisons, and partly because such an article as this is intended more to assist the general run of students who are spread over so large an area that they could not all reach the best-known masters, but are obliged to study locally. In England and in the colonies there are many very good schools and colleges for vocal training, and there are competent teachers, most of them emanating from our great colleges and academies within reach of almost every district. While I do not wish to appear unpatriotic, however, it must frankly be admitted that students must study on the continent if the best results are to be achieved, since only on the continent can they study in that musical atmosphere which is so essential a surrounding for one who essays an artistic career. Even if prolonged study on the continent is out of the question, it is advisable to all costs for continental music centers to be visited. No musical education can otherwise be complete. You must not think that I wish to run down English masters. Quite the contrary. I think you can get just as good masters here as abroad. It is simply the question of atmosphere, surroundings. There is no city in England where the pupil can study amid such surroundings that music and artistic ideas and ideals hem him in on every side, so that they meet him whichever way he turns, and so that the feeling that music is the only thing in the world remains with him, waking and sleeping during the whole period of his study. Only when surrounded by such an atmosphere can the student be properly developed where his musical ideas are concerned, for only these surroundings can develop that artistic temperament which is so essential. And apart from the question of musical atmosphere, seeing that a singer is frequently called upon to render songs in French, German, and Italian, it is necessary that those languages should be studied in France, Germany, and Italy, if perfection is to be acquired. It is a very grave fault of our musical colleges and academies that they employ, as a rule, English teachers to give instruction in foreign languages. If in one's student days one had a good master for these languages, a Frenchman to teach French, a German to teach German, and so on, it would be of the greatest possible assistance and would save a considerable amount of time and labor, since so much less would have to be unlearned. It is not too much to say, I think, that our musical institutions will never reach the highest point of their utility till they do this. But before learning to sing in foreign languages at all, it is essential that pupils should learn to sing in their own language. Masters in this country teach their pupils to sing passably in French, Italian, and German, but directly they attempt to sing in English, one is horrified to find that their enunciation is so bad that it is impossible to understand the words they sing, and almost out of the question to tell what language they are singing in. Surely it should be the first object of the teacher to instruct his pupils in the singing of their own language. I verily believe that the reason why our language is looked down upon for singing is because so many of our native singers do not know how to sing it properly. There are much harder sounds in the German language, for instance, yet German songs are constantly sung by singers of every nationality. How often does one hear of English songs being sung in France, Germany, or Italy by French, German, and Italian singers? Even when they give recitals over here, their programs seldom include an English song, and one is even more struck by so many of our own vocalists giving recitals at which often not a single song in English is included. When English is properly sung, it is as easy to sing in and as beautiful to listen to as any other language, and if students were taught how to sing it, its popularity among singers would, I feel convinced, quickly spread. I remember very well indeed singing on one occasion to Madame Marchesi in Paris. I boldly chose an English song, and upon coming to the end of it, was much pleased by the tribute Madame Marchesi paid to our language when she said to me, "English is beautiful when sung like that." It should emphatically be the first duty of a master to teach his pupils how to use their native language, and no other should be attempted till they can do this perfectly. The slipshod method so frequently met with now would then soon disappear, and I am sure it would not be long before other countries began to appreciate the many beauties of the English language for singing in. And we should get more songs written by good composers to some of our beautiful English poetry. Before I leave this question of the master, there is one other point for me to touch upon. Although, when once they have mastered the singing of their own language, pupils should seek the musical atmosphere of the continent, it must be remembered that there is one branch of music which is peculiarly our own, and which must accordingly be studied here. I refer to oratorio. England is home of oratorio, and consequently this style of singing cannot be studied abroad. And for any singer who looks forward to entering the musical profession, careful study of this branch is absolutely indispensable. Oratorio is very popular here, and English audiences will not for a moment tolerate singers who fail to acquit themselves well when they undertake it. And as most professionals have to do oratorio work at one time or another, care must be taken that the public are not given renderings which fail through lack of proper study and application. Oratorio entails much study and research that is unnecessary where other branches of singing are concerned. Not only must the whole work be studied so that the singer may become acquainted with the full intention of the composer, but a special study must be made of the character which the singer is to perform, in order that all the feelings and emotions he or she would have felt in real life may be properly understood before an attempt is made to reproduce them. If the best results are to be achieved, the life, habits, failings, aims, and ambitions of the character to be interpreted must, as far as possible, be carefully studied and thought about, in order that the singer may better appreciate the situations which occur, and know how the character portrayed would have felt and acted in them. The Bible throws considerable light upon the life and character of most of the personages who have a place in oratorio. It is therefore useful, when studying some particular work, to examine carefully that portion of the Bible which may throw light upon the subject. Lastly, we come to the song, and this is a question upon which I hold very decided views. The object of singers should be to give the greatest amount of pleasure to their audiences, as well as to use all that is best and highest in their art to inspire good thoughts and raise the mental standard of their hearers. The larger proportion of every audience can only follow the words of the song in English. They can fully appreciate the beauty of the music, I admit, and for this reason every artist should have some of the most beautiful songs of other countries in his or her repertoire. But it is a lamentable fact that good translations are very rare. I like to choose as many songs as possible in English, so that their meaning and their message can be readily understood and appreciated by my audience. I believe that it is within the power of an artist to actually lessen, or at any rate, to temporarily relieve the cares and worries of which each member of an audience has a share. And I am sure that the easiest way to do so is to sing songs whose meaning and whose message is immediately understandable. In conclusion, I cannot insist too strongly upon the necessity for hard work and perseverance for those who are to succeed in the world of music. Too many people imagine that the gift is everything, but indeed this is not the case, for though the gift is of course indispensable, much application and hard work are necessary before it can be made use of to the best advantage. Given a voice and some dramatic instinct, there still remains careful and laborious training to be gone through before a singer can know how to sing a song and be able to put that knowledge into practice. The great thing is to be sincere, to be individual, and to grasp at the beginning of one's career the impossibility of pleasing everybody and the necessity of being true to oneself. And if others see the truth differently, be differential and not servile to their alien point of view. End of How to Become a Successful Singer by Madame Clara Butt. Read by Jen Broda.
Tattooed Debutantes and Wasp-Waisted Men by Frank G. Carpenter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dutch and the Australians have some rare birds to keep in order in their colonial aviary of the Pacific. The natives of New Guinea are even wilder and more savage than those of Borneo. There are thousands of them who go naked save for the breechcloths of bark worn by the men and the short petticoats of woven grass with which the women are clothed. Sometimes the women wear skirts of long leaves, frequently placing one layer upon another in the form of flounces. The leaf skirts extend from the waist almost to the knees, and, along with a necklace of shells or beads, form the entire clothing. Sometimes the skirts are made of the fiber of bark. Along the extreme northern coast there are tribes which go entirely naked except for a necklace of dog's teeth and a few bird of paradise feathers stuck in their hair. Others paint themselves in stripes of white, red, yellow, and black, and some scar themselves with flints and also by burning their flesh as the Japanese do with the leaves of the moxa. In the far eastern part of the island both men and women tattoo their faces and bodies in a hideous fashion, and in some places tattooing is the prevailing and exclusive style of dress. The patterns often cover the whole body, and among certain tribes tattooing forms the coming out suit of the maidens. Getting such a dress is exceedingly painful, but my missionary friends tell me that the girls are anxious to be in the fashion and submit cheerfully despite the torture it entails. The girl to be tattooed lies down on the ground, while the ink is pricked under her skin in the various patterns by means of thorns dipped into the ink and driven under the skin with a little mallet. Such dressmaking is slow, but a suit once made lasts a lifetime. Among some tribes a man is not tattooed until he has a killing to his credit. The New Guinea natives constitute the Papuan race and are a people different from the Malays, who live farther west, from the aborigines of Australia, and from the many other races of the Pacific. The Papuans are of several varieties. In color they range from a sooty brown to a black almost as intense as that of an East African Negro. The typical Papuan is quite tall, but pygmy tribes have been discovered living in the mountains of Dutch New Guinea. These people are well named Papuans, which means woolly haired. Their hair stands out from the head and is often threaded through bamboo tubes or pipes, out of which it sticks like great tassels. If you put your hand down on it, it feels springy like a hair mattress. In some parts of the island it is possible to tell by her hair or the lack of it whether a woman is single or married. The married women are all bald-headed, and the sensible man does not attempt to flirt with a hairless female. A maiden wears her natural wool until the wedding, but after that she shaves off every bit of it close to the scalp and keeps it so shaved for the rest of her life. This is a serious matter. Until the foreigners came the razors were sharp flints, but now the natives use broken glass, and there is a steady demand for soda and beer bottles, which the natives break up for their tonsorial operations. With other tribes a woman's bald head means that she has lost her husband. A widow must shave off all her hair, smear her body with black or yellow ochre, and wear mourning for a long time. Often the widow is the only well-covered woman in the community, for she adopts a long grass mantle and wears something like a great poke bonnet on her head. The Papuans mourn for men, but not for women. As soon as a man dies a great wailing is set up, and the mourners cover themselves with mud. The howling continues all night, accompanied now and then by the tap, tap, tap of the tom-tom. Toward dawn the corpse is taken off and buried. A path is frequently made through the jungle to the sea so that the spirit may bathe. A little later the body may be dug up and the bones cleaned and put away in a cave or near the former hut of the deceased. Walter Goodfellow, leader of a British ornithological expedition into Dutch New Guinea, tells how he started in to buy some skulls of departed Papuans, which were being kept in the natives' huts as family relics. The tribesmen were timid about bargaining at first, but when they caught on they were eager to sell. Soon every house in the village had 3 or 4 skulls out for his inspection. Every Papuan thinks that he has another self or soul, which may occasionally leave his body during sleep and which hovers around for a time after death. This ghost may haunt such of his relatives as have displeased him. It is believed to have its home in the moon and to visit the earth when the moon is full. The dead are always referred to in some roundabout way, never by name, as this might bring back their spirits. I have photographs of Papuan houses taken in eastern New Guinea. They are generally built upon piles. A platform of poles is constructed first, a skeleton framework is built upon this, and mats of woven leaves or grass are fastened to it. The mats are arranged so that they can be raised or lowered to keep out the mosquitoes and flies, which are exceedingly troublesome. In some regions there are houses built in the trees to which the people retreat in times of danger. Among many of the tribes the men and women live together on the apartment house plan. In some places there are houses 500 feet long and 60 feet wide, containing 60 families or more. Such a house is usually divided by little partitions into pens built out to a central hall, so that going through it would be like passing between the stalls of a cow stable. In each one of these a family has its quarters. The women do their cooking inside, and the smoke finds its way out through the roof as it can. These New Guinea flats are very dark. Sometimes the pointed roofs extend as much as 30 feet above the floor. The materials of the houses are usually poles and grass. First a framework of poles is made, and then the thatch of grass or banana leaves is tied on. In others of the New Guinea tribes the men live in a kind of clubhouse in which they sleep and eat, while the women live in huts off by themselves, a number of wives often being in one hut. They cook their husbands' food in their huts or on the ground outside and bring it to the men's house, set it on the veranda, and call to their husbands to come and eat. It means death to a woman to enter one of these buildings, which are reserved exclusively for the men. The clubhouses are often of great size and look like immense hay ricks. Their thatched walls meet high up in the ridge of the roof. Entrance is gained through a hole at the front, and there are no windows. Some of the Papuan men lace themselves in with rope in order to reduce the size of their waists and stomachs. They bind bark belts from 2 to 10 inches wide tightly about their bodies, compressing themselves so that full-grown men acquire waists as small as those once fashionable for our women at home. It is said that the chief reason for this custom is that the men wish to persuade the women that they have small stomachs and are therefore light eaters. In New Guinea the women are the chief providers, and the maiden who is looking about for a husband is supposed to prize highest the man who will be most easily fed. A boy, on being asked why he laced himself so tightly, said, "I shall have to get a wife some day, and if I have a big stomach no one will have me." For this reason the men of these tribes seldom eat in the presence of the women, and take their meals in the clubhouses. The New Guinea natives do not believe in much fat. It is a disgrace to be stout, and the men dread extra adipose tissue as much as do the women of America. Indeed, the anti-fat quacks could do a thriving business in parts of New Guinea. In their diet the people are chiefly vegetarians. They live on yams, sago, a kind of meal made from the pith of the sago palm, the taro, a sort of potato, and bananas. They are not particular, however, and when they can get them, will eat kangaroos, pigs, dogs, snakes, and lizards. They are fond of beetles and grubs or larvae which the women dig out of the trees and cook. In the interior salt is hard to get, and explorers often use it to buy sweet potatoes and sugar cane from the natives. Sea water carried inland in hollow bamboo is sometimes used in cooking. Salt is obtained too from the ashes of wood saturated with sea water. The cooking is done on heated stoves or in pots where these can be had, or the food is wrapped up in leaves and roasted in the embers. In former German New Guinea, strangely enough, the natives are natural beer drinkers. They make a liquor by chewing the root of the kava plant and fermenting the saliva-soaked mixture. After a while it becomes intoxicating and is then used in ceremonial feasts. Tobacco is imported by New Guinea, in part of which it forms the chief currency among the natives. For the Dutch New Guinea trade it is put up at Rotterdam in a blue wrapper, and the Papuans refuse any other kind. They both smoke it and chew it. One of their little ways is to walk up to a smoker, take the cigarette or cigar from his mouth, and walk off, puffing it with great satisfaction. If he takes a fancy to your smoke, it is not exactly safe to try to keep a native from doing this. The tobacco sold in British New Guinea is made up in sticks as long as a lead pencil and as big around as your little finger. It is evidently well soaked with licorice or glucose or some other such mixture, for it is as black as jet. Such tobacco is accepted in payment for goods at the store at Port Moresby, and 4 sticks of it are the average pay for a day's work. Among the natives themselves, tobacco is the most common currency. So many sticks will buy a hatchet or a knife, a set of pottery dishes, or a necklace. Land is often purchased of the tribes by giving them hatchets, handkerchiefs, and tobacco, with a shirt or a knife sometimes thrown in. Where the Papuans have come in contact with white men, articles of clothing are in enormous demand. Once acquired, they are never taken off except to trade, with the result that as they change ownership, they grow more and more filthy and pass on to their new wearers all sorts of disease. Because of this, some of the Australian magistrates say that it should be made a criminal offence for a Papuan man to wear more than a loincloth, or a woman anything except her short and sanitary grass skirt. But the natives love anything in the form of a European garment, and get themselves up in most fantastic fashion. It is a matter of court record that one criminal was condemned for his sins to be deprived of his clothes. This was for him a severe punishment, not that he needed the garments, but because they were his chief source of pride and distinction. The natives are fond of their children. They treat them well and are exceedingly affectionate. One of the missionaries told me that in his 10 years in the island he had never seen a father strike his child, and that mothers never whip their children. A queer thing is the Papuan cradle. It is made of the fiber of the banana woven into a bag. Into this the baby is dropped, and the bag is then hung to one of the poles of the roof or to a tree, and the baby swung to sleep. If the mother goes out, she merely unhooks the string and slings the cradle on her back, carrying her baby about as the Indian squaw does her papoose. On the south coast there are some tribes which do nothing but fish, and others which devote themselves to farming. The farmers never fish, and the fishers do not farm. These tribes live close to each other and exchange their respective products. Sharp sticks are about the only agricultural implements known. When the men work the land, they stand in a row, plunge their sticks into the ground simultaneously, and thus pry up the soil. The fishermen make their own canoes, and some of them gather shells and pearls. Pottery and rope making are other native Papuan industries. Not far from Port Moresby, a certain tribe makes cooking vessels of clay. Every year the people send out a trading expedition which sails for several hundred miles along the coast and up the rivers, selling pieces of pottery. The men dig the clay with pieces of stone lashed to forked sticks. The woman potter takes up a lump of clay and makes a hole big enough to get in her right hand. With this she gives the vessel a rude shape and at the same time hollows it out. Next it is smoothed off with flat sticks and the palms of the hands. After being dried in the sun several days, the pots are baked in heaps of hot ashes. When some hundreds have been manufactured, the people make a raft of several long dugout canoes lashed together to a width of about 24 feet. They then build a deck over the whole and set up 2 masts, each of which carries a huge mat sail. The pots are put in crates and stacked on the deck to be taken to Port Moresby or the Fly River country, where they are exchanged for food supplies, chiefly sago. In the development of the thinly populated areas of New Guinea, the matter of labor supply offers some difficulties. The whole number of natives is much less than 1 million, most of whom lack both interest and training for work. When the Germans controlled a part of the island, they used to import labor for the plantations growing rubber, coconuts, and hemp. This is contrary to the policy of the British and Australians, who have forbidden anyone to bring in workers from other countries. For laborers now in New Guinea and the rest of the territory under its administration, Australia has special ordinances providing for a 10-hour workday 6 days a week and a minimum monthly wage of 5 shillings for men and 4 shillings for women and boys, with board, lodging, and medical attention besides. There is neither slavery nor forced labor. Another problem the Europeans must deal with is cannibalism, especially as they penetrate farther and farther into the interior. Along the coast, where the missionaries have been most active, and where the natives have come in contact with civilization, the practice has died out, but farther inland head hunting and cannibalism are not unusual. Among some of the interior tribes, for example, before a house can be occupied or a new canoe launched, it must be sprinkled with human blood, and so the people make raids on nearby communities to get it. The heads of the victims are dried in the sun, while their bodies are cut up, cooked, and eaten. Although cannibalism is fast dying out, it is sometimes hard to get the Papuans to understand that human life has any great value and that murder is a crime. The report of a New Guinea magistrate tells how 2 natives of the coast range appeared before him charged with cutting the throats of 2 carriers. They admitted the crime and explained that they had done it because the men were strangers, far away from their own village, and looked cold and hungry. They had not eaten the carriers, but thought it a kindly act simply to kill them and put them out of their misery. Another native, on trial for nearly killing his wife, could not be made to see that he had done anything especially out of the way. His explanation was that when he was in a hurry to go to school, his wife had been slow in bringing him his primer. The missionaries have been at work in New Guinea for many years. There are now a large number of native evangelists, and the people are slowly but surely growing out of their wild state and acquiring some degree of civilization. A number are Christians. The attendance of native children at the various mission schools in the British territory is compulsory if English is taught. Sometimes the missionaries are severely criticized by the Europeans, but in one of his annual reports, the Australian administrator of New Guinea says of them, "The civilizing influence which the mere presence of a missionary has upon the native population, and the fact that all native schools in Papua are conducted by missionaries, together with the devoted assistance which the missions have given in combating the epidemics with which the territory has been visited, constitute, in my opinion, a sufficient answer to the contention that the missionaries have done no good. Upon broader grounds, I think not only that the missions do good, but that they are absolutely necessary to the development of backward races." End of Tattooed Debutantes and Wasp-Waisted Men by Frank G. Carpenter. Read by Betty B.
Unction of the Sick by Frederick George Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The following paper is printed as it was read before the Synod of the Diocese of Quebec in its session on the 11th day of June, 1903, with only such verbal changes as have suggested themselves upon a careful revision. At my request, and with the consent of the majority of each order, clerical and lay, voting separately, the motion which I then brought forward was withdrawn without being debated. My reason for asking this was because I felt that the members of the Synod had not given the question that amount of careful consideration which ought to precede the public discussion of a subject of this character. At the same time, I stated that I should bring the matter before the notice of the public and of the individual members of the Synod on some future occasion. In order to do so, I have had this paper printed, and I trust that it will make people think over seriously our Church's duty to the sick. As one who looks upon the English Reformation as the emancipation of the intellect and energies of our race, I cannot but feel that in the peculiar combination in our Church of old and new, Catholic and Protestant, apostolic order and faith, with modern breadth of thought, we hold the key of the religious problems of the age. We have, by our very unity in tolerating differences, secured it, that our differences will contribute to the upholding of a basal unity. The Anglo-Catholic Church, in its various branches throughout the British Empire and the United States, has a distinct and important mission to the Christian world. She is equipped as no other branch of the Church for the discussion of all the subjects that press in upon her through her sympathetic contact with a most very religious environment. It is our duty, therefore, to be ready to consider in a fair spirit not only such a question as the one I have brought forward, but other kindred ones affecting the well-being of the Church and society. In fact, it is the exercise of this power of independent action, through the consciousness of the living spirit within her and of her identity with the Church of the past, which will make her more and more the dominant factor in the religious life of the whole English-speaking world. F.G.S. Unction of the Sick. In moving the resolution which is before you on the agenda paper, that this synod do memorialize the General Synod of Canada to appoint a committee to consider the question of restoring the permissive use of the ancient practice of anointing the sick, I desire to lay before you certain facts to which I would ask the synod most respectfully to give earnest attention. And first let me say that this subject is one of no small importance. It is important because it belongs to that sphere of faith and practice in which the universal Church was in primitive ages in absolute accord. And it is important, too, in the bearing which it has upon the Church's mission to the body. We know the intimate relation between soul and body. We know, through the fact of the resurrection, what the value of the body is, and we know, too, that some special gifts of healing and a general power of working for the health of the body were signs and accomplishments of not merely apostleship, but even discipleship in the early Church. Now, if it be that the apostles, following a direct command, or even an example set by Christ, and writing under the inspiration of the Holy Ghost, practiced and recommended an ordinance designed to convey a specific blessing to one in grievous sickness, whereby he might look not only for spiritual help in the trying hours of pain and weakness, but also and chiefly, if God saw fit, a restoration to health. And if it be that the early Church continued to practice the custom, testifying to its value, it cannot fail to be a matter of grave questioning whether we are not sustaining in the Anglican branch of the Church a distinct loss by allowing a perverted following of the Apostles' precept by another branch of the Church to so warp our judgment as to lead us to deny altogether the right use of something which has inspired authority behind it. The spiritual nature of disease and the power of the mind over the body are more recognized now than at any time since universal belief in demoniacal possession passed away, and behind the teaching of the faith-cure sects, who by the by have, I believe, revived the unction of the sick, and behind the teaching of so-called Christian Science, with all its absurdities, there lies a truth, the suppression of which one feels has led in these days to the punishment of the Church by an outbreak of childish and disastrous heresy. In fact, I may say that it has been conversations with people who have either gone over to Christian Science or are favorable to it, which first brought the subject distinctly before me. What then is the scriptural warrant for the unction of the sick, and what its history in the Christian Church? The scriptural authority for the unction of the sick is limited to two passages in the New Testament, St. Mark 5:1-13, and St. James 5:14. In the former we are told that the apostles anointed with oil many that were sick and healed them. In the latter, St. James says, "Is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders, presbyters or priests, of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up, and if he has committed sins, they shall be forgiven him." Now there can be no reasonable doubt that the anointing recommended in this second passage is the same as that which the apostles used when they were sent out 2 by 2 by our Lord. The first instance of anointing was a foreshadowing of the second, just as many things in the Jewish Church were the germs of an anticipated higher spiritual ordinance under the Christian dispensation. By the time the Epistle of St. James was written, the Church was fully established and equipped, and Christian ordinances had then assumed their final form and efficacy. So it is to the latter passage that we look for justification of the anointing of the sick, rather than the former. The question is, then, what does the passage in St. James mean? It means exactly what it says. The prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. The anointing with oil in the name of the Lord was for the purpose of supernaturally raising the sick person up to health, that with the bodily healing there went a spiritual blessing also to the soul of him who looked up to God in the time of his necessity, we need not doubt, even though the forgiveness of sins mentioned does not refer to the unction. The rite, however, though it might also impart such special grace and help as a man requires in sickness, was certainly intended to convey, if God should see fit, bodily healing. The fact that this was the view of the primitive church is witnessed to by the writings of the early fathers. For example, Origen, A.D. 185 to 254, when speaking of the absolution which is pronounced over a man in the solemn hours of sickness, mentions incidentally that this absolution is given at the time when, according to St. James' injunction, the unction is to be administered. Origen then evidently looked upon unction as conveying some other blessing than the forgiveness of sins. The same may be said of St. Chrysostom, born A.D. 347, whose words prove that while the church of his day practiced unction, the forgiveness of sins was to be attributed to the power of priestly intercession. The act of anointing, therefore, in his eyes must have been designed to convey some other blessings. More distinct, however, in the testimony on this point of St. Cyril of Alexandria, A.D. 376 through 444, who exhorts the Christians of his day to refrain from resorting to enchanters and magicians in order to regain their health, and to have recourse instead to prayer and the anointing recommended by St. James. Innocent I, Bishop of Rome, in 416 A.D., clearly did not suppose the unction of the sick conveyed the remission of sins, for he writes, "It is lawful not for the priests only, but for all Christians to use it, for anointing in their own need, and in the need of members of their household." The Venerable Bede, who died in A.D. 735, also bears witness to the fact that unction in his time was practiced in order that the sick might recover their health. The unction in Bede's day, according to his statement, was administered not only by presbyters but by lay people. To this conception of the unction as a means of restoration to bodily health, all the ancient liturgies and forms of consecrating the holy oil bear witness. In fact, it was not till about the beginning of the 9th century that a change came over the mind of the Church in reference to the subject. In A.D. 830, at the Council of Pavia, the theory that unction of the sick conveyed the remission of sins was first clearly propounded, and one can easily see that as restoration to health did not always follow the unction, it would be natural for the people to lay stress upon some theory of its sacramental efficacy, which at least could not be disproved by the evidence of the census. From that date onward, there is a marked change in the mind of the Western Church towards the rite. The primitive use of the unction as a means of restoration to health was almost entirely superseded by a faith in its efficacy to remit sins. But even this Council of Pavia, A.D. 850, mentions bodily cure, that healthful sacrament which James recommends, if any man among you is sick, etc., should by a wise preaching be made known unto the people, truly a great and very desirable mystery, whereby, if it is asked faithfully, both sins are forgiven and bodily health restored. And the Capitular of Charlemagne orders that all priests should ask the bishop for the oil of the sick, and admonish the faithful sick to seek it, that they, being anointed with the same oil, may be healed by the grace of God, because the prayer of faith poured forth by the presbyter shall save the sick. The earliest form of consecration of the oil in the English language, which is given in the Pontifical of Egbert, who died in A.D. 766, is as follows: "Send, O Lord, from heaven thy Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, upon this fatness of the olive, which thou hast deigned to bring forth from the green wood for the restoration of the body, that by thy holy benediction this unguent may be to every one who touches it for protection of mind and body, for the driving away of all pains and infirmities, and every sickness of body, which thou didst anoint kings, priests, and martyrs. Thy perfect chrism, O Lord, blessed by thee, remaining in their bowels, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom, etc." In this prayer you perceive the oil is consecrated simply and solely for the purpose of restoring those sick in body and mind to physical health. At the Council of Florence, A.D. 1438, and more clearly at the Council of Trent, A.D. 1551, the modern Roman doctrine of the sacramental nature and efficacy of unction as a means whereby primarily sins are remitted, and secondarily, and only in extraordinary cases, bodily healing is effected, was propounded. In the decrees of the Council of Trent, it is expressly stated that unction should not take place except when recovery is not to be looked for. On this account, extreme unction has come to be regarded as the sacrament of the dying, although the title extreme unction, which came into use only about the 12th century, had regard originally not to the recipients being in extremis, but to this anointing being the last liturgical of the unctions of the Church. So much, then, for the practice and teaching of the Roman Church on this subject. She has very widely departed from the teaching of St. James as interpreted and practiced by the primitive Church. The Eastern Church, in this matter, has continued the ancient use, and it is to her we turn, and not to the Roman Church, for a proof that the unction of the sick has continued to the present day in its primitive significance. In the Roman Church, on the other hand, unction is administered only when a person is believed to be dying, and the words of administration used by the priest are as follows: By this holy unction, and through his great mercy, the Almighty God forgive thee whatever sins thou hast committed by sight, or whatever of the senses is being anointed. On the other hand, in the Greek Church, the unction is administered in cases that are serious but not hopeless, and such sick persons as are able are expected to visit the church, especially on Maundy Thursday, and to experience through holy unction both bodily and spiritual blessings. Only in extreme cases is anointing administered in the home. The statement of the Russian Catechism in this, unction with oil, is a mystery in which, while the body is anointed with oil, God's grace is invoked on the sick to heal him of bodily and spiritual infirmities. And the prayer of administration in the Enchologion is, Holy Father, healer of souls and bodies, who didst send thine only begotten Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, healing every disease and redeeming from death, heal this thy servant of the sickness of soul and body which encompasses him, and quicken him through the grace of thy Christ, for thou art the fountain of healings, O Christ our God, and to thee we send up the glory to the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. So much for the witness of the Greek Church to the primitive conception of the rite as a means of bodily healing, and for obtaining of such blessings to the soul as may be consequent upon the soul's earnest and formal resignation of itself into the divine hands. The next question is, what was the attitude of the English reformers towards the unction of the sick? Cranmer, as the slight sketch of the history of unction which I have just given you will prove, was undoubtedly right when he felt that the Roman Church, both in teaching and mode of administration, had departed from the primitive custom. So in the prayer book of 1549 the rubric was inserted, If the sick person desires to be anointed, then shall the priest anoint him upon the forehead or breast only, making the sign of the cross, saying thus, and here follows the prayer or form of administration, beautiful indeed, and breathing the true primitive and apostolic spirit with regard to the rite. As with this visible oil thy body outwardly is anointed, so our heavenly Father, Almighty God, grant of his infinite goodness that thy soul inwardly may be anointed with the Holy Ghost, which is the spirit of all strength, comfort, relief, and gladness. And vouchsafe for his great mercy, if it be his blessed will, to restore unto thee thy bodily health and strength to serve him, and send thee release of all thy pains, troubles, and diseases, both in body and mind. And howsoever his goodness, by his divine and unsearchable providence, shall dispose of thee, we, his unworthy ministers and servants, humbly beseech the eternal Majesty to do with thee according to the multitude of his innumerable mercies, and to pardon thee all thy sins and offences, committed by all thy bodily senses, passions, and carnal affections, who also vouchsafe mercifully to grant unto thee ghostly strength by his Holy Spirit, to withstand and overcome all temptations and assaults of thine adversary, that in no wise he prevail against thee, but that thou mayest have perfect victory and triumph against the devil, sin, and death, through Christ our Lord, who by his death hath overcome the prince of death, and with the Father and Holy Ghost evermore liveth and reigneth God, world without end. Amen. So the matter stood in 1549, but in 1552 a second prayer book was put forth by royal authority. In this book, which was a revision of the first prayer book, made not by convocation, but by a committee of divines with Cranmer at their head, the influence of the two foreign reformers, Bucer and Peter Martyr, who did not belong to the Church of England, can most clearly be traced. It was in this book that the office of anointing, for some reasons not stated, was omitted, while at the same time the Act of Uniformity enforcing the use of the new prayer book expressly says that the first book had contained nothing but was agreeable to the Word of God and the primitive Church. Thus the same authority which sanctioned the omission of the unction of the sick may be quoted as witnessing to the fact that the practice is agreeable to the Word of God and the primitive Church. This testimony, taken in conjunction with the teaching of Article 25, where it is stated that those 5 commonly called sacraments, that is to say, confirmation, penance, orders, matrimony, and extreme unction, although not to be counted for sacraments of the gospel, are such as have grown partly of the corrupt following of the apostles, and partly are states of life allowed in the Scriptures, goes to prove that, whatever the omission of the unction may imply, does not imply that the Church of England has formally and doctrinally decided against it, when practiced and taught after the manner of the primitive Church. In fact, the article, while condemning the erroneous views which had grown up in later ages around the sacramental administration of the unction, plainly declares that the rite has for its basis scriptural authority. I have now laid before the House, to the best of my ability, the history of the practice of unction till its omission in the year 1552. I may say that I have, as far as possible, verified all the quotations and consulted all the work which I could find that treated of the subject, and I may also say in passing that 2 things have struck me very forcibly in looking up authorities. One is the timid special pleading of many of our Anglican divines on the subject, and the other is the erroneousness of the interpretation which Roman theologians give to the statements on this matter of primitive writers. This, however, is by the way. What I ask the Synod to do is this: without committing itself in any way, except to such general interest in the subject as all must feel who consider it carefully, to pass a resolution that the General Synod of Canada be memorialized to appoint a committee to study the question in all its bearings, and make such recommendations as it may see fit. Personally, I should like to see the use of the simple and beautiful form given in our first Reformed Prayer Book, 1549, recommended, or at any rate allowed when the sick man should desire it. Whether the committee appointed would feel it wise or right to take this step is, of course, another matter. In any case, I should like to see the whole question conscientiously discussed. At the present time, in our service for the visitation of the sick, there is no direct petition for the recovery of the sick person. Perhaps some one here will say, why, after the subject has been dormant for over 3 centuries, why revive it? I would reply, because I feel we need it. I do not hold, I see no ground whatever for holding, that the healing power of the Church has left her. I appeal to any presbyter of the Church here if it is not a fact that again and again, in ways beyond his expectation or personal deserts, he has not found his ministrations to have had a direct healing effect upon the sick. The Church is not more dead than it was. Surely it is more alive. And if God has appointed a certain definite form as the mode of applying his healing power to the needs of the sick, we cannot but lose by its neglect. A simple, earnest, evangelical, and primitive form of applying to those in serious illness the unction which St. James speaks of, with the intention which was in his mind and that of the early Church, would be of the greatest assistance to the priest in one of his most difficult ministrations. His visit to the sick man would not then be looked upon as a message, or at any rate warning of death, but as a witness to the power and goodness of God who holds him in his keeping. It would tend to put the sick man in his proper attitude towards God. The priest, instead of being a half-welcome visitor to the sick-room, as he sometimes is, one only barely allowed entrance by the family doctor, would then be welcomed by all as one whose mission could have no other than a calming and strengthening effect upon the person lying under God's chastisement. The question, it seems to me, is a pressing one. We, as a branch of Christ's Catholic Church, have a mission to man's body, to man in his physical strength and health, which we are not, I believe, at present discharging. Men are seeking help in hypnotism, mental suggestion, faith cure, Christian Science. They should seek it in the Church, for she can give it to them, and give it in the highest way. Quite a number of people are asking that the Church fulfill St. James' injunction. I have myself been asked to administer unction, and that by one who belonged to the Irvingate body. I did not think I was justified, however, in complying, as I thought the Church ought first to give some such consideration to the subject as I am asking her now to give. I commend the matter, therefore, to your earnest consideration. There is nothing superstitious in the prayerful use of unction as a sign and symbol of the conferring of God's help. When the whole British world celebrated the solemn consecration of his king and emperor by the central act of anointing, there was no one who said, "This anointing is a vain, a superstitious ceremony." Rather, we felt that there was about the rite the halo of something that was more than a mere edifying tradition, the power that was something more than a mere legalizing of the exercise of the sovereign office. I am confident that unless we read the Bible wrong, unless the primitive Church read it wrong, unless we read our Church's commission wrong, there is a power resident in our branch of the Church Catholic, through the might of Jesus, part of whose mystical body she is, which we do not exercise, but which the world needs now as it needed it in primitive days, and which it will need till the end of time. I ask this synod, then, after quiet, calm deliberation, to take the first step in a movement which may once more send the presbyters of the Church to bear to the bedside of the sick who desire it the scriptural, primitive, and authoritative means and symbol of God's healing and strengthening power. End of Unction of the Sick, by Frederick George Scott.
Vaccination and Smallpox Mortality, from Public Health Reports, Volume 35, December 10, 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2020. Vaccination and Smallpox Mortality. The following account of a smallpox outbreak in Glasgow, Scotland, is taken from The Medical Officer, London. Early in September, the Medical Officer of Health dealing with smallpox in Glasgow reported that since the outbreak began, 477 patients have been admitted to hospital, 459 from within the city and 18 from adjoining areas. Of the cases, 128 were children under 15 years of age, of whom 98 were unvaccinated, while the remaining 30 had been vaccinated in infancy. Attention is again drawn to the difference in severity of the disease in these two groups, vaccinated and unvaccinated children. None of those who had been vaccinated in infancy have died, while 32 of the unvaccinated died, a death rate among unvaccinated children of 33%. Among the 349 patients in the group aged 15 years and over, 9 were unvaccinated, 6 of whom died. Evidence of previous vaccination was doubtful in 6, 2 of whom died. Of the remaining 334 patients vaccinated in infancy, 54 have died. The relationship between vaccinated state and mortality may be set forth as followed. Vaccinated in infancy. Number of cases, 361. Deaths, 54. Mortality rate, 15%. Unvaccinated,
Number of cases 107. Deaths 38. Mortality rate 35%. No definite evidence of successful vaccination. Number of cases 6. Deaths 2. Mortality rate 33%. Total number of cases 477. Total deaths 94. Total mortality rate 20%. The relative excess of mortality among the unvaccinated therefore continues. It may be added that so far no cases have occurred among the medical, nursing, or administrative staff engaged in dealing with patients. Dr. W. McConnell Wanklyn, a vigorous anti-smallpox fighter in England, has made exhaustive studies, both clinical and administrative, on smallpox over a long period of time, and the following cardinal principles have dominated his anti-smallpox campaign. 1. Inform the public of the risk they are running. 2. Make the fullest use of routine vaccination. 3. Push vaccination in an outbreak of smallpox and very promptly. And 4. Emphatically let the authorities be constantly on the alert. End of Vaccination and Smallpox Mortality from Public Health Reports, Volume 35, December 10, 1920.
A Bit of Wood by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. A Bit of Wood by Algernon Blackwood. He found himself in Meran with some cousins who had various slight ailments, but, being rich and imaginative, had gone to a sanatorium to be cured. But for its sanatoria, Meran might be a cheerful place. Their ubiquity reminds a healthy man too often that the air is really good. Being well enough himself, except for a few mental worries, he went to a Gasthaus in the neighborhood. In the sanatorium, his cousins complained bitterly of the food, the ignorant sisters, the inattentive doctors, and the idiotic regulations generally, which proves that people should not go to a sanatorium unless they are really ill. However, they paid heavily for being there, so felt that something was being accomplished, and were annoyed when he called each day for tea and told them cheerfully how much better they looked, which proved again that their ailments were slight and quite curable by the local doctor at home. With one of the ailing cousins, a rich and pretty girl, he believed himself in love. It was a 3 weeks' business, and he spent his mornings walking in the surrounding hills, his mind reflective, analytical, and ambitious, as with a man in love. He thought of thousands of things. He mooned. Once, for instance, he paused beside a rivulet to watch the buttercups dip, and asked himself, "Will she be like this when we're married? So anxious to be well that she thinks fearfully all the time of getting ill?" For if so, he felt he would be bored. He knew himself accurately enough to realize that he never could stand that. Yet money was a wonderful thing to have, and he, already 35, had little enough. Am I influenced by her money, then? He asked himself, and so went on to ask and wonder about many things besides. For he was of a reflective temperament, and his father had been a minor poet. And doubt crept in. He felt a chill. He was not much of a man, perhaps, thin-blooded and unsuccessful. Rather a dreamer, too, into the bargain. He had £100 a year of his own, and a position in a philanthropic institution, due to influence, with a nominal salary attached. He meant to keep the latter after marriage. He would work just the same. Nobody should ever say that of him. As he sat on the fallen tree beside the rivulet, idly knocking stones into the rushing water with his stick, he reflected upon those banal truisms that epitomize 2/3 of life. The way little unimportant things can change a person's whole existence was the one his thought just now had fastened on. His cousin's chill and headache, for instance, caught at a gloomy picnic on the Campagna 3 weeks before, had led to her going into a sanatorium and being advised that her heart was weak, that she had a tendency to asthma, that gout was in her system, and that a treatment of X-rays, radium, sunbaths and light baths, violet rays, no meat, complete rest, with big daily fees to experts with European reputations, were imperative. From that chill, sitting a moment too long in the shadow of a forgotten patrician's tomb, he reflected, has come all this. All this, including his doubt as to whether it was herself or her money that he loved, whether he could stand living with her always, whether he need really keep his work on after marriage. In a word, his entire life and future, and her own as well. All from that tiny chill 3 weeks ago. And he knocked with his stick a little piece of sawn-off board that lay beside the rushing water. Upon that bit of wood, his mind, his mood then fastened itself. It was triangular, a piece of sawn-off wood, brown with age and ragged. Once it had been part of a triumphant, hopeful sapling on the mountains. Then, when 30 years of age, the men had cut it down. The rest of it stood somewhere now, at this very moment, in the walls of the house. This extra bit was cast away as useless. It served no purpose anywhere. It was slowly rotting in the sun. But each tap of the stick, he noticed, turned it sideways, without sending it over the edge into the rushing water. It was obstinate. "It doesn't want to go in," he laughed, his father's little talent cropping out in him. "But, by Jove, it shall." And he pushed it with his foot. But again it stopped, stuck endways against a stone. He then stooped, picked it up, and threw it in. It plopped and splashed, and went scurrying away downhill with the bubbling water. Even that scrap of useless wood, he reflected, rising to continue his aimless walk, and still idly dreaming, even that bit of rubbish may have a purpose, and may change the life of someone, somewhere. And then went strolling through the fragrant pine woods, crossing a dozen similar streams, and hitting scores of stones and scraps and fir cones as he went, till he finally reached his Gasthaus an hour later, and found a note from her. "We shall expect you about 3 o'clock. We thought of going for a drive. The others feel so much better." It was a revealing touch, the way she put it on the others. He made his mind up then and there. Thus tiny things divide the course of life. That he could never be happy with such an affected creature. He went for that drive, sat next to her consuming beauty, proposed to her passionately on the way back, was accepted before he could change his mind, and is now the father of several healthy children, and just as much afraid of getting ill, or of their getting ill, as she was 15 years before. The female, of course, matures long, long before the male, he reflected, thinking the matter over in his study once. And that scrap of wood he idly set in motion out of impulse also went its destined way upon the hurrying water that never dared to stop. Proud of its new-found motion, it bobbed down merrily, spinning and turning for a mile or so, dancing gaily over sunny meadows, brushing the dipping buttercups as it passed, through vineyards, woods, and under dusty roads in neat, cool gutters, and tumbling headlong over little waterfalls until it neared the plain. And so, finally, it came to a wooden trough that led off some of the precious water to a sawmill, where bare-armed men did practical and necessary things. At the parting of the ways, its angles delayed it for a moment, undecided which way to take. It wobbled, and upon that moment's wobbling hung tragic issues, issues of life and death. Unknowing, yet assuredly not unknown, it chose the trough. It swung light-heartedly into the tearing sluice. It whirled with the gush of water towards the wheel, banged, spun, trembled, caught fast in the side where the cogs just chanced to be, and abruptly stopped the wheel. At any other spot, the pressure of the water must have smashed it into pulp, and the wheel have continued as before. But it was caught in the one place where the various tensions held it fast immovably. It stopped the wheel, and so the machinery of the entire mill. It jammed like iron. The particular angle at which the double-handed saw, held by two weary and perspiring men, had cut it off a year before, just enabled it to fit and wedge itself with irresistible exactitude. The pressure of the tearing water combined with the weight of the massive wheel to fix it tight and rigid. And in due course, a workman, it was the foreman of the mill, came from his post inside to make investigations. He discovered the irritating item that caused the trouble. He put his weight in a certain way. He strained his hefty muscles. He swore, and the scrap of wood was easily dislodged. He fished the morsel out and tossed it on the bank and spat on it. The great wheel started with a mighty groan. But it started a fraction of a second before he expected it would start. He overbalanced, clutching the revolving framework with a frantic effort, shouted, swore, leapt at nothing, and fell into the pouring flood. In an instant, he was turned upside down, sucked under, drowned. He was engaged to be married, and had put by 1,000 kronen in the Tiroler Sparbank. He was a sober and hard-working man. There was a paragraph in the local paper 2 days later. The Englishman, asking the porter of his Gasthaus for something to wrap up a present he was taking to his cousin in the sanatorium, used that very issue. As he folded its crumpled and recalcitrant sheets with sentimental care about the precious object, his eye fell carelessly upon the paragraph. Being of an idle and reflective temperament, he stopped to read it. It was headed Unglücksfall, and his poetic eye, inherited from his foolish, rhyming father, caught the pretty expression fließendes Wasser. He read the first few lines. Some fellow, with a picturesque Tyrolese name, had been drowned beneath a mill wheel. He was popular in the neighborhood, it seemed. He had saved some money, and was just going to be married. It was very sad. Our reader's sympathy was with him. And, being of a reflective temperament, the Englishman thought for a moment, while he went on wrapping up the parcel. He wondered if the man had really loved the girl, whether she too had money, and whether they would have had lots of children and been happy ever afterwards. And then he hurried out towards the sanatorium. I shall be late, he reflected. Such little unimportant things delay one. End of A Bit of Wood, by Algernon Blackwood. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Constable X by Arthur M. Forrester. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Constable X. Whose walk is so stately and grand round the beat? What tread sounds so martial upon the flagged street? What countenance, calm as the face of the Sphinx, repels so the notion of frivolous winks? Adored by the housemaid, beloved by the cook, whose souls he can harrow or thrill with a look, the terror of urchins, whose ardour he checks. Oh, who should it be but bold Constable X? How the heart of the guilty against his ribs knocks, as rubbing his collar he enters the box, and kisses the book with a resonant smack, like the click of a latch or a rifle's sharp crack. Swear a hole through a pot? Why, he'd think it no feat to swear holes through the whole of an ironclad fleet, and no counsel the four courts can boast could perplex or puzzle that paragon, Constable X. Yet he is not immortal, the greatest have hours, when the mind can descend from the stars to the flowers, and he, even he, that great creature, has known some moments when grandeur deserted its throne, and the pride of the force at such times would have felt belittled indeed were it not for his belt. For Cupid, the rogue, who ne'er comes but to vex, has got inside the tunic of Constable X. Let the thoughtless world smile or condemn, if it please, but alas, 'tis the truth, he's been seen on his knees. He has even unbended to laughter and sport, and his kiss has resounded outside of the court. Oh, weep for his downfall, oh, mourn for his fate. Redemption is hopeless, and rescue too late. Love's handcuffs are on him, and one of the sex who ne'er release prisoners has Constable X. End of Constable X by Arthur M. Forrester.
The Bride Comes to Yellow Sky by Stephen Crane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bride Comes to Yellow Sky. 1. The great Pullman was whirling onward with such dignity of motion that a glance from the window seemed simply to prove that the plains of Texas were pouring eastward. Vast flats of green grass, dull-hued spaces of mesquite and cactus, little groups of frame houses, woods of light and tender trees, all were sweeping into the east, sweeping over the horizon, a precipice. A newly married pair had boarded this train at San Antonio. The man's face was reddened from many days in the wind and sun, and a direct result of his new black clothes was that his brick-colored hands were constantly performing in a most conscious fashion. From time to time he looked down respectfully at his attire. He sat with a hand on each knee, like a man waiting in a barber's shop. The glances he devoted to other passengers were furtive and shy. The bride was not pretty, nor was she very young. She wore a dress of blue cashmere, with small reservations of velvet here and there, and with steel buttons abounding. She continually twisted her head to regard her puff sleeves, very stiff, straight, and high. They embarrassed her. It was quite apparent that she had cooked, and that she expected to cook dutifully. The blushes caused by the careless scrutiny of some passengers as she had entered the car were strange to see upon this plain, under-class countenance, which was drawn in placid, almost emotionless lines. They were evidently very happy. "Ever been in a parlor car before?" he said, smiling with delight. "No," she answered, "I never was. It's fine, ain't it?" "Great. And then after a while we'll go forward to the diner and get a big layout. Finest meal in the world. Charge $1.
"Oh, do they?" cried the bride. "Charge $1? Why, that's too much for us, ain't it, Jack?"
"Not this trip, anyhow," he answered bravely. "We're going to go the whole thing." Later he explained to her about the train. "You see, it's 1,000 miles from one end of Texas to the other, and this train runs right across it and never stops but 4 times." He had the pride of an owner. He pointed out to her the dazzling fittings of the coach, and in truth her eyes opened wider as she contemplated the sea-green figured velvet, the shining brass, silver, and glass, the wood that gleamed as darkly brilliant as the surface of a pool of oil. At one end a bronze figure sturdily held a support for a separated chamber, and at convenient places on the ceiling were frescoes in olive and silver. To the minds of the pair, their surroundings reflected the glory of their marriage that morning in San Antonio. This was the environment of their new estate, and the man's face in particular beamed with an elation that made him appear ridiculous to the negro porter. This individual at times surveyed them from afar with an amused and superior grin. On other occasions he bullied them with skill in ways that did not make it exactly plain to them that they were being bullied. He subtly used all the manners of the most unconquerable kind of snobbery. He oppressed them, but of his oppression they had small knowledge, and they speedily forgot that unfrequently a number of travelers covered them with stares of derisive enjoyment. Historically, there was supposed to be something infinitely humorous in their situation. "We're due in Yellow Sky at 3:42, he said, looking tenderly into her eyes.
"Oh, are we?"
she said, as if she had not been aware of it. To evince surprise at her husband's statement was part of her wifely amiability. She took from a pocket a little silver watch, and as she held it before her and stared at it with a frown of attention, the new husband's face shone. "I bought it in San Antone from a friend of mine," he told her gleefully.
"It's 17 minutes past 12,"
she said, looking up at him with a kind of shy and clumsy coquetry. A passenger, noting this play, grew excessively sardonic and winked at himself in one of the numerous mirrors. At last they went to the dining car. 2 rows of negro waiters in dazzling white suits surveyed their entrance with the interest, and also the equanimity, of men who had been forewarned. The pair fell to the lot of a waiter who happened to feel pleasure in steering them through their meal. He viewed them with the manner of a fatherly pilot, his countenance radiant with benevolence. The patronage entwined with the ordinary deference was not palpable to them, and yet, as they returned to their coach, they showed in their faces a sense of escape. To the left, miles down a long purple slope, was a little ribbon of mist, where moved the keening Rio Grande. The train was approaching it at an angle, and the apex was yellow sky. Presently it was apparent that as the distance from yellow sky grew shorter, the husband became commensurately restless. His brick-red hands were more insistent in their prominence. Occasionally he was even rather absent-minded and far away when the bride leaned forward and addressed him. As a matter of truth, Jack Potter was beginning to find the shadow of a deed weigh upon him like a leaden slab. He, the town marshal of Yellow Sky, a man known, liked, and feared in his corner, a prominent person, had gone to San Antonio to meet a girl he believed he loved, and there, after the usual prayers, had actually induced her to marry him without consulting Yellow Sky for any part of the transaction. He was now bringing his bride before an innocent and unsuspecting community. Of course, people in Yellow Sky married as it pleased them in accordance with general custom, But such was Potter's thought of his duty to his friends, or of their idea of his duty, or of an unspoken form which does not control men in these matters, that he felt he was heinous. He had committed an extraordinary crime. Face to face with this girl in San Antonio, and spurred by his sharp impulse, he had gone headlong over all the social hedges. At San Antonio he was like a man hidden in the dark. A knife to sever any friendly duty, any form, was easy to his hand in that remote city. But the hour of yellow sky, the hour of daylight, was approaching. He knew full well that his marriage was an important thing to his town. It could only be exceeded by the burning of the new hotel. His friends would not forgive him. Frequently he had reflected upon the advisability of telling them by telegraph, but a new cowardice had been upon him. He feared to do it. And now the train was hurrying him toward a scene of amazement, glee, reproach. He glanced out of the window at the line of haze swinging slowly in toward the train. Yellow Sky had a kind of brass band which played painfully to the delight of the populace. He laughed without heart as he thought of it. If the citizens could dream of his prospective arrival with his bride, they would parade the band at the station, and escort them, amid cheers and laughing congratulations, to his adobe home. He resolved that he would use all the devices of speed and plainscraft in making the journey from the station to his house. Once within that safe citadel, he could issue some sort of a vocal bulletin, and then not go among the citizens until they had time to wear off a little of their enthusiasm. The bride looked anxiously at him. "What's worrying you, Jack?" He laughed again. "I'm not worrying, girl. I'm only thinking of yellow sky." She flushed in comprehension. A sense of mutual guilt invaded their minds and developed a finer tenderness. They looked at each other with eyes softly aglow. But Potter often laughed the same nervous laugh. The flush upon the bride's face seemed quite permanent. The traitor to the feelings of yellow sky narrowly watched the speeding landscape. "We're nearly there," he said. Presently the porter came and announced the proximity of Potter's home. He held a brush in his hand, and, with all his airy superiority gone, he brushed Potter's new clothes as the latter slowly turned this way and that way. Potter fumbled about a coin, and gave it to the porter as he had seen others do. It was a heavy and muscle-bound business, as that of a man shoeing his first horse. The porter took their bag, and, as the train began to slow, they moved forward to the hooded platform of the car. Presently the two engines and their long string of coaches rushed into the station of Yellow Sky. "They have to take water here," said Potter, from a constricted throat, and in mournful cadence as one announcing death. Before the train stopped his eye had swept the length of the platform, and he was glad and astonished to see there was no one upon it but the station agent, who, with a slightly hurried and anxious air, was walking toward the water tanks. When the train had halted, the porter alighted first and placed in position a little temporary step. "Come on, girl," said Potter hoarsely. As he helped her down, they each laughed on a false note. He took the bag from the negro and bade his wife cling to his arm. As they slunk rapidly away, his hang-dog glance perceived that they were unloading the two trunks, and also that the station agent, far ahead, near the baggage car, had turned and was running toward him, making gestures. He laughed, and groaned as he laughed, when he noted the first effect of his marital bliss upon Yellow Sky. He gripped his wife's arm firmly to his side, and they fled. Behind them the porter stood chuckling fatuously. 2. The California Express on the Southern Railway was due at Yellow Sky in 21 minutes. There were 6 men at the bar of the Weary Gentleman's Saloon. One was a drummer, who talked a great deal and rapidly. 3 were Texans, who did not care to talk at that time, and 2 were Mexican sheep herders, who did not talk as a general practice in the weary gentleman's saloon. The barkeeper's dog lay on the boardwalk that crossed in front of the door. His head was on his paws, and he glanced drowsily here and there with the constant vigilance of a dog that is kicked on occasion. Across the sandy street were some vivid green grass plots, so wonderful in appearance amid the sands that burned near them in a blazing sun, that they caused a doubt in the mind. They exactly resembled the grass mats used to represent lawns on the stage. At the cooler end of the railway station a man without a coat sat in a tilted chair and smoked his pipe. The fresh-cut bank of the Rio Grande circled near the town, and there could be seen beyond it a great plum-colored plain of mesquite. Save for the busy drummer and his companions in the saloon, Yellow Sky was dozing. The newcomer leaned gracefully upon the bar and recited many tales with the confidence of a bard who has come upon a new field. And at the moment that the old man fell downstairs, with the bureau in his arms, the old woman was coming up with 2 scuttles of coal, and, of course— The drummer's tale was interrupted by a young man who suddenly appeared in the open door. He cried, "Scratchy Wilson's drunk, and has turned loose with both hands." The 2 Mexicans at once set down their glasses and faded out of the rear entrance of the saloon. The drummer, innocent and jocular, answered, "All right, old man, suppose he has. Come and have a drink anyhow." But the information had made such an obvious cleft in every skull in the room that the drummer was obliged to see its importance. All had become instantly morose. "Say," said he, mystified, "what's this?" His 3 companions made the introductory gesture of eloquent speech, but the young man at the door forestalled them. "It means, my friend," he answered as he came into the saloon, "that for the next 2 hours this town won't be a health resort." The barkeeper went to the door and locked and barred it. Reaching out of the window, he pulled in heavy wooden shutters and barred them. Immediately a solemn, chapel-like gloom was upon the place. The drummer was looking from one to another. "But say," he cried, "what is this, anyhow? You don't mean there's going to be a gun-fight?" "I don't know whether there'll be a fight or not," answered one man grimly, "but there'll be some shootin', some good shootin'." The young man who had warned them waved his hand. "Oh, there'll be a fight fast enough if anyone wants it. Anybody can get a fight out there in the street. There's a fight just waiting." The drummer seemed to be swayed between the interest of a foreigner and a perception of personal danger. "What did you say his name was?" he asked. "Scratchy Wilson," they answered in chorus. "And he will kill anybody? What are you going to do? Does this happen often? Does he rampage round like this once a week or so? Can he break in that door?" "No, he can't break down that door," said the barkeeper. "He's tried it 3 times. But when he comes you'd better lay down on the floor, stranger. He's dead sure to shoot at it, and a bullet may come through." Thereafter the drummer kept a strict eye on the door. The time had not yet been called for him to hug the floor, but as a minor precaution he sidled near to the wall. "Will he kill anybody?" he said again. The men laughed low and scornfully at the question. "He's out to shoot, and he's out for trouble. Don't see any good in experimentin' with him." "But what do you do in a case like this? What do you do?" A man responded, "Why, he and Jack Potter—" But in chorus the other men interrupted, "Jack Potter's in San Antone." "Well, who is he? What's he got to do with it?" "Oh, he's the town marshal. He goes out and fights Scratchy when he gets on one of these tears." "Whoa," said the drummer, mopping his brow. "Nice job he's got." The voices had toned away to mere whispering. The drummer wished to ask further questions, which were born of an increasing anxiety and bewilderment, but when he attempted them, the men merely looked at him in irritation, and motioned him to remain silent. A tense, waiting hush was upon them. In the deep shadows of the room, their eyes shone as they listened for sounds from the street. One man made 3 gestures at the barkeeper, and the latter, moving like a ghost, handed him a glass and a bottle. The man poured a full glass of whiskey and set down the bottle noiselessly. He gulped the whiskey in a swallow and turned again toward the door in immovable silence. The drummer saw that the barkeeper, without a sound, had taken a Winchester from beneath the bar. Later, he saw this individual beckoning to him, so he tiptoed across the room. "You better come with me back of the bar." "No, thanks," said the drummer, perspiring. "I'd rather be where I can make a break for the back door." Whereupon the man of bottles made a kindly but peremptory gesture. The drummer obeyed it, and finding himself seated on a box, with his head below the level of the bar, balm was laid upon his soul at sight of various zinc and copper fittings that bore a resemblance to plate armor. The barkeeper took a seat comfortably upon an adjacent box. "You see," he whispered, "this here Scratchy Wilson is a wonder with a gun, a perfect wonder, and when he goes on the war trail we hunt our holes, naturally. He's about the last one of the old gang that used to hang out along the river here. He's a terror when he's drunk. When he's sober he's all right, kind of simple, wouldn't hurt a fly, nicest fellow in town. But when he's drunk, whew!" There were periods of stillness. "I wish Jack Potter was back from San Antone," said the barkeeper. "He shot Wilson up once, in the leg, and he would sail in and pull out the kinks in this thing." Presently they heard from a distance the sound of a shot, followed by 3 wild yells. It instantly removed a bond from the men in the darkened saloon. There was a shuffling of feet. They looked at each other. "Here he comes," they said. 3. The man in a maroon-colored flannel shirt, which had been purchased for purposes of decoration, and made principally by some Jewish women on the east side of New York, rounded a corner and walked into the middle of the main street of Yellow Sky. In either hand the man held a long, heavy, blue-black revolver. Often he yelled, and these cries rang through a semblance of a deserted village, shrilly flying over the roofs in a volume that seemed to have no relation to the ordinary vocal strength of a man. It was as if the surrounding stillness formed the arch of a tomb over him. These cries of ferocious challenge rang against walls of silence, and his boots had red tops with gilded imprints, of the kind beloved in winter by little sledging boys in the hillsides of New England. The man's face flamed in a rage begot of whiskey. His eyes, rolling and yet keen for ambush, hunted the still doorways and windows. He walked with the creeping movement of the midnight cat. As it occurred to him, he roared menacing information. The long revolvers in his hands were as easy as straws. They were moved with an electric swiftness. The little fingers of each hand played sometimes in a musician's way. Plain from the low collar of the shirt, the cords of his neck straightened and sank as passion moved him. The only sounds were his terrible invitations. The calm adobes preserved their demeanor at the passing of this small thing in the middle of the street. There was no offer of fight. No offer of fight. The man called to the sky. There were no attractions. He bellowed and fumed and swayed his revolver here and everywhere. The dog of the barkeeper of the Weary Gentleman's Saloon had not appreciated the advance of events. He yet lay dozing in front of his master's door. At sight of the dog, the man paused and raised his revolver humorously. At sight of the man, the dog sprang up and walked diagonally away, with a sullen head and growling. The man yelled, and the dog broke into a gallop. As it was about to enter an alley, there was a loud noise, a whistling, and something spat the ground directly before it. The dog screamed, and, wheeling in terror, galloped headlong in a new direction. Again there was a noise, a whistling, and sand was kicked viciously before it. Fear-stricken, the dog turned and flurried like an animal in a pen. The man stood laughing, his weapons at his hips. Ultimately, the man was attracted by the closed door of the weary gentleman's saloon. He went to it, and, hammering with a revolver, demanded drink. The door remaining imperturbable, he picked a bit of paper from the walk and nailed it to the framework with a knife. He then turned his back contemptuously upon this popular resort, and, walking to the opposite side of the street and spinning there on his heel quickly and lithely, fired at the bit of paper. He missed it by half an inch. He swore at himself and went away. Later, he comfortably fusilladed the windows of his most intimate friend. The man was playing with this town. It was a toy for him. But still there was no offer of fight. The name of Jack Potter, his ancient antagonist, entered his mind, and he concluded that it would be a glad thing if he should go to Potter's house, and, by bombardment, induce him to come out and fight. He moved in the direction of his desire, chanting Apache scalp music. When he arrived at it, Potter's house presented the same still, calm front as had the other adobes. Taking up a strategic position, the man howled a challenge. But this house regarded him as might a great stone god. It gave no sign. After a decent wait, the man howled further challenges, mingling with them wonderful epithets. Presently there came the spectacle of a man churning himself into the deepest rage over the immobility of a house. He fumed at it as the winter wind attacks a prairie cabin in the north. To the distance there should have gone the sound of a tumult like the fighting of 200 Mexicans. As necessity bade him, he paused for breath or to reload his revolvers. 4. Potter and his bride walked sheepishly and with speed. Sometimes they laughed together shamefacedly and low. "Next corner, dear," he said finally. They put forth the efforts of a pair walking bowed against a strong wind. Potter was about to raise a finger to point the first appearance of the new home, when, as they circled the corner, they came face to face with a man in a maroon-colored shirt, who was feverishly pushing cartridges into a large revolver. Upon the instant the man dropped this revolver to the ground, and, like lightning, whipped another from its holster. The second weapon was aimed at the bridegroom's chest. There was a silence. Potter's mouth seemed to be merely a grave for his tongue. He exhibited an instinct to at once loosen his arm from the woman's grip, and he dropped the bag to the sand. As for the bride, her face had gone as yellow as old cloth. She was a slave to hideous rites, gazing at the apparitional snake. The two men faced each other at a distance of 3 paces. He of the revolver smiled with a new and quiet ferocity. "Tried to sneak up on me," he said. "Tried to sneak up on me." His eyes grew more baleful. As Potter made a slight movement, the man thrust his revolver venomously forward. "No, don't you do it, Jack Potter. Don't you move a finger towards a gun just yet. Don't you move an eyelash. The time has come for me to settle with you, and I'm going to do it in my own way, and loaf along with no interference. So if you don't want a gun bent on you, just mind what I tell you." Potter looked at his enemy. "I ain't got a gun on me, Scratchy," he said. "Honest, I ain't." He was stiffening and steadying, but yet somewhere in the back of his mind a vision of the Pullman floated. The sea-green figured velvet, the shining brass, silver, and glass, the wood that gleamed as darkly brilliant as the surface of a pool of oil, all the glory of their marriage, the environment of the new estate. "You know I fight when it comes to fighting, Scratchy Wilson, but I ain't got a gun on me. You'll have to do all the shootin' yourself." His enemy's face went livid. He stepped forward and lashed his weapon to and fro before Potter's chest. "Don't you tell me you ain't got no gun on you, you whelp. Don't tell me no lie like that. There ain't a man in Texas ever seen you without no gun. Don't take me for no kid." His eyes blazed with light, and his throat worked like a pump. "I ain't takin' you for no kid," answered Potter. His heels had not moved an inch backward. "I'm takin' you for a blank fool. I tell you I ain't got a gun, and I ain't. If you're goin' to shoot me up, you better begin now. You'll never have a chance like this again." So much enforced reasoning had told on Wilson's rage. He was calmer. "If you ain't got a gun, why ain't you got a gun?" he sneered. "Been to Sunday school?" "I ain't got a gun because I've just come from San Antone with my wife. I'm married," said Potter. "And if I'd thought there was going to be any galoots like you prowling around when I brought my wife home, I'd had a gun, and don't you forget it." "Married?" said Scratchy, not at all comprehending. "Yes, married. I'm married," said Potter, distinctly. "Married," said Scratchy, seeming for the first time he saw the drooping, drowning woman at the other man's side. "No," he said. He was like a creature allowed a glimpse of another world. He moved a pace backward, and his arm with the revolver dropped to his side. Is this the lady?" he asked. "Yes, this is the lady," answered Potter. There was another period of silence. "Well," said Wilson at last, slowly, "I suppose it's all off now?" "It's all off if you say so, Scratchy. You know I didn't make the trouble." Potter lifted his valise. "Well, I 'low it's off, Jack," said Wilson. He was looking at the ground. "Married." He was not a student of chivalry. It was merely that in the presence of this foreign condition he was a simple child of the earlier plains. He picked up his starboard revolver, and placing both weapons in their holsters, he went away. His feet made funnel-shaped tracks in the heavy sand. End of The Bride Comes to Yellow Sky by Stephen Crane.
Zoonomia, or the Laws of Organic Life, Volume 1. Preface by Erasmus Darwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The purport of the following pages is an endeavor to reduce the facts belonging to animal life into classes, orders, genera, and species, and by comparing them with each other to unravel the theory of diseases. It happened, perhaps unfortunately for the inquirers into the knowledge of diseases, that other sciences had received improvement previous to their own, whence instead of comparing the properties belonging to animated nature with each other, they, idly ingenious, busied themselves in attempting to explain the laws of life by those of mechanism and chemistry. They considered the body as an hydraulic machine, and the fluids as passing through a series of chemical changes, forgetting that animation was its essential characteristic. The great Creator of all things has infinitely diversified the works of his hands, but has at the same time stamped a certain similitude on the features of nature that demonstrates to us that the whole is one family of one parent. On this similitude is founded all rational analogy, which, so long as is concerned in comparing the essential properties of bodies, leads us to many and important discoveries. But when with licentious activity it links together objects otherwise discordant by some fanciful similitude, it may indeed collect ornaments for wit and poetry, but philosophy and truth recoil from its combinations. The want of a theory deduced from such strict analogy to conduct the practice of medicine is lamented by its professors, for as a great number of unconnected facts are difficult to be acquired and to be reasoned from, the art of medicine is in many instances less efficacious under the direction of its wisest practitioners, and by that busy crowd who either boldly wade in darkness or are led into endless error by the glare of false theory. It is daily practiced to the destruction of thousands. Add to this the unceasing injury which accrues to the public by the perpetual advertisements of pretended nostrums, the minds of the indolent become superstitiously fearful of diseases which they do not labor under, and thus become the daily prey of some crafty empiric. A theory founded upon nature, that should bind together the scattered facts of medical knowledge, and converge into one point of view the laws of organic life, would thus on many accounts contribute to the interest of society. It would capacitate men of moderate abilities to practice the art of healing with real advantage to the public. It would enable every one of literary acquirements to distinguish the genuine disciples of medicine from those of boastful effrontery, or of wily address, and would teach mankind, in some important situations, the knowledge of themselves. There are some modern practitioners who declaim against medical theory in general, not considering that to think is to theorize, and that no one can direct a method of cure to a person laboring under disease without thinking, that is, without theorizing, and happy therefore is the patient whose physician possesses the best theory. The words idea, perception, sensation, recollection, suggestion, and association are each of them used in this treatise in a more limited sense than in the writers of metaphysic. The author was in doubt whether he should rather have substituted new words instead of them, but was at length of opinion that new definitions of words already in use would be less burthensome to the memory of the reader. A great part of this work was lain by the writer above 20 years, as some of his friends can testify. He had hoped by frequent revision to have made it more worthy the acceptance of the public. This, however, his other perpetual occupations have in part prevented, and may continue to prevent as long as he may be capable of revising it. He therefore begs of the candid reader to accept of it in its present state, and to excuse any inaccuracies of expression or of conclusion, into which the intricacy of his subject, the general imperfection of language, or the frailty he has in common with other men, may have betrayed him, and from which he has not the vanity to believe this treatise to be exempt. End of Zoonomia, or the Laws of Organic Life, Preface, by Erasmus Darwin.